Tap, tap, yeah, I want that. No lines, I don't cut back. Sweet, salty, and all that. Let loose, come get that. Can you play that back, back, back? Can you run that back, back, back? I'm trying to play that back, back, back. I want that. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Right here, can you feel? Let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Right here, can you feel that? Ooh, you feel that? Ooh, the real back. Ooh, I'm still that. Ooh, you catch that? Ooh, I guess that. The best back. Yeah, yeah. 30,000 up, I'm a pilot. Might jump out if I'm wildin'. Catch my flow, I'm so stylish. Tap, tap, real smooth. Can you play that back, back, back? Can you run that back, back, back? I'm trying to play that back, back, back. I want that. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Right here, can you feel? Let's go.
It's total calamity, total mayhem inside of the server. Out of nowhere, they find their round back into their favor.
Holding up for the blood, the wave! And I think he might just find it!
The first third of the NAL is already over. 3 days is both a blink of an eye and a competitive eternity, depending on how well your team is performing. Most teams have had 3 chances to show what they've got. Some will get their third chance today, but now we enter a phase where every game from here on out becomes way less predictable. Welcome back to the North American League. I'm caliber Jacob Anderson. He's former world champion Gabriel Laxing Miralez. He's Oxygen Esports alumni Davide Foxebucci. I mean, you both are, but he was the guy who last played with them, so he gets the credit this time.
Who gets the credit for them doing bad?
Not me. Not me.
Neither one of you.
Let's blame it on you, Jacob.
What did I do?
No, you cursed.
You didn't save OXG.
I have one OXG sticker on my water bottle. Is that enough to make you displeased with OXG's performance?
Nope, absolutely not.
No?
No.
What did I do?
Everything.
What did I do?
Everything.
Chat, help me understand what I did to do this to Ox. Don't worry about it. Here's standings after day 3. They are at the bottom of the standings as of right now, but they won't play a game today, which means they just have to sit back and wait for their next opportunity to earn points. Sonics and M80 at the very, very top, with Space Station and C9BC not far behind them.
Yeah, we saw C9BC last week ended on a loss, and now they come back. They come into full storm. OXG has to end so far this week on 0-3. That's not going to be something that you want to sit in. Obviously, we said that they needed a wake-up call. Hopefully that wake-up call comes for week 3. But the rest of our standings, I'd say everything is kind of in similar fashion of what we both predicted at the start of this stage.
Yeah, everything's shaken up pretty well. Obviously, the biggest factor of seeing Oxygen at the bottom. I don't want to hone too much in Oxygen. We've obviously said a lot already, and there's still a lot.
This is the one time we get to talk about them because they don't play today.
Yeah,
so.
it's, you know, it just, like I said, for myself and the history of Oxygen, for Fox as well, just to see him at the bottom, it's just, it's not a nice feeling to see.
We'll hope that they can grab a really big shovel and work their way out of the crater that they've somehow found themselves in. But that won't happen until next week. They have the bye, which means every other team this week has the chance to even the gap, make it even bigger, because there's nothing OXG can do at the bottom. So now your entire intent is just to get as many points as possible right now.
So we talked about this yesterday at the end of the night. The match I'm actually really looking forward to the most here is actually the Dark Zero versus Los. Just for the simple fact, we obviously didn't get to see a lot from Los. We did see them beat Oxygen. That's not saying a lot. But in terms of Dark Zero, obviously they had that huge resurgence after being smoked by Sonics. That we see them yesterday was a completely different look in terms of their identity and everything. So for that game, I am really excited to see both these teams really duke it out.
You have a favorite?
I'd agree. I think the first one is definitely something that I'm excited for. I'm a real big Los believer, but Dark Zero looked really scary yesterday. So
How scary?
they look pretty scary. So that'll be a tough game for Los. But besides that game, I think the game at the end of the day, SQ SSG, is obviously the most anticipated matchup of the day. Just two Titans. We love seeing teams at the top of that leaderboard play against each other for points. Can SQ gap the rest of the teams? Can they start making more and more points and lead away? Will SSG make it closer? I'm excited.
We got super blessed by that game being the one that happens at the very end of the day too, which is dope. So if you want to see whether Troy has the possibility of knocking off both of the last orgs that he played for, stick around until the very, very end before we get to Sonics and who are they playing?
SSG.
Space Station. Dude, brain is not on one right now, but that's totally fine. Game number 1, Dark Zero and Los. Both teams have only played 2 games so far this split. They'll play their third one here. They both lost their first game, then won their second game, but that's kind of where the similarities end because they play very different styles of CQ.
Yeah, I think both teams have a lot to improve here and a lot to show, obviously. In both situations, Los, as of last stage, wasn't looking great, but this stage, they are looking a lot better. And for Dark Zero, obviously, the big roster changes, the big shakeups, didn't look good their first game, but looked way better the second game, and now it's to see what these two can now do against one another.
Yeah, and if you look at the head-to-head, I don't think if you would have told anybody at the start of the stage that Los would have the best attacking win percentage in the league, and Dark Zero have one of the worst attacking win percentages in the league, I don't think you would have believed it. I don't think anybody would have expected it, but obviously both teams had polar opposite starts to the season. We're excited to see more from Los and more from Dark Zero as well. Hopefully Dark Zero can keep their consistency from yesterday into today, and hopefully Los can keep that consistency from OXG into today too.
Again, those numbers will look dire for people who look at day 4 and think, you've played 3 games already? Again, they haven't. They've only played 2, so now once they complete their first third of the NAL, then we'll really start seeing what both of these teams are about. For DZ, much different than how they played last week. They only had the game against SQ, lost it, then went into Chalet against SSG just yesterday. Everybody was down on them from the get-go, but as recoveries go, that was a defensive shutdown.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the team was, it was night and day difference from this roster. You heard even in the interview, you know, what they wanted to do, the things that they were doing differently, and we were seeing it display there. We saw a lot more aggressive pace team going into this matchup, specifically when it was against SSG, and that was beautiful to see because we weren't sure what Nafe was going to bring to this roster. Obviously, we saw Kobe Lax on that support role, which we never thought for the case of them picking him up, it would have been an aggressive play style. I mean, a supportive play style.
Yeah. So if there was anything that we needed to adjust, I mean, they did a really good job figuring that out on their own. But that, again, every defense was perfect yesterday.
Yeah, 100%. But then I do want to focus on their attacks because that's where we really saw the difference in DZ. We saw the sheer aggression that was being played from this roster, especially from Pampa, especially from Kobe Lax. I mean, all the players across the board were really getting in SSG's face and taking that map control and taking those gunfights. And that's not something you would typically see from an old Dark Zero. So it's good to see that they are changing that pace and the fundamentals on this team.
They also took a fair amount of flack in the Skyscraper game against Sonics for the roles that Kobe was playing on, but on attack, it looked like whether it was a shift or that was what they always had intended for Kobe to do, he had a way better game.
Yes, and you want to highlight Kobe. Obviously, now we can finally talk about him, put him in the spotlight because, sure, he wasn't the best performer, but we were seeing a tons of success out of him throughout this game. He wasn't scared. He was playing to his strength of being aggressive, being a thorn in SSG side, and really bringing it to him. And it's really good to see that your rookie is confident to be playing in these positions, being in these solo situations, taking these 1v2s, being able to read these situations is such a pivotal factor for him, especially this early into his career. But what I gotta see consistency, Kobe. I don't care if you did it in one game. I gotta see it throughout the remainder of this stage.
Yeah, we want to see him float for the remainder of this stage. I mean, that's something he was saying all day yesterday, and something that he was very much a necessity for is those defensive rounds on the side of DZ. DZ struggled on their previous defenses, and so to have him now be able to float on those defenses makes him that much more deadly. A lot of those clips that we saw, he was solo holding individual positions, and they're just putting him in Pamba-esque spots back when Pamba was in those positions to just, we do your job, you just need to get your kills, stall position as much as you can, and that's exactly what Kobe was doing.
And he's not playing against any slouches either.
No.
He's not playing against anyone that doesn't know how to play the game, that's brand new to the game. He's playing some top-tier level players across that and still performing the way that he was. It's impressive, but again, don't want to talk him up too much. We still have a lot to see from him.
He was playing some trash talkers and knows how to trash talk back, too, in the lobby. It's a good thing to see. We have all chat turned on now, which means if anyone's going to start talking smack, Kobe knows how to back it up. He played really well yesterday. He was great in the interview as well, but we couldn't get enough of him, so we sat him down to talk about what his journey to Stage 1 or to Tier 1 has been like so far.
Hi, I'm Kobe Lax. I'm the new player for Dark Zero Esports. My T2 career, until I got picked up by DZ, was, okay, so I basically switched to PC a year ago. I randomly got hit up by my boys on MV. We play E2, we go flawless and win. And then boom, everything just started from there. Like I feel like E2 gave me a huge boost. After I won E2, I made that team with Packer, Gady, Bino, Woos for E3. And then same thing, we won that against even pro teams. And then after that, I got a couple pro league tryouts, which I didn't get picked up because I was competing with other players who, you know, have more experience than me and stuff. I was obviously lacking experience. They probably didn't want to take that chance on a rookie. I tried out with DZ, and then they decided to take that chance. And we're here. We're floating. With the last team I was on Makers, I feel like they're all Team 1 level players. Like, we treated that team like a Team 1 team. Like, we did everything a Team 1 team would do, you know? Like, from Pro League, I'll say, like, it's just scrims right now, you know? Like, I haven't really played, like, actual Pro League. But I would say it's, like, definitely more comp, I would say. Definitely more comp. A player I would say that I have a cam on the team already will be Pamba. I feel like me and Pamba could be really good once we get, like, that cam up there, that duo cam, like, just floating on the map, you know? Just on people. That's kind of what the cam I have with my boy Diffuser on Envy. That's how I see myself with Pamba right now. I would love to go to the major too. That would be a cool experience, you know, meeting people IRL, like from Siege and stuff, from the league. Oh, that'll be cool. To be honest, my personal goal in the stage is just flow. Like I'm just trying to just have a golden stats. I'm trying to have the golden centuries, positive, everything. Like I'm just trying to flow. Just typical me, the usual. I'm just trying to do the usual, keep it going.
The two-time Element champion coming back and proving why he deserved a shot in Tier 1, and it happened with a team that is known far and wide for what their accomplishments over the course of the past several years. I just think a lot of people are going to keep on putting him in the same box they put Canadian into because he's the guy that's going in for the guy coming out, but they're not the same player. We need to establish that up front.
Yeah, but you can see in that video that Kobilax has so much chemistry, and I think that's something that Dark Zero specifically needed just on the team, and you can see in their games, in their cameras yesterday, they're having so much fun, even though Nafe was dropping a donut until the last round. Once he got that one, everyone's screaming, high energy, and I think that's not something that we've seen from Dark Zero in a long time. They've always been stale face, straight to the meta.
They haven't looked like the fun team before, yeah.
Exactly,
true.
And this is the first time since bringing Kobe. I mean, you can just see in his energy, and well, he said it best. Once he's able to build that chemistry with the rest of his team, I mean, we talk about it a lot, that vibes, the energy usually adds a lot more to your success.
And especially bringing in a new guy like this that is bringing that attitude, bringing in that, you know, just that hype, that shit talk that he was bringing. I mean, it definitely revitalizes everyone and be like, this is why we're competing. This is why we're here. This is why we're a team, and let's get it done. So, again, I am happy to see that confidence, arrogance, whatever you want to call it. Again, I just want to see the consistency out of Kobe and see him really thrive as a player.
They had a really good bounce back after losing their first game of the stage, but so did Los. The only question is, how impactful was that win over Oxygen? Because now Oxygen themselves have proven to be the bottom team in the league. So how much does that win that they got last week really matter, Fox?
To them, it matters immensely. Mentally, just being able to get that win 2 weeks earlier than they got their first win in Stage 1 is a huge, huge win. Los has already surpassed their low expectations. Their individual comfortability has boosted their individual performance ever since picking up Wizard and Arthur. They're just able to give so much comfortability to the rest of the roster to just be able to shoot, be the rookies that we brought Farius and Legacy to come in to be. Just shoot your gun, do your job, and let the older guys with more experience worry about all the thinking.
I think the weird part is because Farius and Legacy came in, last stage was their rookie stage, but because Los didn't do very much in that stage at all, and we were wondering, are they going to be on the team come stage 2? I think we're still treating them like rookies to a certain extent, and then Legacy does what he does, and there's kind of no contest why they brought these guys up.
Yeah, we didn't actually see much at a Stage 1, like you said, and it's their rookie year, but something that we saw out of Legacy all day yesterday was he was not a rookie player by no means. The positions that he was putting himself in, the confidence that he was able to have with all of his gunfights, some of these gunfights, like that one shooting through the floor, the verticality, the experience out of this player has been amplified from Stage 1 to Stage 2. Individually, he's been playing amazing because he is also on the support role, a role that you don't normally see players getting kills, and every team has their own different playstyle on how they want to use their support. But how Los uses him on the hard breach is once he's able to use his utility, he opens up his hard walls, he drones his teammates in, he turns into that entry, that headhunter, and he's able to just float. Sexy Cake even called him their special silly little guy, because once he does his job, he's able to just go find those kills. He does whatever he needs to do to execute the enemy team. So far in the first week, And in their first 2 games, they've been, I mean, Legacy's just been really farming.
I mean, it's a scary thing to have, too. Obviously, you have your entries, but if your support player is doing practically what your entry is doing, I mean, that's scary. And we're talking about backlines and front lines, and the fact that their backline is looking that solid, especially from a newer player, I mean, that's a scary thing to be done. So the fact that if they can get their foundation for this team and find all the roots and canals that they need to make this roster work, I could see Los being a very highly competitive team.
Through the first week, Legacy was tied with none other than Rexon for most kills in the league, looking to keep that trend going now, having not played in Game 3 or in Day 3. Day 4, an opponent like Dark Zero to bounce back would be a massive win against a team like this because, again, Los have not won 2 games over the course of a single stage since they've been in the NAL.
Now, see, here's the issue with this matchup is Los has been very good preparation-wise. We know DZ is a very methodical team, but Los, preparation-wise, I would say they're on par with some of the top teams in NA currently. Now, where the issues that falter is their individual performance that has also been playing very well. But the issue is when they played against OXG, they let their individual playstyle reign through. Obviously, everybody on Los was doing well. OXG gave them those gunfights. They gave them those kills. Dark Zero, historically, is not a team that just gives you free kills, gives you a free entry into the map. And so that'll be the nice little matchup between these 2 teams to see if Los will bring in some new identity as opposed to what they showed against OXG and really let their brain take over in this match.
And even for Dark Zero, I mean, with the shakeup and how they're changing their style of play, because as we've known them, they've been notorious for being a very strat-heavy, very focused, down to the T, and now they're being far more aggressive, which the nice thing that Los has that experience with all these players. Sure, they've been in the NAL just as of recently, but they have played in Brazil, which has been a notoriously known continent for being highly aggressive.
Brazil is a continent, huh?
Well,
don't do that.
It's all
man,
good.
Jacob.
It's all good.
In terms
all
of
good.
region, sorry, the region has been known to be highly focused on aggression. So if DZ is going to play a game of aggression, they're going to be familiar with this.
Clubhouse doesn't seem like the sort of map where either of them are looking to innovate either. They have an idea of what they want to do, and they just want to stick to it and go. They're not trying to do anything creative on a map like Club, because you kind of can't get that creative with Club.
Yeah, and I just want to say, South America is a continent. Okay,
there you go. Good job.
I think Club is a very good even playing ground for both of these teams. Obviously, like you said, it's not going to be innovative. There's a wheel. You don't have to reinvent the wheel. And I understand completely why Dark Zero would want to take them to this map, because we saw Dark Zero having issues with their attack ability, with their flexibility and the way they want to be as a new team. So bringing it to a map that's very basic, we talk about it, how it's the new Oregon, the new consistent. So it is a really good matchup to see both teams play, and it's not one that you can rack your head out by the different attacks that you can do. There's not too much diversity in the strats that you can do, like a map Nighthaven that Los was able to play. I think DZ's playing it safe, bringing it to a map that they know that if you're the better team at, you should be able to get away with.
Yeah, and I think it just goes back down to what you're saying. If you're the better team here, you're going to find the success, but that ultimately does come down to the small errors. The small errors are what really is going to be a crutch to both these teams. So it's going to be really quick to adapting, quick to understanding of, you know, maybe you're bringing a different operator, maybe you're just hitting from a different site, maybe you're applying one extra person somewhere else to, you know, forego that one person that's holding it. So it's really going to come down to the small errors with this matchup and who's quicker at identifying those.
Again, the one win that Los got was OXG. That's a good start, but now we know where OXG has kind of slipped to. So if they were to get a win over DZ that themselves are still trying to figure some things out, that's, again, a really, really good upward trend.
Yeah, you'd have to feel good just off that alone, that clearly from your last stage to now, you are making improvements, especially with the roster changes. Your newer players are performing
Not waiting
well.
until week 3 to get your first win's a big
right. So I think that's important.
And also, getting a win so early on against Dark Zero is only going to get better with time. So being able to get a win from them when they are quote-unquote weaker would obviously mean a lot to Los. And Clubhouse is a map where players like Legacy will be able to shine. It's a very big Hibana map, so I'd be surprised to see here if Dark Zero doesn't ban Hibana, because you can get so many hatches, and then Legacy can just turn into that headhunter that we highlighted.
Bottom line, both team needs a win here, I think, to really propel their confidence and showing that these roster changes and the moves that they're making are creating success.
Well, no team wants to lose.
Well, yeah, I mean, obviously, but when you do make the roster changes that you made, I mean, you have to go into it with sheer confidence. You don't want to keep losing and be like, oh, well, now we're questioning our ability if we picked up the wrong people or we're not making the right decision.
To Fox's point, the idea of picking a Kobe and then having a huge charisma boost in the lobby, I do think is going to make a massive deal, because we haven't looked at Dark Zero as, I said the fun team, but I think in cases like this, we're certainly hoping that whatever Kobe brings is not just what he does in the server, it's what he does in comms too. We're going to take a quick break before we jump into this bad boy, and when we do, we'll finally get to Los and DZ's third map of the stage. Real quick after the break.
Thank you very much for your patience, everybody. And if last stage is anything to go off of, this should hopefully be a pretty exciting game. I am Lynx, joined by Stokes. And what I mean by that is the last time these two teams faced, though obviously Dark Zero helmed by Canadian, it was a very close overtime 8-6 victory for DZ on Clubhouse. We've had a lot of repeats this stage, I feel like, between maps and team matchups, Sam. So hopefully this one repeats in a similar fashion.
Yeah, what's another, honestly? A couple different pawns and pieces here for both respective teams, but...
Well, there's a king missing on one team, but...
Most definitely. Most definitely. And, I mean, hey, I will say this, though, for DZ, you know, getting onto that topic for a second. I really like how Kobe played yesterday. I'm really hoping that you and I can see some similar instances here today up against Los. And what better to showcase your talents than on one of our most bread and butter maps in Clubhouse?
I mean, exactly. And I think for DZ, whose biggest strength yesterday really was the consistent individual performances across the roster, aside from Nave, pretty much everybody having consistent impact, especially once we get to that defensive side on Chalet. If you didn't see the game yesterday, Dark Zero go down 2-4. Most players negative at the side swap. Kobe an exception, 5-3. NGR positive as well, but Bolo, negative. Panba, also negative. And by the end of the half, Panba especially the most impactful player on the Dark Zero side in their game yesterday. Obviously, they're starting on the attack here, but as the desk mentioned, this is a pretty standard map. Dark Zero should maybe try to find a nice balance between Skyscraper last week and Chalet yesterday. Maybe get a bit more aggressive, but also because it's Clubhouse, you have those fundamentals to fall back on if you're still trying to work out some of those kinks with the new IGLing.
Under the ban phase we go here for Clubhouse. Not going to get the Habana ban that we were talking about for the likes of Legacy out of Dark Zero. So he's going to have free will over what hard breacher he wants to bring to the table. Could also see some ace as well, as those Selmas can be quite useful in certain instances. Not so much for hatches, but they'll definitely suffice with another operator instead. So we'll have to see what Dark Zero want to do to round things out with their offensive front, as Ying and Monty are going to be off the board. And as for Los, they want to bring us to Bedroom and Gym first.
Honestly, I do really like Dark Zero moving away from that Dokkaebi Azami ban, because if they are going to move to a bit more of a flexible playstyle, I mean, Dokkaebi is just too strong of an operator and too good for that playstyle in particular to remove as an option for yourself, especially on a map like Clubhouse, where Arthur on the opposite side is a very, very well-renowned Monty player, likes to play it very often, and played it on E1 last stage, has played it on Los this stage. Not only does it make more sense to swap the Monty in for the Dokkaebi, but I also think, we'll see, that that operator could just be a nice addition to this new Dark Zero playstyle. As for consistency, Sam, I believe we saw 6 rounds in a row of Kobe on Deimos yesterday on Chalet, and, well, alright, he switched off onto the floor, as this time it'll instead be Panbazoo picking up the Deimos, an operator that can certainly serve a similar function to that Dokkaebi I mentioned.
Yeah, and Kobe and Panbazoo have been kind of, you know, going bar for bar across the last 24 hours, right? I think that was the big adjustment from their first week. It was like, okay, we need to let Kobe, I think I got the quote right here, float, right? That's exactly what it was.
A lot of that word being thrown around.
Dude, quite a bit, man, quite a bit. I don't know if he's Kobe or if he's Pennywise. I'm kind of lost in between here. So we'll have to find out, though, if he can maybe snatch a few players from Dark Zero here today, rather from Los. But as for Dark Zero, really hoping that we can see a little bit more out of Nave today. I think he's been really just trying to buckle things down when it comes to being the IGL, the true IGL, top of the mountain here for Dark Zero now. Hasn't been focused too much on what he can really do in the server. We finally saw him get a frag at the end of the game yesterday, but again, just looking to see if he can get a little bit more action here today.
Yeah, Nave was one of the, I think, the most highly anticipated players coming off of that M&M roster's collapse. Obviously, Solotov and Uzis both being up there, but Nave considered to be a very underrated flex player in the world, very underrated caller, and now that he has the helm, or is at the helm of this DZ roster, he's able to put up a pretty good performance. I think a lot of people will remember why he had such a great reputation. Minute 10 seconds in, we've already seen Sexy Cake take, I think, a position Dark Zero are more than aware of in their prep work. In Clubhouse last stage and this one, he is going to be on that wall trying to throw C4s through those Mav holes. He's found out, killed now by Bolo, just after Panbazoo finds the opening frag onto Legacy, by far and away the top player for Los, cut down on red stairs.
And what a lunge there for Pamba as well. He's going to remove that red stairs position, and then Kobe's going to be able to take control with the rest of Dark Zero over here on the cache side / CCTV sort of things. As for Los, they're going to have to back things off a bit. They've already lost 2 bodies. They have 0 damage dealt to anybody. The only thing that happened to NJR was the wall electrocuting him as he torched that open. So the ball is in Dark Zero's court. What are they going to do with it? As for Los, they're going to try and set up some sentry positions around the map, just to make sure they can try and get something going up against Dark Zero on this swing.
And it's definitely a bit more aggressive of a play from Dark Zero, but this is why I think Clubhouse it's going to be a comfortable pick for both teams, but I think especially comfortable for Dark Zero. You can see them get aggressive, but it's still by going with a pretty normal structured clear of the CCTV cache side. And what logically follows from that? Well, you rotate over to Jim, open up that wall, and then try to find the final weakness within the site. It's compounded by the fact that this is a 5v3, keep in mind. Make that a 5v2, make that a 5v1. Farius will find one, Kobe lacks cut down and cache, but the damage is done at this point. Farius is outside of the site. Dark Zero have control of it, and a death mark tracker reveals his location, which I think at this point everyone was already aware of. Pretty easy round for Dark Zero to start. Their first attack coming with barely any effort put forth.
Yeah, very well done from Dark Zero. And I mean, just look at how they built on top of that little joust that we saw at the top of red, right? They start to pressure that position a lot. You get the Rotero drones in there, or rather the Flores drones in there, and start to just, again, apply pressure to that position. Get Pamba to get up there, get that big kill, and they are even able to get another one on the back end of that instance, and just make life really hard for Los. And instead of just, trying to run through things aimlessly, again, they go through the natural progression of what the site's asking you to do. They work over towards the tub side, end up torching a line in that, and then work their way over for the master balcony. And that's where we saw a lot of those frags start to come in. You know what I mean? A lot of pressure coming from those two windows. Get some big kills there as Los tries to fight things out for construction, but just doesn't really go their way. And I mean, really, why would it? Dark Zero had absolutely everything at their disposal to exploit Los there. They really just had to make a try and see what would happen, but obviously nothing that time around.
It was honestly, I think, exactly what anybody could have hoped for a Dark Zero attack. They have a plan. They aren't necessarily just given opportunities by Los to make things happen. They create their own opportunities and are able to execute those perfectly and get the first round as a result. It was exactly what you want for a team, calling a plan and then executing it without having to rely on their opponents messing up. So as we move into this next site, the Church Arsenal all the way down in the basement, it's not shocking to see that Los are going to play a bit looser of a setup. They were very close to the chest on Gym Bedroom last time, as teams often are, but here with a bit more, I suppose, spread out of a roam, Dark Zero might not have ready-made positions to clear like they did in round one.
Yeah, definitely a lot more aggressive than round one. I mean, you can make your arguments as to how far they extended themselves in that position, but, usually a natural extension when you see things going over towards the cache side as well as top red. I really like that shield position that we saw built up for Legacy. Just didn't really work out for him at the end of the day because Dark Zero responded accordingly. Speaking of responding accordingly, we're going to have a Los player work his way downstairs as Bo, I believe, has worked his way back up into dirt, but just slowly taking his time here. Actually, no, he's actually going to be back out of that and working his way over towards stock. So there's a little noise made initially here. Get a response out of Los, but nobody going to catch any flack for that just yet.
We saw a little bit of a rotation back to the site by Los, but I think they quickly realized that didn't necessarily mean anything. It's Arthur's Sexy Cake. Legacy now rotating down as a minute 10 seconds have gone. Really good time wasting by Los so far. Dark Zero trying to find information. They still have 6 drones, but Pamazood now fully trying to clear along the top floor and does find a kill for his troubles. Definitely something like that needed to happen. Either a lot of damage done, utility wasted, something. But Dark Zero getting that 4v5, that minute 10 seconds feels a lot more palatable now. Kobe trying to go for the cutoff, but an excellent response by Los. Legacy hitting those shots, though not the same level of success as Dark Zero. Kobe can be revived quite easily in this position. So while 2 players in DZ are low HP, there might still only be a minute 15 seconds remaining. Dark Zero definitely coming ahead on that clear.
Most definitely. Again, we have this Kobe Pamazood duo working things for the map, and then have these supporting units, people like Bo applying that pressure, then finding just a nice area to play around kitchen, able to swing down and capture this main stairs area now. Kobe actually going to end up bleeding out as Pamba just gets there. I'm so surprised by this, that nobody was actually able to pick him up. They had this area for so very long, especially after those players rotated off. The entire bar floor is also concrete. I mean, they really just had to worry about somebody getting aggressive from the hatch there, Carter, but they had so many bodies, you could just have somebody watch that.
Well, and I think what happened, so Kobe went down inside a strip, but then instead of crawling backwards along the pool table, crawled forwards towards the hatch, availing himself more to the dangers of those C4s. So obviously, a bit difficult to make the decision in the moment, but if he had backed up, maybe a different position, but Sexy Cake taking a very familiar spot inside of dirt, close with the shotgun. We've seen this exact same operator in this exact same position undo quite a few Church Arsenal attacks in the Clubhouse's time in the Rainbow Six map pool. 2v4, NGR will make his way in, find the back of Arthur, nicely exposed, but Los don't really have to move. The diffuser's in dirt. Gumine reveals his position. Los respond with an easy Dark Zero victory with a pretty, again, effortless victory of their own.
Yeah, I think that they responded to what that top floor clear was doing pretty strongly. You know, you're able to get those players down low. You're able to get that pick onto Kobe as well. And it just makes it to where Dark Zero has to start kind of grasping at straws. You really need a moment on the site to be able to open something up and look for an opportunity to plant. But they kept the book wide enough to where they were able to kind of scoop Dark Zero up, especially right here. Sexy Cake knew that they prepped this earlier on and that there was a chance for them to come back to dirt as kind of a saving moment here. But instead, it just spelt demise for them as that M590 rips up Dark Zero's hopes and dreams in round 2 and quickly shoves us on into round 3, unless, you know, Bo or somebody else is able to get something crazy there inside a church, but nothing really to be said.
No, certainly not. And all 3 sides played in the first 3 rounds. Los going over to CCTV and Cash. I always love to see the operators people brings to basically figure out how they are actually going to hold Garage. Azami is banned by Dark Zero, as you all can see. Sometimes, every now and then, we'll see teams bring the dock as a way to stem the tide of any utility flying up into rafters, and surely with some magnets placed next to him, it could be very strong for Los to hold on to that position for as long as they can. Also, seeing the hatch opened inside a gym, Los might be extending a little bit into gym, though probably not super far. Overall, aside from the dock and maybe some presence on that side of the map, with the Mira and the Bandit and everything else, overall, I don't think Dark Zero would be too surprised to see this setup in front of them.
Yeah, most definitely not. And also a little bit of a blessed moment here for Los as well, just given the circumstances of Dark Zero's utility, right? We don't see any arrows coming out, not the craziest amount of throwables either. So could have this position stick pretty well. Pambazoo's going for a very similar move as to what we saw last time. And is that a hip fire out of the SMG-12? I think it is. Dark Zero, they have full control over the site. Farius is flanking. Can he get the kill? He can. And somehow, some way, Los is making it happen. It's down to a 1 versus 2, and it's all Wizard to try and clean this up.
And it's not unwinnable. We do have somebody creeping up Red Hall, though. Does Wizard read it? He does, but NJR lands the shot. Nice gap found by Pambazoo. Definitely a risk, but it pays off. And while Los fought back valiantly, it's ineffective in the end as Dark Zero retake their lead.
Well, you've seen Bad Boys, Carter, but have you seen Bad Boys 2? As he does it again, just pushing right up red stairs. He's like, here's the second iteration of the same movie. Take out that guy and just completely open up the site. I mean, you all saw how Los immediately tried to respond in kind. They need control of that space. Cash as well as Top Red, but really this area with this mirror window being here, right? It's the heart and soul of this entire site. Los need to have control of this. Dark Zero constantly doubling down and stripping it away, getting it down to the 1 versus 2. We all know how DZ are, you know, so comfortable in the pocket like that, especially with this talented roster. That's exactly where they want to be, and they just make it happen.
Los will definitely have to give holding red stairs on any bomb site a second thought now, as you said, 2 different times Dark Zero found a way to work around it. We are back on Gym Bedroom now, so this is the perfect opportunity not only to see how Los can bounce back from that earlier loss, but also how they will deal with that position, or maybe, by the same token, how Dark Zero will change things up from how they took things previously. We do have the Deimos back in the cards, in the hands of Pambazoo. Got the Kobe back on the floors as well. Overall, really not a whole lot of changes on this lineup. In fact, I'm pretty sure no changes in this lineup whatsoever. So if Los decide to try red stairs again, Dark Zero have the utility for it.
Well, what's the over-under on something like that? I'm thinking at some moment in time, somebody goes for red stairs. I mean, it's you know, too hot of an area, too hot of a route for the offense to use, and really just anybody to use to try and get access to that top floor.
I mean, as long as you're able to hold on to Cash for a decent period of time, you don't necessarily need to extend over on red stairs, but you are certainly going to have to be in that area for at least some period of time. Maybe just hiding inside of Cash will be a bit safer, but what do you know? We've got somebody sitting on red stairs right now. Dark Zero might be taking this a little slower, but Sexy Cake, or no, Legacy, excuse me, still holding that position.
And JR back with the Mav. Going to torch the right panel here. This is what we're going to be making soft. That's why he's taking his time and making sure the center of that wall has been torched out accordingly, as well as the far right gets the Bandit as well. So this Rotero can go on the wall and easily expose the interior. Very well done there from Dark Zero, going through their process and doing it in a proper manner. So Kobe's going to actually end up adding another drone, but it's just going to be a normal one this time around. Nothing crazy, no explosives going to be tossed in here. We have some stuns though. Going to try and assist with the sexy cake position. He's got a mute jammer as well, and he's actually getting tagged up from underneath, which spooks him just a little bit. Spook me as well as the Nitro Cell flies out. He's actually going to get scooped up. It's going to be Bo through the drone hole. I thought it was downstairs in stock for a second, but no, it was that cheeky little peek right there off the breach.
Well, Sam, the funny thing is I'm pretty sure it was both. Legacy behind the shield does remain alive though, but Bolo is able to end his very short reign 2 times now on red stairs when defending gym and bedroom. Arthur on the exit is able to find 1 and a drone for his troubles, but Dark Zero 2 times now have been able to throw body after body, utility after utility, and pressure upon pressure onto the CCTV in cash position and reap bountiful rewards from it. Another 1v4 that Los find themselves in, made better by some nice shots from Wizard. He knows where 1 is because of that death mark, but Pambazoo's quicker on that one. Got a little close towards the end, but Dark Zero widen their lead by 1 more round.
I mean, it's just too big of a mountain to climb. Los front load things, or not even front load, they cash load things, right? There's so many people over there, so much value from the team being put in that space that once it's all gone, once Dark Zero has taken control of that area and the dust settles, Los have that kind of recognition moment where they're like, we really have to get something going for ourselves here, probably on this construction area. Otherwise, they're just going to do the exact same thing they did the last time. They're going to take Master, and they're going to body both of us as they go for their full-on execute. So, I mean, props to Los for at least recognizing the position that they got themselves into, but just could not make anything out of it. Dark Zero are just bullying Los out of these defensive positions.
Everybody just knows where to play on that attack. Looks so well rehearsed for Dark Zero.
Oh, so clean.
Looking through the drone hole, the pressure from below. They can flood red if they need to, but they can just try to focus more on baiting Sexy Kick and the Bandit tricking the Hibana instead. Small permutations that show a really well thought out overall strategy. Church and Arsenal back on deck for Los. Moving down to the bottom floor. It's the 1 round Dark Zero have lost so far, but 4 rounds in a row, Dark Zero have managed to land that opening pick. 4 rounds in a row, they have started off their clear or round or what have you with a 5v4 advantage. Obviously, wasn't able to do a whole lot because of the time wasted on that Church Arsenal attack. So if they go for a roam clear again, pay attention to that clock and see how quickly they're able to make things progress this time.
Also, are going to have those bodies dedicated upstairs. I was interested to see if they were going to go for just maybe like kind of a ghost setup up top, set up all the reinforcements, show just like face towards the first drone and then just peel on back to see if Dark Zero potentially clear it, get some time off the clock. But it seems like they want to stick around just for now. Dark Zero are going to apply some Selmos up top, but no real drone presence just yet. And that might be what Los are waiting for, but knowing Dark Zero will be the cutbacks, or rather the cutoffs on the fallbacks here for Los, as they are wrapping themselves around this mid-floor. Los might end up getting put on an island on this top level, but it really just comes down to what happens over here on that main stairs space. It's usually where we end up seeing things going on. NJR has already got secret stairs locked up, so already not something that Los can gain access to.
We'll have to fall back, though, as Los are certainly making use of those F-Knots to allow themselves this extended roam, because Dark Zero think they can get away with those lurks, but the F-Knots reveal these positions. Sexy Kick finds Pambazoo.
Oh, wow.
Darius finds NJR. A lot more individual engagements taken by Dark Zero this time, and Los are there to punish them. Wizard with the 3rd, and this seems to be a quick win for Los. If this trend has anything to say, another 2v4, another entry into the site, but a bit different this time. As Nate finds 1, it's only 1 body lead for Los, and Bolo's got the angle on 2 of them. They're not able to rotate back in time, and we're in the post. 1 drops from behind. Bolo wraps, and he does it to him. Highlight reel play inbound. You'll see that one on TikTok tomorrow. 4-1 DZ.
Talk about a hot hand, dude. Oh my goodness gracious. Jason Doty, once again, just putting him on a reel. Truly incredible, too. I mean, they drop into sight at the 2 versus 3, 2 versus 4 there. And I mean, props to Nave as well. He gets that initial kill there, Carter, and he goes, I've got Bo's the Overwatch. I'm just going to immediately start planting this on the church table. And why not, man? Somebody like Bo, you just got to respect the talent. Look at this once again, guys. As he plays this off the bomb chassis, quickly turns, pre-fires this, turns on a dime after Wizard takes down Nave, then able to find that player inside of Moto. I mean, you just can't draw it up like that. That's just moments that can only be made by somebody with that much talent.
It's also similar to a lot of the moments we saw in that SSG game yesterday, though on the defensive side, really being made by individual coordination or big plays from different members of DZ. Every round they've won so far, aside from round 5, really came down to excellent strategy and excellent clear. That time, Los got the better of them on the roam. They not only had utility in place to stop Dark Zero from flanking down into the site early, but also played really well with that information to catch NJR by himself, a timing on the player outside of Garage. But Bolo able to have a big moment like that makes this game a whole lot more palatable for Dark Zero going on to what yesterday was their stronger side, no matter how round 6 ends. It is the final round of their attack, the final round of Los's defense. The Church Arsenal sites have certainly been close and competitive every single time. Unfortunately, every other one has been pretty dominant in Dark Zero's favor.
Well, and it being the last round as well, it seems like we're going to get a little bit of icing for this cake, is we're going to get Bo on Blitz. Not something you see all the time, but definitely something that can be effective. This operator, especially in like the last year or two, has just became such a threat, especially after they allowed him to sprint and keep that shield up. The shield operators have been truly incredible, and Blitz obviously inside of that realm. And we'll see what he can do with that stun shield here as Nave is going to start breaking things down over on the tub wall, looking to work their way in through this extended area that Los has set up. And once again, Farius is going to go down. Dark Zero just not missing on their openers here today.
Not missing, only missed one, and it was round 5, which they won anyway. So if you're going to drop it in one singular round, I suppose that's the one. Blitz trying to create space. I think the wall's a little difficult right now, and also waiting for that bathroom breach to open up. Dark Zero have been so good on these more smaller clears, whether it's clearing out Red and Cash or clearing out Gym and Bedroom. They've been quite lethal through this game so far, but the Blitz definitely stalled just for a little bit. Kobe, the gun behind him, felled. Sexy Cake with a massive double. The Bolo bounces back a little bit, but only a little. 10 HP on, he remains. Nick is able to make that advantage real, though. 3v2. Arthur trying to find one person on Dark Zero, lacking as they push into Gym, but nobody's biting. This will be a 3v2 for the remainder of this late round.
You have Bo on 10 HP, but Dark Zero, maybe unbeknownst to them at this current moment in time, but they have full control of this portion of the building. They got plenty of time to discover this as well. Bo is out of drones. So is Nave. Actually down to 1 if our HUD is correct as of right now. So that could be kind of a big issue here, depending on if that's NJR's drone or not, and it isn't. So Dark Zero now have to do a lot of self-discovery here, Carter. This could become a huge risk, and that begs the question, how do they operate with this around Bo? Do they just want him to toss his stuns in and try and make a break for it, just to try and get some semblance of knowledge on these lowest positions? Exactly how does Nave want to try and draw this up? He's going to be the one with the planter in his back pocket. Arthur now going fishing here as well, trying to get ahead of these smokes. He's got a nitro cell in pocket. Let's see how it breaks down.
See how it breaks down. The issue is with Bo on such low HP. How is this tip of the spear going to be effective? Oh no! Arthur reloads at a key moment. One player is able to creep through the smoke, but C4 goes out and bullets land instead. Legacy, Arthur make this a 2v1. Make this a 2-4 half. Recovering from Dark Zero's blitzkrieg into Gym.
A little terrifying there just on that timing as we see the window hop and the nitro cell go back in the pocket, but they're able to clean it up anyways with that position deeper inside of sight, picking up 2. Why our player here inside of CCTV doesn't get punished. But overall, a extremely solid half there from Dark Zero. I mean, as for Los, though, kind of some struggles. We saw them really only able to make the most out of that one roam that we saw pretty early on. I believe it was round 2 that they were able to sweep under the rug. And Dark Zero just really did not have an answer for that. But, I mean, past that, a lot of things just not going their way, especially in these opening moments. I mean, even that round right there, getting severely punished over on the weight/master side of things. Yeah, they do quite a bit of damage to Bo, but the fact that Dark Zero are not only able to get man control back under their umbrella, but they're also able to make pretty solid headway over towards the site. I mean, it's just been a constant struggle here for Los to try and find some traction.
Yeah, I mean, if the site was not Church Arsenal and Los were not running a really extended roam, not only were they putting forth the same old solutions or problems against DZ, but Dark Zero had already proven in round 1 and then basically confirmed it in round 3 that they could clear those smaller, tighter setups much easier than the extended stuff. And what did Los do? They just kept running the same stuff, and it did work out last round in CCTV. but it still had to be a 2v3. And aside from one singular round that Dark Zero won anyway, they had every single man advantage in that first half. And now they get to go to their defenses. By far and away, their stronger side against SSG yesterday, winning, I believe, 5 rounds out of 5 in a row on that second half. So this is a very dangerous position for Los to find themselves in. We can give them credit right now, though. Look at how quick this top floor clear is. To be fair, it's only mute jammers up top, but Los are not getting baited by that fake presence.
I love the setup that they're bringing in as well. You've got the blitz to try and, you know, shake some things up on the defensive end, try and get somebody to run away from you, just make things weird. That's what the shield players are always about. You have to deal with them in a completely different way than you would any other player. And then you have things like Lion and Jackal on top of that, which are just such a nuisance, especially when somebody like Blitz is on the field. So Dark Zero do have to deal with quite a bit, but as of right now, the Electro Shuffle's working out for NJR, and Dark Zero across the board just doing their little dance, as nobody's really had to deal with too much pressure. Yeah, they did have some semblance of something going on across the map, and Los have respected that, but now it's down to getting some hatches open and seeing if they can potentially get some pressure on the true positions of DZ.
And if that utility game ends up working out for Dark Zero, I think a lot of this will come down to how Legacy is able to maneuver around that blitz. I mean, nothing really lost by Dark Zero on the roam because nobody was there, just a couple mute jammers, and you buy it. You end up buying a minute. You damage some X-Kairos. You're wasting a lot of time. Minute 10 seconds remaining, and Los is struggling to find a way into the site. I think, Sam, maybe you disagree. I think, especially since he's still trying to get this kitchen hatch, it might all be on the Legacy of this blitz.
Yeah, I'm honestly just really surprised that we're not seeing, you know, pressure from one of these angles. I think that's what he was trying to do here by applying these X-Kairos on the floor where they're not going to get electrocuted, because you can actually pressure up against this angle. This is exactly what I was asking for. You need somebody to try and occupy that while you're getting this hatch, because otherwise the Electro Claws, there's constantly going to be a problem. And Los, they're now looking for a solution in the moment, but look at this, Carter. The timer's just eating at them, and I cannot express this enough, guys, how important the kitchen hatch is. It oversees practically all of Armory, and Los, they're trying to put this together in a matter of moments, and usually this is when you see things fall off the wagon in Siege.
With how low time is getting, he'll send Legacy into dirt. Maverick opening up a hole. Time for the Blitz to try to cause some chaos, but he's going to get into position with only about 13 seconds remaining, and that's being generous. Sexy Cake on this long angle has to walk through the Zoto. The Lion by himself in blue cut down. Still a 3v3 though. Los have not an advantage, but at least something better than I think any of us thought they'd get. They might bring them back down to reality though. Arthur might get into the site, but it's just Wizard on the coverage. Is he like Bo? He's certainly hitting shots like him. Diffuser goes down. We're in a post plant. Pam's on the close angle. No match for the Bearing 9. Rabbit out of a hat. Complete magic from Los in their first attack.
Dark Zero have one, and Los have another. What is up with these basement 1vx's practically with a planner going on, right? I mean, this is just absolutely insane stuff that we're seeing mechanically out of both of these teams. Very well done there from Los, and I mean, hey, it might not have been pretty, but they got it done at the end of the day, and with some solid mechanics around that Bearing 9.
As many bombs as they can.
It's certainly just excellent stuff. Beautiful stuff on that play. Of course, I want to hear some of these reactions. I imagine he's losing his mind after this. 3, 2, 1.
Oh, man.
I mean, I've been losing my mind. 1 mag, 3K, Bearing 9, 2v3 clutch, while I'm the only player covering the plant. Like, honestly, I don't want to make any statements. I think that that certainly rivals Bolo's from earlier. I think the only difference maker, Bolo had that 180, but Wizard had more kills. Or no. I guess
the same.
They had the same amount of kills, but like Wizard's 3 kills are more stylish, right? I don't know.
Were they? Because the 180, I don't know. I don't know. If anything, I'll say this. I think that those first 2 kills, just back to back with how accurate he was in that moment, I'll give him that. He might have Bo by like a shred, but it's extremely close. Like both of those clips, you know, if I had a YouTube channel of my own, they're going on there. You know what I'm saying? Like,
both are impressive. If you switched the names, nobody would know the difference. They were 100%. Both of certainly commensurate quality. And well, Los get their first round off of the back of it, but we can applaud heroics all we want. We could certainly be excited that we saw them. It did still have to be heroics to get Los that first round. 13 seconds left, struggling to get into the site. It had to be Wizard. It had to be Wizard to make that happen. So Dark Zero, I think, certainly still not only have a 4v3 lead, or 4-3 lead in round count going into this, but also we need to see a bit better of an argument for Los on how they're going to win these rounds. Wizard taking some quick control. That was definitely the bright spot from Los in the previous round, moving quickly throughout that top floor. But one, will they be able to keep that control? Two, are they aware of Kobe playing down at the bottom of main stairs? Whether they are or not, Sexy Cake is watching the main window right now, but he does give it up. How much do they know about Kobe on the roam?
And the difference between Kobe up against Sonics that first game and as of now, what, you know, the leash they've essentially gave him, or rather taken off, just making it to where he's a lot more comfortable with his op choices. We're seeing a lot more roaming instances out of him as well. And a moment right here where he could make the most of it. Nave's going to take down one. Farius and him actually end up trading. So probably a pretty interesting one there, as that bout went off very quickly. Gonna get a drone inside of Cash here as well. So a pretty obvious play as to where this is going for Los as of now. For Dark Zero though, and specifically Kobe, how does he want to go about this?
I was going to say, this does force Kobe's hand a little bit. Dark Zero has to reallocate resources in sight as Kobe allocates one boss G shot into Wizard's torso. Reclaims the advantage for Dark Zero, though I suppose it was only momentary for DZ on that trade. Legacy looking in the garage, hoping that player peeks, but in the 3v4, only players inside of construction remaining, basing a lot on these flashbangs. The bullets are certainly hitting for Los. The shots are landing, but Dark Zero keeping close control of the site. One player planting on this soft wall. They've got Red Rotate caught down, and they can't stop this diffuser from landing inside of Cash. NJR and Kobe separated. Kobe alone. Kobe out. Tie game between Los and Dark Zero.
The energy is off the charts right now for Los. Sexy Cake feeling himself. The coach in there as well. Everybody prepared to try and take down Dark Zero. And this is where things come back to bear for our man in the top right, Nave. What is going to be the big change here for them? And really, what has been going on? Well, inside of these last two rounds, we've seen them put up a pretty considerable effort to the initial volley from Los. The biggest thing is now is that Los are making the most out of these moments. I mean, specifically the first time, obviously, a crazy mechanical moment, but this time around, able to practically bully their way into the site. I was a little worried there, Carter. We had three people stacked on Cash Door, all flying in off these stun grenades, and just a really nice crisp shot up against Bo. If that went the other way, then things could have been a completely different story, but that was that coin flip that ended up on the face of Los. And yeah, past that, able to just really make the most out of it, get that plant down. The positioning for Dark Zero was already really arrived past Bo going down. And Kobe, I mean, not there until that very plant ended up going down. So a lot of things there at the tail end that Dark Zero can potentially look into. Maybe they end up playing things a little bit closer to the chest and force Los to try and go for, this big execute up against the full breadth of their lineup, but we'll just have to see. As of right now, we're going to have a pretty aggressive front here from Pambazoo, but might have the capability of getting a sneaky kill here too.
You'd hope. I mean, Kobilax, Pambazoo, that duo on the roam yesterday was so strong. I mean, really, four players aside from Nave were all incredibly strong on that defensive side. NGR having a bit more strength in repelling executes from SSG or finding 1v1s in the site or 1v3 yesterday as well. Bolo, similar story, holding down anchor positions behind deployable shields. But when it came to getting aggressive, Pambazoo and Kobilax were so successful yesterday. And Kobe only 2 kills right now. We feel like he's had a lot of impact, but really, when it comes to the scoreboard, Kobe has not exactly had the game that he had against SSG yesterday. Pambazoo as well. Certainly not doing poorly, but certainly I think we'd hope to see him bounce back a little more on this defensive side. They've spotted him playing around the main stairs right now. No need to get aggressive as Smoke in this position. And also, to be fair, to kind of counter my own point, also not a whole lot of need for Dark Zero to get aggressive in this round. Remember, it was heroics from Wizard to get this. Dark Zero just 5-man held the site, and Los had to execute with 10 seconds remaining.
And that's what we're hoping to see again. We're hoping to see them double down and just try and make it to where Los are kind of pigeonholed into an execute that they're expecting. I think they did a pretty bang-up job of that last time, especially with NJR on those Electro Claws, constantly thwarting the game plan around the kitchen hatch. It was just the fact that they adjusted over to the Kool-Aid wall so quickly, or the Ash wall, whatever you guys call it at home. And yeah, just honestly, Los making the most out of that situation. So see if they can do it again here. NJR back in a very similar position as he's going to try and get in the face of Legacy and make his life as difficult as possible. Does have a Nitro Cell here too, as he's going to try and listen to see where those shots are coming from that X-Kairos. Actually get a big Nitro Cell kill here. Wizard does have a nice angles. He's going to be holding this from the main hallway, and this is always a threat, but he's not able to complete the promise, as NJR is only going to get nipped in the back there, but not enough to actually take him down. 45 seconds remain for Los to try and solve this puzzle.
I mean, I gotta be honest here. I mean, they're running into the exact same problem they had last time, and we're really sticking the Jackal instead of maybe just trying to bring a Thatcher. I mean, obviously, you know, Dark Zero have a lot of tools. They have mechanical with the Zoto canisters from Tubarão and electronic with the Electroclaw, so it doesn't solve all your problems, but Jackal didn't really hold a lot last time, even if maybe you get a bit faster of a clear from it. Just seems like right now, even with Kitchen Hatch open, we're still low on time again. We are still struggling to make our way into the site, and it's actually probably going to come even later than it did in the round that Los barely got over the line last time. Bolo's able to get the opening pick, though Los equalized very quickly. Similar position. Los on the back foot. Los starting to fight back. A huge flick that does it, but a huge C4. Wait, what?
Who won this round? I'm genuinely asking, who won the round?
What? Now hold on. What? Okay, so my brain was sending so many conflicting signals.
Dark Zero won.
Cause I saw Los cheering and I was so confused. I thought Dark Zero won because of this C4 right here. Because you get the C4, you get the double, and exactly. Okay, they went on time. I don't know why were Los just like really like, oh, that was close. It really looked like they were cheering.
It really did. It caught me fully off guard there. But Dark Zero, they're going to be able to maintain the lead here after Los ended up tying things up. And it just comes down to the utility game again. That's what I was hoping to see out of Dark Zero, and they went exactly for that, Carter. They need to lock up the hatches again, make it difficult for Los to try and process this site. And they brought it all the way down to the wire. I mean, how long was Los flirting with this kitchen hatch? Probably a solid minute and 45 seconds, and they still were not capable of getting things dealt with until they brought the Selma charges in. And then once the Selmas go down, then we have Tubarão start freezing up the hatch. I mean, for Los, it seemed like an indomitable position. They finally get things done. They barrel their way down main stairs with 10 seconds remaining on the clock, and just almost get a plant down, but that's shut down too by a well-placed Nitro Cell out of Bolo.
Bolo 14 and 6 up until this point, by the way, so might not be the consistent team performance we saw from Dark Zero yesterday, but it certainly is one man leading the charge, and leading the charge in an incredibly impactful way on attack and defense. Now, as we enter round 10, Los struggling to consistently get advantages into the execute, have enough time to land these executes. I think at this point we have to commend their individual consistency. I mean, Sexy almost repeating exactly what Wizard did in round 7, but ooh, timing just gets Pamazoo right there. They're able to open up the server wall, at least open up a section of it, force Pamazoo back. The gym bedroom hold, Dark Zero can certainly still hold on to cash for a period of time, but Los making good progress early on. Need to see better time management for them here.
That was very good communication out of Dark Zero as well. You saw a quick Pambazoo just stripped right over to the construction area and was able to get that other bandit battery down just to try and make it to where they can't get a nice little cross angle into that space. That was Dark Zero, some extra area to play with, and that one pretty hot commodity, especially nowadays. As for Legacy and the rest of the gang, though, Los are looking to try and work their way in from this jacuzzi balcony, at least as of right now. Is actually not where the case is going to be. I thought we did have that on the therm there for just a split second, but it's actually going to be on Arthur. They're going to be going for the hatch plant here inside of Waits. This is open. There's a man literally staring him in the face. Not anymore, though, because Sexy Cake is going to remove said face, and he's going to start planting directly here on the hatch. Is there a Nitro Cell to stop this? I don't even think anybody knows that it's going on, and the plant, it's done. It's dusted.
Wait,
Sexy Cake gets a kill on... No, it's actually not. It came down to the very microsecond, and it didn't even go down. Los have lost the case. It's a 3 versus 3, and Kobe has oversight over the main breach.
No shot. That is insane from Nath, able to impact through the floor and I think just spray the Amaru after that, putting her so low. Massive play from the Goya right there. Follows it up with a second. Sexy Cake fell. Dark Zero in such a strong position to clinch match point right now. Kobe has this information, but Farius reacts quicker. 2v2, this will likely come down to kills. Wizard and Farius so separated. No Bs for the Grim to try to provide any further intel. Can't take down one of the BPs. Flying blind or Dark Zero as the Mirror takes this fight, but the reaction's so clean for Dark Zero. Wizard knows one's on the opposite side of that hallway. It's the only one there. But Dark Zero a bit more individually together in round 11. Or round 10, excuse me. As to get to round 11, Dark Zero now found themselves on match point.
There's just so many moments in this thing, Lynx, where it's just been on a knife's edge. It could go either way, and a lot of the times here, if you saw the win graph like you were, on ESPN or whatever, you would just see the percentile like 90% in Los's favor or Dark Zero's favor, right? And then immediately it would just change stratospheres as it shoots in the other direction, and somehow the other team has, been able to take the round. It has been a wild roller coaster ride, in between Los and Dark Zero here so far, and I don't think a lot of people were prepared for this. I can definitely tell you, I was not emotionally prepared for what we were going to be seeing in between these two teams. I thought we were going to be seeing a couple things worked out, some improvement on the two systems that we've been seeing across these last handful of play days, but instead what we've got is this action-packed roller coaster, which we might have not even seen the last peak of. I mean, we are going to have a timeout here from Los, and I mean, hey, might as well use it. Dark Zero's already on penultimate point. They're looking to claim their last one, moving on in here to round 11. What does Los want to give us for our last potential defensive standpoint?
It's just so frustrating so far, and I'm glad they have this timeout. I'm glad they're able to take this pause, but if Los just have a bit more strategic power, a bit more, not necessarily that they're lacking the thought put into some of these strategies, but they're struggling with this implementation, struggling to solve the problems with this attacking side. But can you imagine if we had a bit better strategy from Los, combined with the top-tier individual performances or mechanics we've seen from basically everybody on Los aside from Arthur at some point today? I mean, there is an extremely winnable game for Los in here. There's a game where they probably could be up 6-4 right now if they just have maybe 5% better strategy. They're able to clear things just a little quicker, able to allocate their utility a little more efficiently, and then combine that with the performances we have. This could be an entirely different game, but it's still relatively close. Dark Zero might be on match point, but Los have 2 rounds to try to bring this to OT, just like they were able to do a whole stage ago on the same map against BZ.
I wouldn't even say it's down to, the strategies as a whole. I think the mainline strategies aren't even that bad. I think the main thing is their adaptability has been poor.
For sure.
You take the basement instances here and what Los were trying to deal with that kitchen hatch, especially looking at it the second time around. I mean, they practically went about it the same way. There was just no real thought put into what is going to be the next step in order to stop NJR from just soaking up all of this time. Instead, it was a last-ditch effort out of those Selma charges and then the two Barows there as well. So I mean, I just think that there's a couple of things that in the moment Los could try and manage to change, but that's something that they're more than likely going to have to talk about after this. As of right now, I think it is stick to their strategies and just try and see if they can bowl over Dark Zero. It's worked a couple of times here. They just need it to work twice in order to get to overtime.
I think to be fair a little bit to Los, though, it's not like DZ have made it easy for them. I mean, we've had consistently a Cade 2 Baral combo on the Church Arsenal sites. Now we have it for the first time on CCTV and Cash, and we also have a Mira on the server wall. So Los do bring Thatcher. They do disable that EMP. Then the Thermite gets Zoto canistered. Then it gets destroyed by a popped mirror window. Dark Zero are making this as difficult as they can, but Los are not making it any easier for themselves in round 11. Darius just seems to not be drone. Dokkaebi call goes out.
No way.
Kobe's just popping heads with the SMG-12, and he runs away. Opens up the hatch, drops down into bar. He just can exist around the first floor now. The thought of him will be enough to cause Los some concern, and he'll make the even better decision and rotate further over to the Cash side. It's tough to see a way for Los out of this 3v5.
Disgusting stuff. And one of those moments that even inside of just a casual game, you're just like, what exactly is this person doing here? He's seeing if you're lazy. That's all Kobe was doing. Are you guys lazy? Are you not going to drone me at the top of main stairs? Well, fantastic. Let me kill 2 of you and then ride off into the night like I'm Batman. Just absolutely insane stuff out of Kobe here. Bo's going to get a nice shot on Wizard. That Nitro Cell might eat up Sexy Cake. It won't, but it's practically over now. It's a GG in the chat from Kobe. He's feeling himself here as the play days starting to look a little bit easier for Dark Zero. Some brighter days potentially after a frustrating start. After Canadian gets dropped from the roster, Dark Zero have 2 big wins here, capped off on this beautiful Friday.
Talk about an exciting game between Dark Zero and Los. Definitely, I think, a little bit more to be desired for Los' side. We can still see the pieces there. I think Fox's faith in them is definitely well placed, I will say. But man, we could have had another overtime game if Los just a bit better on that coordination, a bit better on reacting, as you mentioned, on, say, that basement site. I think we have a whole different ball game. But that's game 1 done. Enjoy looking at all these highlights again.
Tá, calma, guys. Vou pegar Vou pegar essa costa. Segura. Caímos, Peguei, para.
Dark Zero's best performance of the stage thus far manifested a 7-2 victory over Los on Clubhouse in a game that could have ended a lot earlier had a couple of rounds not shifted back to Los's favor, making this one way more interesting than it had any right to be. Congrats to ZZ, but good grief, that thing was really, really fun.
Yeah, I mean, I said this was going to come down to a situation of what team was going to be making a lot more errors than the other and who was going to be able to identify that. And let me tell you, it wasn't DZ. Los had a lot of questionable plays that we were in the back that were just like, what are you doing in this situation? Because you played this map, it's pretty fundamentally like based, and you're still not understanding what you're doing.
I mean, I could say the same thing for Dark Zero. I felt like once the side swap after a 4-2 half, once you go on defense, which is the easier side, you should have been able to run away with it right away at that 4-2, make it a 7-2. But unfortunately for them, Los was just in the right place at the right time on their attacks. They kept pushing into the site. They kept pushing in through main stairs. On cash side, they pushed through a mirror, and they were consistently getting picks. And it was a really nice back and forth. Unfortunately, Dark Zero was the way more consistent one, but it was really nice to see the competitiveness of the gunfights. I didn't expect this game to be as much of a brawl as it was.
So other than Wizard getting the 3K and Sexy Cake having the 2K in Dirt, and a couple of other times where Dark Zero looked like they had a strategy and then it maybe fell through right at the last second, this was a DZ game almost from the jump. And to Vox's point, had those first two defensive rounds not been slight slip-ups, this thing could have been over faster.
Yeah, I mean, you could see from the stats that it's just Dark Zero the whole way. I mean, their attacks, we constantly talk about Clubhouse being about your attacks, and Dark Zero's attacks were phenomenal. The way that they were able to isolate every Los member into individual 2v1s, it was really nice to see how quick they were, and they're finally finding their footing to being a lot more consistent. Not to say that Los didn't try. Once Los had their own variables of attacks, it was really nice to see the attacks on both sides be pretty good.
And there's a reason why you're seeing Bolo on your screen 3 times in a row. Top performer, bar none in this matchup. Not just the highlight plays, but what he did from round 1 onward just didn't stop here.
Yeah, and this was the round that I was specifically talking about. Like, what is Los doing? I mean, you saw Sexy Cake die right there underneath due to the drone hole, and then a guy staying on the shield. But Bolo, I mean, had a phenomenal game here, getting that huge clutch right there to bring that back where it looked like that should have been a Los round overall. But, I mean, we did highlight, you know, on both teams of where they were messing up, but the team that just looked better as a team came down to Dark Zero, where Los, their wins came off individual prowess and were just a player really stepping up and not it coming from the entire roster.
I'll give Bolo his flowers. I mean, you could see every single, since the game started, I was even mentioning it back in the back room, that his movement looked very smooth. Every single position that he was putting his crosshair in was very smooth. And obviously, he had a very good individual day. But if you saw from those clips, every single position that he was in, DZ was setting him up phenomenally in every single spot. They got him in a position that he needed to be, and there was no real moment where he is pushing, really entering in all of his clips. He's in his position, he's locking it down, and when you put a turret, you know, in a room, he was just clearing everybody out.
Round 5 is kind of a microcosm of this game, I feel like, not just because Bolo had the clutch right at the very end, but when Los had an advantage, they weren't really able to make anything of it.
Yeah, we really loved what Los was doing. This was round 5. They got really aggressive. They were going for aggressive fights. They got 3 individual isolated 1v1s. Dark Zero really wasn't trading anything at all, unfortunately for them. But fortunately for Dark Zero, the fast adaptability from Bo to be able to get into Church. They isolated the individual player inside of Church. Once they have it locked down,
Vou pegar essa costa. Segura. Peguei, para.
you see the rest happen. And I know you may be thinking, oh, I didn't know Dark Zero spoke a little Portuguese. I mean, me neither, but it sounded like the comms got pretty excited there, and Bolo was just able to clean up that round.
Yeah, I mean, again, you got to give hats off to Bolo. He's having a wonderful game, and this is what we wanted to see from the roster because we weren't sure from that first game. We obviously saw a little resurgence in the second game, but I mean, this third game is definitely solidifying that Nafe is finding his comfortable role in that IGL, leading this team to success, and then obviously Bolo and all the players around them are finding their footing once again. So kudos to DZ for pulling out this W.
There's no other guy that we could grab for the interview other than Jason Doty himself. Dude, congratulations on the win. I'm very sorry that you heard us do nothing but talk about you for the past 5 minutes, but good stuff overall today. First of all, all, talk to me about the situation with everybody in DZ all being in the same room. Wasn't a thing for week 1. Now it's back here. What's the deal? What's it like being in the same room with everybody again?
First of all, what's up, guys? How you guys doing? But yeah, we just got a team house out here in the Austin area, so we're all slowly trickling in. Yeah, we didn't have it for the first week, but we're here. We're here now for the rest of the stage and hopefully playoffs and for the near future afterwards. So it is definitely nice to have everybody together. We're still waiting on Kobe. Very soon he'll be here.
Got a question for you. So Kobe talked about, you know, the change of you guys being a little more faster pace, and we obviously saw that in yesterday. We see it a little bit today. Is that something that is going to be staying permanent, or is it going to kind of be flexing around where you guys are going to be a little passive in some areas, but then also aggressive in others?
I mean, yeah, I think when you look at the roster, we can all shoot, right?
Yeah.
Like, so I think we gotta find our strong suit and just kind of capitalize on it. If we can all shoot, we can just get up in people's faces and fight them just 1-on-1, 2-on-1, whatever it may be. We'll probably outgun in that department, and obviously we still have the strat. We can play passive when we need to. That's what DZ's known for, slow and steady, right? But we're just having fun out here.
For sure.
That's great to hear. If we can look a little bit more in-depthly on that 4-2 swap, once you guys got onto defense, were you unexpecting how fast Los was going to be when things went awry? They were able to rush into the site back-to-back rounds. What was your guys' adaptation after that?
Yeah, I mean, we kind of knew it was either going to be polar opposites of really slow, methodical default or just like end the round within a minute. So we were kind of ready for anything. But then again, this is kind of a new low squad. It's been a minute since we've seen any VODs or anything like that. So we just played default Siege and we came in on top. So it's a win.
I got a question. Was there a reason why Clubhouse got brought here? Because obviously this, you know, is now taking over for Oregon's place of kind of being like this Coliseum. You're going to bring teams here because you just feel that you're better fundamentally. But was it also worrisome to go to such a, you know, map like this? And I mean, it wasn't like a decisive win of, you know, like a 7-2, 7-1. What was the thought process behind the map bans?
I mean, yeah, Clubhouse is Clubhouse.
Yeah.
It hasn't changed. It never will change. So it was just kind of a safe bet for a team that we haven't really seen much on. So you can't really do anything too different on Club, honestly. So it was a good pick for these guys.
For sure.
Walk us through the round 5 moment real quick. From start to end, after Los get those 3 opening picks, what specifically made it so possible for you to go downstairs, immediately take site, and then walk us through the clutch as it happens? We'll pull it up here.
I mean, yeah, the call was just to kind of do like a little momentum shift and just kind of hit the side off after working some lounge guys, but it just got scrappy. That's just a scrappy round, and that's when it kind of comes down to the gunfight of our roster, where just in those tricky situations, you know, I think as Fox was saying, just sometimes you just got to put a sentry turret in a room full of dudes.
Well, you were that sentry turret.
Yep.
Well, congratulations. It's a really good week for you guys. No better way to break off the what happened in the very first week. So again, this is the best possible start post-SQ game that you guys could have had. We'll see you guys next week. Please keep the momentum going because this game was a lot of fun and we had a lot of fun over here, dude. Take care.
That's the plan. That's the plan. Thank you guys. Take care.
Dark Zero looking good, man.
I mean, the fans got to be happy. They were all worried. Everyone was talking about their team, talking about how bad they were. We were talking about how bad they were. But I gave them
We had
grace.
reasons to be concerned,
I gave
too.
them
Let's be
grace.
clear
I
here.
said, hey, it's only one game. There's still a lot of games to be played, and they are showing everyone that they are still competitive regardless of the changes that they're making.
I mean, when you switch your IGL, it's not just the calling and just the position that gets changed. It's the whole fundamentals. Yeah. And as you heard himself say, you know, it's taken them time. They are more passive players, but they're kind of breaking out of that shell. They're getting used to making these fast plays. And thankfully, this game up against Los, they were able to get such a lead that a lot of those fast plays we were able to see, specifically that round 5. I mean, if you're a slow passive player, you wouldn't even think, oh, we lost 3 people, I'm going to push into church and go for this gunfight. But that's what they did. Great adaptation call. And when you put great players in great positions, they make stuff happen.
Yeah, Los couldn't keep the streak going. It's not 2 wins straight. We'll have to find out what other opponent gives them the best possible chance of winning come next week. We're already done. Everyone's played 3 games now so far, so we are officially 1/3 done with the NAL. But coming up, Luminosity and M80 have their 4th game after the break.
It's total calamity, total mayhem inside of the server. Out of nowhere, they find the round back into their favor.
Holding up for the blood, the wave! And I think he might just find it!
tulips in a twist. Hand up boss like communist. No, I can never ever get back all the things I missed. But I'm that man, they think you got the gist. Got your tulips in a twist. Hand up boss like communist.
The trenches of the midseason have begun. 3 games in, we now have a baseline for how everybody in the league plays, but the game of the midseason is all one big adjustment period. Some things need to change for M80 and LG if they want to aim for the top 2, and the last thing they want here is for both games to end in losses. Welcome back to the NAL. I'm Jacob, he's Laxing, he is Foxay. Now we get to a point where we kind of understand what every team is meant to play like, but now we have to make a bunch of adjustments before we get to playoffs.
Yeah, I mean, this matchup specifically specifically, I think this is more on M80's shoulders here because they want to be a top contending team. They've been a top contending team. Where Luminosity, this is more of just more practice, more hurdles to just keep getting through and getting over to facilitate this roster and make them a far better team and put them in that upper echelon.
Yeah, Luminosity is one of those teams that's going to go out through the season. They're going to take some wins from some top teams, and if you want to be one of the top 2 teams by the end of the season like M80 is planning to be, you obviously don't want to be able to lose games in situations where you are considered the favorable team, the team that should be coming away with a full set of points.
Every game for LG so far has either been an overtime belter or a game that they've won more decisively. For LG, we saw success in the very first game on Consulate, and then since then it's been a bit of a slide. So it's 2 different situations, but both of them did lose their games from yesterday, so they both need bounce backs here.
Again, the biggest thing for me, especially when talking about Luminosity, is they have been making lots of improvements. It's just still small things that are hindering them overall.
So in specifically that LG conversation, if there was any, I mean, there are some individual things that we can pinpoint, but off the rip, Wi-Fi's playing all right. Eddie is still trying to be a plant monster. Woos on this team is looking like he's integrating pretty well, but they still have 2 losses in a row.
Yeah, I mean, it's, you know, it just comes down to, again, the small things that is really ruining this team. You know, we touched up on them of many things that they can do differently to look like a better roster, and one of those things was fixing their tempo. Yeah. And they have done that. They have fixed their tempo. They have looked like a far better team of having the right direction of how they want to approach a site, how they want to approach that as a whole.
So back in Play Day 1, you're like, hey, we've seen them play in the offseason. We know what this team did in Stage 1. There was one specific thing you wanted them to fix, and that was just how often they died first over the course of a round. Have they fixed that enough for you or not?
No, they haven't. They absolutely haven't, which it needs to be addressed because, again, we talk about this team lacks the inexperience and that they're taking everything with a little bit of grain of salt. But when you look at their opening engagement, still 4-6 in the first game, 4-8 in the second game, 4-6 again in that last game, going overall 12-16. We got to start seeing that man advantage play the favor in those rounds, and I guarantee you we'll see a lot more rounds going in their favor than what we've currently been seeing.
And to know that their last 3 games always go the distance and they're not really getting the opening pick as much as they should, it's amazing to see that they're able to stay competitive in these games, stay keeping these games going to the distance. If they can just fix, like you're saying, the opening kill issue, they already have the difficult spot towards the end of the round correct. They just need to make sure that they're not losing that first pick, because when they do, they have a really bad problem at stalling out, and they suffer when they're not able to succeed on their initial entry.
Yeah, and especially as a brand new team, like we've seen it here. They're still finding success, but the fact of the matter is if they can just keep that man advantage and stall into that last little bit of round or pushing into that last round, they will find so much more success. But it's so much harder when you're losing a constant man. Then you have to figure out what happens next. And you even touched up on it. When they start losing their initial people and they can't figure out of how they want to approach an attack, they just fumble at the end. So that's why we need to be seeing those engagements going better in their favor.
And when they lose a player who's extended on a map, like for example yesterday in Border, when they lose somebody in a specific area of CCTV or Dome or downstairs in server, once that player is gone, it doesn't look like Luminosity knows the exact position that they want to retake. What are they playing for? What is the end goal scenario? They don't rotate to retake what they need, and they don't rotate to give up what they need to give up.
And in those situations, if any of you guys caught that was watching that, in a lot of those instances of them getting picked first, there was no one there to trade. There wasn't a situation where they could easily have played off that. It just immediately fell into C9 Beast Coast's favor because they were like, okay, well, no one's going to contest this. Now let's just keep trickling down that man advantage. And by the statistic of that, if you're always in a man deficit, you are going to be losing. Even if it comes down to a 1v2, you're going to go down and it's going to be a 0-1.
They're doing their best with the tools that they've got, but for the moment, all of the opponents that they've faced have also been relatively upper echelon ones too, so they had a harsh start to their schedule, and it really only gets worse. M80 themselves didn't win their game from yesterday, an 8-6 loss against the Sonics on Labs. They brought back a game, but they should have lost a lot earlier, but they just couldn't follow through in overtime, and it kind of seemed all over the place.
Yeah, this game won't get any easier for Luminosity, and M80 is just so close to being the consistent top team that we're looking forward to. Thankfully, they were able to make the round count a lot closer yesterday by bringing out their amazing defenses, but it was their attacks that were just completely suffering them. And it's not just on that map. Of course, every team is going to have their little flaws that good teams will be able to exploit against them, but M80 is such an adaptable monster. We talk about them all being so flexible, being able to play on every single role, but there's one specific issue that they just have not been able to flex off of, and that's Kino on the shields.
Oh, really?
That is Kino.
We're pinpointing just Kiki on this?
We talked about Kino on the shields, though.
Yeah, it's not to just put it on Kino's shoulders. players. It's the fact that M80 needs to stop bringing shields all together. They have so many adaptable players, and Kino specifically had one of his best stages in stage 1. He's coming into stage 2 absolutely amazing when he has a gun in his hands. But when you put him on the shield, he is not the main shot caller. Cameraman is. He gets put into these positions where they're not using the Monty efficiently at all. Whether he's on the Monty or the Blitz, it's not in an efficient way. Look how there's nobody behind Kino to be able to make a play off of the info that he's gathering. So we talk about how M80 is very adaptable, but when they bring the shield, it doesn't get adapted on the position that it tries to go on, and the calls don't come out from Kino. So I would love to see, if they do bring the shield, that the IGL who can make those split-second decisions, cameraman plays that shield and put a gun in Kino's hands.
He clearly doesn't care. He doesn't care about anything you have to say. He's going to run shields. He's just preparing to pick the Blitz up today.
I still think it's important to know here is, like, you know, Kino gets a lot of flack for his shield play, which rightfully so in some situations. He has played in some situations poor, but that does come down to M80 to be able to help Kino here, because Kino can only do so much. When you're on that shield, all you can really do is feed information and force people out of position and force them into your line of sight. But when your team isn't helping you, all you're going to do is stand in a doorway, and that's it. So I agree with what Fox is saying, is put cameraman on the roll. He's the man with the plan. He's the one that's facilitating how that round's how the execute's gonna happen.
Yeah.
So put him on the roll. Let Kino hold the gun in his hand, because that's where we've seen Kino really thrive, and especially step into last stage where it was, like you were saying, one of his best stages.
Let the IGL be the living drone, essentially, right?
Of course, and since Kino had his stint on the bench and has come back, he has been playing phenomenally well when he has that gun in his hand. He is making consistent game round winning plays. Obviously, I mean, look at him getting into his mental.
He's thinking right now, do I have to play Monty today?
He's Zen mode right now.
We all know that Kino doesn't want to play the shield, and it has nothing to do with Kino playing the shield.
He's joked about it before, too.
Good on it.
Yeah.
It's the fact that M80's not playing around it, behind him, and playing off of it. So just don't be so caught up in the meta. Don't worry about it. Play M80's game. Focus on your gun skill.
This map ban might surprise you a little bit, but if you're M80, you're not surprised. They're going back to labs. Second time in a week that they're doing it, but they're pretty intent on fixing the mistakes against Sonics from yesterday.
So this just shows me M80, 100% wants to fix the mistakes that they had against Sonics yesterday. I think the biggest takeaway for me is Luminosity feels confident they can counter that, but I can definitely imagine M80 is switching up whatever it was. You aren't going to change an entire strat, plain and simple. You might move a few things around or work a couple different pieces, but overall, M80, I'm pretty confident that they know exactly what they need to do in order to have more of a successful attacking half.
Luminosity is absolutely very proven that their adaptation skills and what they want to attack and defend in their pre-prep plans. And now we'll really see them challenged here when M80 obviously did not leave this map up for no reason. They're obviously going to change their attack, which was their weak point yesterday. Their defenses were very good. They're going to be very difficult naturally to attack against. But Luminosity is going to bring up, this is the map that you can bring a lot of rushes, a lot of fast plays. So if M80 can fix their attacks, it'll be a lot closer of a game than I think we'd expect.
Fun fact, Luminosity actually has the overall head-to-head series record against M80. Luminosity teams over the course of their history have beaten M80 teams way more since both teams are in the league at the exact same time, and M80 is actually trying to get back into that head-to-head by way, so they need to win this one because it's LG is up 3-1 in the series currently.
Again, this is a situation, we've talked about this map already, it's really going to come down to your attacks. It's really going to come down to your IGL being able to quickly adapt or understand what needs to be done, and in a matter of this situation, when you're looking at both these teams head-to-head, you got to go with M80 here just for the sheer fact that they just played it yesterday. They know where they went wrong.
I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, you're putting M80 on such a pedestal saying the only people that can beat them is themselves, essentially.
If they try to worry too much about what they need to do. Yesterday, they played SQ, the strongest team tied with M80 in the league right now. And obviously, we didn't like how M80 attacked at all, and they still were able to go the distance. So imagine if they just didn't bring the shield and really just tried to push their luck with that individual flexibility and gun skill that they could have. If they just keep it simple here, I think simple is all M80 will need.
Well, we're writing the storyline for LG pretty simply. Win and the underdog story has a chance of coming back in this stage. Lose and M80 just keeps gaining power until they make their play for the top two. It's Carter Hannafelt and Sam Stewart on the call for Nighthaven.
Listen, okay, I get Jacob's logic, right? Like LG up 3-1 in the series, you know, I see the vision, but I just want to go to the map pick. LG, who clearly are feeling confident because they've gone to a map M80 played yesterday and just barely lost to the first place team in the NAL. And if I'm correct, the last time LG played Nighthaven, they lost 7-1 to Fluffy Aimers, IGL'd by JJ Blast, in Restart 2024. I don't know, I'm sure they feel confident. I hope they show us why they picked this map. But Sam, I see that, and I'm really praying I've made a mistake in my research.
Yeah, they might feel confident, but I don't, and I think that that's something that we kind of need to look into here. I think the desk hit the nail on the head. Luminosity, they're trying to get this underdog story going for themselves once again here, and I think this has been a recent trend for them as well, where they're trying to make a name for themselves here in the NAL. And what a better moment to do it than here on Nighthaven Labs. They don't have the greatest history on this map, but that doesn't mean that they can't reinvent themselves here. The biggest thing is going up against a just star-striking team like M80 is going to make things all the more difficult. I'm really excited to see how this goes down, especially with M80, at least in my opinion, not really reaching their true stride yet with Hyper in this lineup.
Yeah, I agree. And also, to be fair, don't get me wrong, LG, they've got good records on Nighthaven as well in matches before that. But against M80, we got to be concerned. We do unfortunately have, I believe, Spoit, the man of the hour, who I'm hoping LG are hoping won't show up today. Spoit crashed, unfortunately, so we're gonna have a quick tech break. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Absolutely not.
Thank you for bearing with us. Unfortunately for Luminosity, Spoit is back in the lobby. Fortunately for us, that means we'll have hopefully a competitive matchup on our hands. LG certainly feeling confident, even though I might be a bit worried about their chances, given a bit of a checkered results on Nighthaven in the past few months or to a year overall. But Sam, this was a close game between M80 and Sonics yesterday. If LG fixed some of their problems, could we have a close one today?
Oh man, it's really hard to say. Honestly, I've seen some pretty high highs for Luminosity, especially when it comes down to their mechanical ability, right? I think a lot of their strategy is pretty plain Jane. I don't think there's anything like really crazy that we have to break down with them. It really just comes down to them trusting their gun skill and being able to perform up against a roster like M80, and that's where I think the main rub that we have to focus on is M80 out, able to out strategize them? Are they just going to go with brute force and just trust their skill, trust their ability inside of these rounds? That's really what I'm focused on here today. And in that regard, I think we could have a ball game on our hands. It's really just down to how LG starts this, Carter. I think that they're a team that operates really, really well off of just having good energy and good vibes. And if they're able to, get the ball rolling here initially, even if it's just one round under their belt inside of this opening two, I think this could be something to where they start to feel a little bit more comfortable and are able to play a little bit more off the leash in the way that they would want to.
Especially if you have moments like if, M80 keep wanting to play Kino on that Monty, there are certainly opportunities for Luminosity to exploit. I do think an important bit of context, if my memory does serve me correctly, I think people, whenever they talk about Cameraman in the past, almost calendar year up until this point, it's in relation to that, Los roster at Atlanta that got second. But on that roster, when Cameraman was IGLing, he wasn't the guy normally playing Shields. It was usually Dots on that role, who now on to W7M has continued to be sort of the main Shield guy for any team he's been on. So Cameraman in the past year and a half has always had somebody else being able to play that Monty, to play that Blitz, whereas he's not really been in a position where he's had to do that. And considering, he's, at least in-game, holding the reins of this roster, I'm curious whether we'll actually see the change that the desk talked about. I agree with it. I think it is. Obviously, you'd ideally like to work better around Kino, but taking him off the shield, maybe that's the best option, who knows? But I'm curious to see if we will continue to see Kino play the shield instead of Cameraman. Right now, it's a moot point. Kino had the Blitz selected, but I think went for the stronger option, which is the Ying, who is unbanned in this matchup.
Yeah, although they have been having him play shields a decent bit, this has actually been his main operator, at least for this stage. It's the highlighted one that we've seen the most. For his defensive operator, we've been getting a lot of mute, so still on those utility-based operators for the most part, past the shield play. We might see a little bit of that later on, especially with the Clash here, but Clash is also a really good option to play up against these shields. So we just bring some utility to try and work around here. Something like a Capadao, something like a Zofia, just to try and assist if LG start to lean on this a little bit more often than not. As for M80, immediate roof access for them as they want to try and work their way in from this lounge position that we see Kixrow building himself upon.
Yeah, it's similar to Clubhouse. I feel like you always go for those exterior walls to start, and the quicker you can just get that out of the way with, the quicker you can get on with the core of any attack on Nighthaven, specifically any attack on the top floor. You want to open IT, want to open the connector wall. Once you do that, then we can actually figure out what we want to do. A lot of very strong drones by M80, as you can see, especially that one watching the Warden on top Aqua, I believe. So if you want to actually say, push from the connector wall, then have somebody go for a backstab on Aqua side, you have a lot of info to do it. They also know that he's sitting behind a deployable shield. They also know it is a Warden. So maybe we won't see Kino really waste any of those Candelas trying to clear that position. A lot of options for M80. We've still got half the round to go.
I like how M80 are taking their time with this round as well, Carter. Just setting themselves up and seeing if LG are going to try and just go with a high-flying antic if they're going to end up, trying to respond to a couple of these breaches as well as just positions that M80 have picked up. This blue drone once again showing its face and showing the positioning of Legion, exposing him as well as this shield. So M80 at least know this quantity. Try and respond in kind. It looks like they're going to start setting themselves up for an execute of sorts. A Spoit is going to start rotating around, but obviously this is going to be just the start of this. They need to try and get a foothold around this site. More than likely going to be IT, as this breach has already been dealt with.
Of course, the Clash is on that side, so they will have to be careful. I think the Legion holding that shield instead of the Warden could be problematic. You can see Kino rotating over to that very side. M80 are poking and prodding right now, but the player on Aqua can be blinded. The Warden also put very low. Red inside of Electrical, so they know that the Warden is far away from Blue Stairs, but Kixrow is able to peek out and catch Cameraman, either pushing with or behind the Candela slightly. He's punished for whatever he tries to do. All of Kino's utility goes out. He rushes in behind the shield and is was able to get that trade. 4v4 established, but the Clash can rotate effectively, try and stall wherever M80 push. No advantage consistently gained by anybody. The Wi-Fi might be the difference maker. Eddie makes it even more troublesome for M80, and LG clean up with 3 rapid-fire kills to net round 1.
Solid patience there from LG as they're able to pick things up there, and M80 just not really having the best of straights there. And it all started off with that positioning from the Legion that we saw over on blue, right? I mean, they knew all about that player there, but Cameraman just not exactly having the positioning to try and assist with that position. Or I think it was actually Kino with those Yin Candelas up top. But either way, that position just not really able to shut down Legion on the swing. That house of cards started to crash down, especially with the utility that we still had inside of the site, able to kind of dispatch the M80 players as they work their way in. It was just hard fought really on both sides here. I was honestly really shocked as well that LG didn't have somebody holding the cross there for our Legion player as all those Candelas had went off. But hey, things happen, especially in those late round moments like that. Things start to get pretty frantic, and sometimes the comms just don't come through to exactly get somebody to move in that way. But either way, LG are going to be happy with that first round and the way that things go down. A bang up job by them, and I really want to highlight the fact that they were really patient there, because we saw M80 constantly positioning themselves to try and catch an LG player flying through a window or running out of a garage or something of the sort.
Yeah, certainly feeling good if you're LG. I think if you're M80, I mean, of course, you're not concerned after one round, but M80 played this site or attacked this site 3 times in the first half against the SQ game, and they were able to win it twice, but it was also the only 2 rounds they were able to get on their attacking side. They dropped the first one, then picked it up again in round 4, and once more at the end of the half. So M80 struggling on attack yesterday when this was the only side that did well for you. We gotta hope to see improvement on these other sides if, as the desk mentioned, what we're really looking for M80 here is that improvement on the attacking side. Defenses, 4-2, solid, especially against the top team in the NAL so far, but we really want to see on these offsides, especially given that loss on second floor in round 1, how they're able to progress, how LG will respond, or how they are setting up problems that M80 have to solve. We'll see. I doubt they're blown away by this. 1 player up top, 2 players on the middle floor. It's a pretty classic basement roam on Nighthawk.
Yeah, lots of traps here as well for LG to play around. I specifically like the implementation here of Ella. This is an operator that we don't see all that often anymore. I mean, she was extremely popular for a very, very long time, but it's seldom that you see her nowadays, although still quite the hot commodity, honestly, especially with those Grismont mines that she has. And if somebody's, you know, bang on with that Scorpion, then things can definitely be a huge issue. We'll see if Eddie's got the hot hand here today, but obviously they got Silent and Kixro to play around here as well. I specifically like Kixro coming in on the Vigil. We saw a nice shot earlier from Kobe on this Boss G, so hoping to see some more out of Kixro.
And he might put himself in a bit of a tricky position. We saw he considered rotating down the stairs, but I believe that window is open, so he'll try to hold out for the time being. It's really tricky either way. Roaming this loosely and by himself is always going to be a bit problematic, but M80 aren't really putting anything against him. Minute 10 seconds remaining, and we're still actually waiting to see the attack make any entrance onto this middle floor. Sure, Spoits walked in to destroy the castle barricade, but M80 don't have a lot of substantial control, with certainly no ground that hasn't already been ceded by LG. They've progressively worked their way back, peeled further onto that middle floor, and now closer to stairwells that they can retrieve back to the site. M80 have taken Exo, sure, but how can they cut off this rotation back to the site over by Cargo? 45 seconds remaining. M80 continue to move down. Players now actually inside the site as they found a gap I wasn't even aware of. No opening in the man count, certainly, as Wi-Fi is able to cut down 2. Only 2 players in the lobby with kills, and it's somehow a 3v3, but it's resulted in site control going the way of M80. Angle opened up, intel found, diffuser dropped. Eddie can hold this vertically for the remainder of the next 20 seconds. This smoke grenade key to allow Citizen to reposition and place this diffuser, but again Eddie finds it from up above. Caravan will be the 3rd player to grab this hot potato, and I don't think this 180 will be any near as flashy as Bolo's was all the way back on Clubhouse. He might get the kill, but LG move up 2-0.
Impressive stuff from LG there. Once again, just not selling themselves short there, Carter. They are forcing M80 to play into this these rounds and the way that they're setting up the map. And they're doing that by not having these huge swings inside of the opening moments. They're setting up their strategy and forcing M80 to go about things. Do you guys want to clear the map? Do you want to try and go for a forceful play downstairs? Exactly what do you want to do? Well, it took M80 practically the whole round to come down to crunch time, where they finally made the decision to kind of bull rush their way in there through Animus and try and make a play. It just doesn't really boil out the way that they want to, because M80 make the call that they're able to bum rush site, take out the low count players there and try and get a plant down, but they've gotten a little bit overzealous. They forgot about how Rainbow Six works with these map positions. It's not just about the horizontal, it's about the vertical as well, and this barrels area covers that entire bomb site that M80 were looking to exploit. And a very easy move there from LG. They gun the player down through the verticality and once again do it through the smoke too. On top of that, to Citizen to kind of nip that entire round in the bud. Very well done from Luminosity, focusing on the pressure points of the map that are of utmost importance and making the most out of it.
Very solid start. M80 got to be starting to get a little concerned. Reach at the point where you're down 3-0, might have to take your tactical timeout early if you're not able to stop the bleeding on this attacking side.
Well, you almost want to get forceful here. You know what I mean? You almost want to just start going for something that's more in your court and just be like, all right, let's see if we can just fire something out of a cannon here. And if it doesn't work, maybe pop that timeout and see what's going on.
Which, I mean, to be fair, I mean, the combination of the Blitz and the Ying, obviously in Rainbow Six you can basically play any different operator any different way you want, but still when you see those two operators on the board, you feel a bit of a Pavlovian reaction. You're thinking, oh, we taking this quick? We doing maybe a rush later in the mid round? Who knows? Like I said, could
Pavlovian
easily...
for you, PTSD for me. I mean, It's all the same thing, right?
But either way, you know, we could still see this be useful only in the last 45 seconds. Another good drone for M80. It's been unfortunate that the equivalent I'd say we saw on Aqua Stairs in the previous round didn't find anything, but this one, not only able to show where those bandit batteries are being placed, but also get info on where Kixro is playing on this IT wall. I have to admire his confidence, but Sam, this is a tricky position for the bandit to find himself in.
Yeah, I'm sitting here, I got a little bit of a quizzical face. It's just because this position is so exploitable. And they know it as well. Kixro knew he was a known quantity and still trying to force his hand, make his presence known in the round, but he's not going to be able to get too much for it. Does get about half the round dispatched though, so although I did say that, he's at least done his due diligence for IT. Who's is still around the space as well. As they're going to try and bum rush their way into barrel here. I mean, they have the capability, especially for Woos, although he is on that Warden as we see that sprinting animation of his.
Here we go.
You know that this is something that you could see them trying to exploit with these EMPs. They're going to do that. They're going to force Kino in here, and he also has the K, so if this goes wrong, things could be very ugly, but fortunately enough for them, Kino will at least be able to trade out Spoit, but Kixro with a nice kill as well, and still has some verticality to work around. Kino's got to abandon ship.
I mean, that's almost worst case scenario. Sure, you get the Warden, but everything is collapsing around it. Kixro with Hyper. Kino's the only one making any progress, but when you're a Blitz all by your lonesome, there are plenty of people playing with Kino, but Kino still found himself by himself in the end. Cameraman drops down, does find one, but the shots are simply too hard to hit. 3-0 for LG, and we're having a very bad repeat of this Sonics game if you're an M80 fan.
Yeah, most definitely. It's hard fought for them right now. They cannot get these things to work their way. And you even saw it on Wi-Fi there. If any of you read lips, he just said, wow. That's all he had to say. And yeah, we're going to get that timeout here from M80, I'm assuming, before the screen even comes up. Let's see if we're correct here. It's going to come in the top left panel. It's M80.
I like that you think LG are like, all right, guys, we've won 3 rounds in a row. Let's calm down.
You never know, man. Put them on ice, right? we see it all the time in other sports, but no, it's got to be M80 at the end of the day, right? And why wouldn't you? I mean, these things have not been going well. Every single problem that's been presented to you, you really have not had the capability to solve it. And inside the first 2 rounds, I'll give M80 this. They were most definitely trying to feel out LG. You could see it in the positioning around the map. You could see it in the way that they wanted to process things. They were just trying to see if LG were going to get reactive in the way that they were opening things up. That never happened. But into round 3 we go. M80 try and get a little bit more forceful around barrels, but the big difference here is, Carter, is that when M80 kicks the Hornet's nest, the Hornets show up, and they show up in full force. M80 are not prepared for this, and even though Kino's got a shield in his face, look at this garage interaction a little bit later on into this replay. It's truly disgusting what happens. We're not going to get it, but that's okay. Some nice shots from everybody around, but long story short, Kino even overwhelmed, even though he's the one that's practically bulletproof from the front.
Yeah, and overwhelmed just because, I mean, everybody around him falls. He does actually have support playing with him behind that shield. He's got a gun directly behind him, Spoit, and Spoit just loses the fight. Woos is able to peek around the blitz, cut down the Ash. Kino now by himself in an awkward position, not because M80 didn't account for it, just because LG are hitting the shots they need to land. They're winning the gunfights presented to them, and it is put M80 in exactly the same spot where they were yesterday, down 3-0. You gotta hope that you can press the pause button and run it back in round 4 to try to get your first attack. Now, in the end, M80 had a strong defensive half yesterday and made up for a relatively poor attacking half, but they need these 2 rounds here to keep, I would say, keep yourself confident, I would think, that this second half will be as close as it was as the SQ game yesterday. I know I bring it up a lot, but when you have these instances where same map, and now we're literally treading the exact same path almost, especially with the M80's opponent, SQ yesterday, LG today, being more dominant in the opening kills, starting executes at a man advantage consistently, it really is a almost perfect replication of M80's woes yesterday.
Yeah, you know, when the same song comes on, you're hoping for a little bit of a different dance when things haven't exactly went well for you, right? And that's what we're seeing right now. M80 are still stuck to the cha-cha. Maybe we need to see a little salsa in here, you know what I mean? Something like that. We'll have to see what they can do, especially after not only their own timeout, but also a tech pause coming in here. So not only were they able to communicate in between each other, but they have a long time to kind of sit there with their own thoughts and kind of just let cooler heads prevail. They got 3 rounds to right their wrongs, and they know a lot about how LG are going about these defensive sites now. I mean, we've completed the full site rotation, so M80 have all the cards at their disposal to kind of read into the situation and see what they want to respond with. I'm excited to see how round 4 will go. Hopefully we get a little bit more of a feisty M80. I'm hoping for some good spearhead action here to really peel open LG.
Well, why don't you all at home peel open a banana, crack open a cold one. We're going to go to a quick tech break to get everyone back in the lobby, so don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. We are back and ready to see how M80 can improve upon those first 3 rounds that unfortunately did not go their way. They've made some changes to yesterday. Only 1 shield, where before I believe we saw 3. No Monty in sight. And yet, what has their work been rewarded with? Well, the exact same scoreline as they started the game against SQ yesterday. Every single site going the way of LG. Round 4. We will run it back on the top floor. How will M80 adjust to this? I think generally, Sam, maybe you disagree. I think the op lineup overall was fine. I'm never going to complain about bringing a Ying. Never going to complain about bringing ops like Grim either. But how M80 are able to use those, that's where the changes probably need to happen.
Yeah, you know, I think you can kind of, in just a way, not the full pie here, but kind of chalk things up the timing there for M80 on their last execution of this top stairs, or rather top floor position, due to the blue stairs and what we saw break down with that and Kixra over there. Without that, I think M80 more than likely takes that round, but I digress. Luminosity have done a bang-up job overall of constantly being in the way of M80, and whether it be through luck or through skill in you know, these different instances, it's all been LG all the time. M80 are hoping that it's their time inside of round 4 to finally be able to do something that's positive for themselves here. I mean, we haven't even really seen a case go down just yet. It's constantly been LG thwarting the game plan of M80, and now it's down to crunch time. M80 desperately looking for their first round still on Nighthaven Labs.
And in particular, when M80 really focused on using the diffusers, their win condition on that bottom 4 site, I mean, it was completely repelled by LG, not 1, but 2 separate times, and effectively 3 with the final kill on cameraman. Eddie gets aggressive through the mirror window and cuts down Hyper. The Grim and the Ying as individual operators, but as a combination, are deadly and fearsome. And you've lost the Grim in the first 50 seconds. Hyper commending his opponent. It definitely seemed like Eddie just tries to throw a dart and ends up landing a very, very well-placed shot. Unfortunately for M80, their woes continue into round 4. 4v5, losing key execute utility. They brought a bunch of it, the Capitao and the Ying, to fall back on, but we saw how the Ying by itself isn't necessarily a guarantee of victory all the way back in round 1. Those Bs now being off the board, you're really wishing you could use both those in tandem to clear a path for an execute.
All right, so we're back into a 5 versus 4 here with half the clock remaining for M80. What you want to see out of LG is just a stalwart positioning. Sit on what you got. Make sure you got these crossfires dedicated, especially for somebody to help blue stairs. I do not want to see Silent overwhelmed again with some crazy stuff out of Kino. Even though he is on the Warden, you just want to make sure that somebody's there to assist him if they end up bull rushing that position. Past that, for M80, you really want to see them pick and choose where they want to try and carve things out of this site. They're going to have to find success in these gunfights. It's going to come down to more than likely crunch time here, but actually, as I say that, I have a quicker build-up than we initially gave it credit for. We're going to have some Candelas, or rather some arrows in here. Spoit with a nice frag, and potentially another. He'll catch 2 on the drop shot, but Kixro makes it a 3 versus 3.
I mean, you needed something like that for M80 to break this stalemate. Spoit, absolutely miraculous to land that hip-fire kill. Cameraman makes this a 3v2. Kino progressively applying pressure on this garage side, spots the player behind the pillar. That's all he'll get. Who needs to have his work cut out for him here. Spots the one player moving out through electrical. Cameraman does not let up on that diffuser. There might be the tiniest of gaps, but there's no reason Wu should be able to know that. He'd have to be omniscient to realize the very brief window he might have had to push forward. With one player watching and one player planting, M80, just like yesterday, find their first in round 4.
Well, sometimes it comes down to just a moment, and that moment in the round for M80 was Spoit and the magic that he was able to garner inside of electrical. I mean, not only that first kill, but also able to pick up the pieces and get that nice frag in the dropping motion as well. Sometimes you just got to worry about those, especially in common day siege. I mean, even way back in the day, Carter, you weren't punished for dropping and aiming at the same time, but nowadays you got to go through that whole unscoping moment and everything. It's a little bit of a risk, but a huge reward for Spoit as he's still positioned there and catches that player transferring in between IT as well as the main area. And M80 finally able to pick up their big round here. What a moment for them as they fight fire with fire and they come out victorious.
Also, we just see the Warden sprinting up to try and get that trade right at the very end. Maybe, not saying necessarily should have, and maybe he was playing close in the first place. Maybe Spoit doesn't get that. Who knows? But just able to make sense of that chaotic rapidly developing situation. Excellent work. M80 were able to put their first on the board with that win on the second floor. LG, logically, will move downstairs now, all the way back to the basement, where M80 tried to play for that execute, tried to play for that plant, and were pretty well stopped by LG. Roam clear was pretty much non-existent the whole time. LG fell back. Once M80 filled the space, then left it for an execute. LG came back in and denied the plant from above. If M80 were able to get maybe a kill or so on the roam, or damage a lot of people and fully force them back and stop them from retaking that space, we'd be in a lot better position this time.
Yeah, and it's looking very similar from LG, at least ops-wise, right? We're seeing a lot of stuff built around these mid and top floors as well. So it does beg the question on how LG want to try and hold this time around. And it looks like they do want to try and go for this roam, which M80 have responded in kind due to the fact of what we saw earlier in that first round when they had to go for the clear. We've got the Blitz, we've got the Jackal as well. If you're a roamer, beware, because things are going to get a little scary, especially if Deimos wants to tag you up too. Gonna have some nice shots here, but Kixro delivers on Spoit, and yeah, he might go down. This might be an easy cleanup here for the Buck, depending on what happens. I don't think they have anybody in the space for you to even try and bait this body, so gonna be a pretty easy kill for them, as they already had a drone in there too. He won't even be able to crawl out. I mean, Kixro was trying to make it, but we all knew what was going to go down. It's an even trade, but not having Spoit on the board for M80 might present some issues.
It could present some issues. It really is just incumbent upon what these middle floor players are able to do. Honestly, a 4v4 all entirely on the second floor. You lose the Jackal. The Captain's already got his utility placed. This is the kind of call that I don't think you can really make right now as to who this benefits. It'll be a lot of hindsight and a lot of what M80 can do, not only with the ground they've gained, but also how they can try to acquire more. This could easily change completely. We could also be in the same position where we were before, M80 struggling to clear and then executing and giving up all that control. It seems the plan is a lot clearer right now, though. You have Kino outside this window. There are not only one, but two players in close proximity of this kitchen single window. As the boogie drone opens up the ceiling, Kino right outside this barricade waiting for the call, knows the Ella is just around the corner, but when are these pieces, when are these dominoes going to fall? He moves in and he just stabs him in the ankle! All that build-up for naught, and all of that progress wasted with one press of the melee key.
Those Grishmot mines, man, can get you so confused, and let alone that amazing positioning there from Eddie as he immediately hits the deck, able to stab that player right in the side. And yeah, he's going to get gunned down, but 30 seconds remaining. And Carter, this bomb site is downstairs.
And this is what I mean. You know, you're still able to keep it 4v4, keep it a 3v3, though I definitely think that second engagement far more impactful than the first. And still M80 find themselves in the same position. 15 seconds left, no way, no reasonable way down to this bottom floor. I mean, we're shooting bandit batteries with 11 seconds left. We're farming points at this point. You try to go for the diffuser as best you can, maybe open up that angle for the post. Hyper knows somebody might try to wrap around this corner, but EDD's placed on the side door. Yeah, that's round 5 for Luminosity.
Incredible stuff there from LG. And again, it goes back to what we were talking about earlier, Carter. They are choosing the proper moments to be aggressive, and they're trusting themselves. I mean, that top floor instance there with Spoit, I thought was dead to rights on that swing there, but or rather Kixro. I thought Kixro was dead to rights there, but no, a very nice shot. And yeah, he ends up getting downed, but it set a precedent for the rest of the round. M80 take the utmost time clearing out this entire top floor area. It takes absolutely forever for them to make progress. I mean, we have a sub-minute left and our blitz is getting knifed on a hop-in by Eddie. It's truly incredible how much time Luminosity were able to deny away from M80 inside of that round. They practically took the round there just by positioning well on this mid floor after things got started up top by M80.
LG just looking very, very comfortable on these Night Haven defenses. And we'll go back to the middle floor as our final site. You've only dropped one up until this point, second floor. Might as well just keep the rotation consistent from what it was through the first 3 rounds. M80 tried to go for a blitz rush, or not necessarily a rush at the beginning of the round, but once they got the angles that they needed, they quickly moved in through garage, a blitz up front, Spoit on the Ash behind him, and again, LG were able to win key gunfights against Spoit in particular, the first player to die once the blitz and the Ash actually made it into the building. M80 moving away from that, no blitz to be found, 2 different sources of hard breaching, likely a slower take. which M80 also haven't had a whole lot of success with in this half so far.
Most definitely not. At a bare minimum, not, you know, trying to hang their hat back on the shield, still trying to keep things somewhat kosher here. And I do like that they've shifted Spoit on over to that execute utility there with the Candelas as well. Gonna get Kino on the hard breach here, so trying to make things a little bit more fresh for them just as they shift things around. Are going to have the addition of Sledgeno. Not going to opt for the Ram that we see a lot when it comes to this mid and basement side. She's able to rip up a lot of that flooring, but this time around, not so much. We'll have Citizen on the Deimos, though, and he'll be rocking the shotgun, so might have some vertical threat from down low.
Also just the possibility, I mean, as you can see, LG are bringing the Pulse this time. Their win con is a bit more biased below, tossing a C4 up from basement onto the floor of the first floor sites, and he certainly could go below, use that shotgun, but also just with the revolver, could try and Deathmark track the Pulse and shoot him through the wall with the revolver. So a bit safer and likely more surprising of a way to counter that, though the wall is opened up, or at least on one of the sides. You will spot the Mira. Hyper now moving on in.
Is that Woos down here? I think it is.
It is Woos.
Okay.
Wi-Fi coming to support, though, I think recognizing that the Mira is in a bit of a tricky spot. They always seem to find a way to land these engagements. Now another 1v1, but he's just right around the corner. Beautiful micro plays by LG, coordinating around the intel and the Deimos, and keeping that 4v3. M80 are trying. They're playing slow. They're playing fast. They're playing together. And LG just keep finding ways, keep finding opportunities to keep this game in their favor. Cameraman will hop in afterwards.
Wow.
There's one player right around the corner. This is 5-1, seemingly in the works for Luminosity. As Kino up above and Spoit, with only 2 Candelas remaining, will try to salvage what remains of round 6.
I'm truly so impressed so far with Luminosity on this defensive side. I mean, especially with the way that we got to see that first instance break down there. But with 20 seconds remaining, Eddie's got to do something to try and continue to bully them out of this site. It's down to just Spoit. He's going to hop in a window. Silent will take him out, and it's 5-1 to Luminosity on Night Haven Labs. And Carter, they've been staying true to themselves this entire time. Not overly aggressive, not overzealous, playing the game of Siege the way that they know how to do it. And not only that, but passing with flying colors, man. I mean, you and I both saw it there in that last round, the way that they connected themselves back to site. I mean, just the train of players that we had just in case things went awry. Truly incredible the way that LG are able to create these team moments and kind of those micro plays the way that you were talking about.
Yeah, really, really nice stuff on Night Haven for LG. Clearly really well practiced. I mean, they've played it a few times up until this point. It definitely makes sense.
Fluffy Aimers did something to him, man. I'm telling you.
That's the weird thing is, like, you know, obviously, you know, LG were able to win it a few times against good teams in EWC, and then the closest match before NAL, they lose it 7-1 to Fluffy Aimer. I mean, you know, bad results just happen every now and then, and this quickly seeming like that really was just a fluke occurrence. But it is funny that going into this game, that's the most recent evidence we have, and it was so lopsided against LG. But they're clearly looking very comfortable on it. I mean, those defenses very, very strong. I mean, LG have, I think, you know, struggled comparatively speaking on the attack in relation to other sides. You know, it was their weaker side against SSG on Consulate. It was their weaker side against Beast Coast yesterday. But so far, especially as we look going into the second half, LG, the desk mentioned, I just want to highlight real quick. The desk mentioned we need to see LG secure those opening engagements, see them get those opening picks. They have 5 out of the 6 opening engagements so far, and even when they've been traded, they are consistently getting man advantages out of those trades. LG's dominance of the early round is a huge reason as to why they are making this progress.
100%, 100%. M80 just never really finding a moment inside of those openers, right? And it just really goes back to what we've been talking about with LG. You know, in the early rumblings of this team, you just see these moments where people were feeling themselves a little bit too much and they'd get punished. That is not what we saw on this first half, and it made life very difficult for M80. I think they'd get away. They thought that they'd get away with a lot of early kills just in that regard, and face was never shown from LG. So very well done from them, but now problems are a little bit different. They're over on the offensive side now. Blitz in for Kitchen, pressuring Citizen. Do have an angle here as well that he can try and utilize, but doesn't find too much. They know he's getting pushed back onto the stairwell now as he will finally make his way back downstairs.
A lot of pressure applied by LG, and even though they don't get a kill, they do sufficiently push Citizen back, but Careman able to fight back quite effectively against Kixrow. LG might have had very dominant entry stats in the first half, but the first round on the defense, it's M80 with the uncontested 5v4, while also softening up Wi-Fi quite heavily on 42 HP. So very stark contrast to LG's early success in the first 6 rounds. Kind of looking a lot like M80 when attacking this basement site. I mean, maybe they've acquired a bit more control than M80 was able to do consistently, but the defense can still fight back. They can still rotate. It's a difficult spot for LG.
And this has been one of the most difficult bomb sites in the whole game as of right now. We have a couple really high flyers, things on Chalet like Wine Cellar and Kitchen at 83%, which is just absolutely insane. But for this site, 64% defensive win rate for Assembly and Tank, which is nothing to slouch at all. This is definitely favoring M80 going into this round, and probably the reason they went downstairs, just feeling very comfortable on this basement bomb site, is the fortitude of it pretty darn high. Spoit definitely going to want that one back as he ends up shooting Ram through the helmet, but not the true head. Eddie's going to move his way down. He might have found a spot here to try and plant. He does have the case control. Going to try and potentially toss a smoke down. Spoit with 2 big kills, though, and this is where things could start to become a problem.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, Spoit was sort of the key player to deal with, unfortunately, and with him getting 2 kills, Eddie's in a bit of a tricky situation. Woos, even his coverage is in a bit of a tricky situation. Now trapped outside of this reinforcement. Nice flick onto Kino, where there's quite literally no way to get through that reinforcement. So not a whole lot you can do up to, or I guess after this point. M80 will take their first round on the defense to deny Luminosity match point.
Well, good news. M80's on the board once again. Bad news bears, they have to go to the 2 other sites that aren't nearly as strong as the basement when it comes to defensive win rate. So it's really up to them. A lot of people focusing on that top floor site, command center, as well as servers. It's got 10 plays, but it's only got a 40% win rate. Storage and control room actually only has 4, but it's got a 50% win rate. So sample size difference, also percentage difference, kind of a dealer's choice there as to what they want to go for. So we'll see what M80 are feeling more comfortable with, and how LG want to try and adjust things going into this very next round. It's going to be the top floor bomb site. Expect to see M80 try and get that position around blue stairs as well, as that's usually a pretty hot commodity when it comes to this top floor bomb site.
And unfortunately, no Oryx like we saw on this bomb site Spoit play yesterday. Will instead be the much more boring yet probably logical castle. So I can understand it. I get the castle barricades, but that does mean that as those barricades go up, it'll be difficult to, say, try to get an immediate angle on electrical. You have to expend some utility to try to cut off that rotation if anybody's playing aggressively in connector. So LG will need to be a bit more conscious of the utility they have. Looking at their lineup right now, actually, don't have a whole lot of explosive utility to deal with it. Might have some hard breach charges for the buck, but certainly don't want to waste a Selma charge or an exothermic on those.
No, most definitely not. So we'll see how they try and toward that part of the game plan here for M80. But as for Luminosity, I think they have a pretty solid lineup here to try and deal with a lot of the things that M80 have going on. Mostly the breaches. I like the amount of hard breach that they've brought across the board here just to make their lives a little bit easier. This is going to start to complicate things, though, at least what M80's doing here. We're going to have Citizen end up popping open that mirror window. So they have a nice angle out towards that main IT breach and start peeling things back a little early here for M80, but some pressure already starting to pour over from the conference room. So just want to make sure that these reinforcements are already up before anybody arrives.
And definitely, I think the safe and smart option in this case, you can still bandit trick. They still haven't even opened that wall. First kill, 2 rounds in a row, going the way of M80. Citizen cuts down Eddie, the thermite, and while you might have those breach charges, when it comes to your breach utility overall, it's not necessarily secure. You've obviously lost one of your hard breach. You do have, thankfully, 2 can openers, not in the Bucks' hands, but in the Ying's hands, if my eyes don't deceive me. But also with those breach charges, if some of those castle barricades, say, aren't immediately accessible, you might have to hop in, place it on a door instead of them being placed on an exterior window. You could find yourself in a bit of a difficult spot and unable to open that castle barricade with the utility that they have remaining. Still plenty of options for LG, the buck from below, for example, but M80 are really making these early rounds a lot more impactful for their defenses.
It's a hard knock life right now for Luminosity as they're trying to figure out exactly how they can break this down any further. They've finally gotten the IT breach open with a Selma charge, but that was after their thermite ended up getting blown sky high by that well-placed nitro cell out of Citizen. Wi-Fi was downstairs to try and thwart that angle with a skeleton key, but he just didn't open up the floor far enough. Could not see the Mira as she peeked into that door, and Had that well-placed nitro cell. So now we're down to the sub-minute, and M80 trying to fight these angles. Citizen's going to find a nice one up against Wi-Fi. He's feeling himself so far in this round as that aggressive angle works out for him.
Citizen performing quite well on this defensive side through the first 2 rounds. Now with Hyper close with a shotgun. C4 goes out, puts Woos to such low HP. Really, the C4 could have missed, and Hyper still would have landed that kill. Spray with the SMG-11 just to make Kixer a little more nervous about pushing this angle. This is round 3 for M80 in the cards right here, especially as long as they play a somewhat decent trade game on these remaining LG players. This is a round through and through for M80. Kixer will wait. Maybe as long as Woos did before.
No way.
All right, we'll all chill out now. Yes, we will. So 5-3, LG still firmly in the lead, but M80 looking just as strong in their defenses as they did against SQ yesterday.
And there we are. That's the difficulty of Night Haven Labs here for you. I mean, I know we've talked a lot about how M80's offensive side looked very difficult, and it was. I mean, LG really gave them a hard time, but now LG is in the exact same tire tracks as M80. They are headed towards the exact same exit. So really, it's down to LG to see if they can do what M80 were not capable of. Can they solve the puzzle from the offensive side? And I think they've already recognized it as well here, Carter. They're not going to let this get down to a tie ball game before they use their timeout. They're going to call things right here, right now, and see what they can adjust going on into round 9.
I think this proactive timeout is really quite good. Just, you're at the 5v3, as you said. You know, you don't want to let it basically get to a tie game before you hit the pause button. And especially as you know what site M80 are about to go to. 5-4, sure, you know what site they're going to go to, but that's, that's a repeat. That is a site that M80 have won. Just by the same token, you know they're going to one of those 2 offsites. Could be kitchen dining, could be storage control. You can still reasonably plan for that, where M80, don't have the benefit of also getting to change things up had you taken the timeout 1 round later. LG, I mean, this early game, just as it was strong for LG's defense, it's been strong for M80's defense. Individual players have constantly been found out by Cameraman and Citizen, whether it's tightening that up, whether it's going for a different play entirety. We'll see what LG decide to do. But M80 consistently now have been getting not only an advantage, period, but dominant ones by the time we even get close to an execute.
Yeah, I mean, it has definitely been the defense's world, and the offense has just been living in it for this entire Night Haven Labs. So we'll see if anybody can change up the fate, at least for LG's fate. As of now, for M80, they just need to stay par for the course, man. If they're able to do that at a bare minimum, they get overtime. So we'll see if they're able to keep up their capabilities, pushing on into round 9 post timeout. And do remember, they also get to, discuss back and forth during that time period as well with their coach. So maybe some things to be said here, but we'll just have to see. M80 now dedicating themselves to this mid floor, as it's practically the last bomb site that you're going to choose inside of your rotation, at least from what we've usually seen. Not a single person in the world really putting any eggs inside of the basket of Kitchen, and really, why would you? The bomb site is not all that fantastic, but do you know what is, Carter? Spawn kills, especially when you take out Deimos. And not even really a spawn kill, just putting your face in places that it doesn't really belong. I believe Silent gets taken out there without a, real drone in the area as he tries to peek things out downstairs.
Well, that's not great. That's second time Cameraman has landed an opening pick this defensive half. Second time also with the UMP. There's no real point bringing that up. I just thought it was cool. And what do you do at this point? You have the Deimos, such a good tool, not only to deny anybody playing vertical from below, but also to apply pressure vertically on this site in particular. You go below, maybe try to shoot up through the floor in cargo or anywhere in one of these sites, but now you don't have that option as Silent has fallen. It's got to be a lot more standard, and you've got to apply pressure to this top floor, apply pressure to the defenders in the site, of course in a 4v5, which is always difficult, but M80 are getting aggressive. There are still players in this top floor denying space, so having to go into even a small clear with almost half the round gone, at a disadvantage when M80 are getting comfortable and hitting shots on this defensive side, it's a difficult prospect for Luminosity.
Yeah, we're seeing a lot of stress on the audibles inside of these rounds here on Night Haven Labs, right? It's just really down to who's got the adaptations, and so far, nobody's really had the answers. I mean, we've squabbled a bit, and we're able to get some rounds on the offensive side so far, but it's leaned so far in the defensive favor as of now. Things are getting really difficult. For Luminosity, you can see it on their faces, a little bit of stress here as they start to swing in through. And he looking to try and find this kill inside of barrels. We'll have the IQ hop over. They're both going to pressure this position, and the mute just going to try and run through, but Kino gets gunned down. Some verticality to worry about, some smokes here for Eddie. Might have to just try and throw this down, and by this, I mean the case. Citizen's going to try and at least stop something, but no, we need to have the swing from Kixrow. He'll get it, and it's going to be a offensive-sided plant here. As they're able to get things going on, Kixrow retakes the top floor, and Luminosity, even though they end up losing a body in the opening 15 seconds, still capable of getting one of the most difficult positions under their control and the likes of barrels. And M80 didn't really seem to know a single thing as to what was going on in that space.
No, I mean, that gunfight between Kino and the Thermite is crazy. I mean, think all the way back to when M80 tried to, make a play with the Blitz and the Ash when they were attacking that site all the way back, and I believe it was round 3. Spoy tries to go in and get that kill, but the player behind the box is able to take him down first, and that's not the only reason M80 lost that round, but that was the gunfight that started the chain of events that resulted in M80 losing that round. If the attack is trying to execute into cargo, there's two important things. Do you have vertical control, and is that guy behind the box still alive, and can he fight, and does he win the fight? But Kino running out, and I think going to melee the barricade, just completely unaware that there were not one, but two different players pressuring his position. If Kino gets a kill there, that entire round might go differently, but with how well everything fell into place after that, maybe that's not even the case. LG, every position worked. Every single one worked to get them to match point.
Yeah, that was truly crazy. I mean, the stars kind of aligned there for Luminosity, because I think if Kino's a little bit active and just knows that there's some potential of somebody being in that area, probably plays things out a little patiently and just pops somebody with the M590 when they get close to the barrels. A lot more of a coin flip there if he's able to play it out that way. But I mean, the setup was completely unbeknownst to him. He had no idea what was going on around these doors, and instead just tries to sprint out as he starts to get some semblance of pressure. But little did he know the jig was already up. So now 3 rounds that M80 have to go back to back to back. Got to look for the 90s bowls here in order to push us to overtime.
You got to run this back, and I mean, they were able to yesterday. They were able to win 3 rounds in a row, in all fairness. But LG, with how good that round looked, they're able to make it consistent just one time. You always have to say it. Could be over in regulation. And that, they'll only able to win 1 round for M80 on the attacking side might end up making the difference if this ends up being a close half and M80 mount a somewhat convincing comeback. Second floor control firmly established by Luminosity. Middle floor pressure quickly being acquired as they open up these barricades and use these hard recharges to create angles in the reinforcements. LG making good progress, but it's when they start running into these M80 players that they begin to face problems. Not so this time around. Spoit, the very player who undid the basement execute last time, the first one to fall in round 10.
Look at this from Luminosity. They recognize that M80 wants to try and hold on to the mid floor, but there's no one upstairs, Carter. So they immediately exploit it. Did you guys see how much of that flooring upstairs was ripped up? I mean, there was really no position around barrels to even try and exist. Even just the tiniest mitochondria would have been ripped to shreds, and Wi-Fi does it again. Very well done from Luminosity. This round is well within their right to take. They just have to complete the process. As Kixrow guns down one, Citizen will finally get something going for M80, but it's a long road ahead, and hopefully it's paved with good intentions for M80.
Well, it's looking like we might be on the highway to hell, unfortunately, for M80. I mean, 2v4. Citizen's only able to get 1 with that C4 on the way out. I mean, sure, Kixrow is low HP. Luminosity have 40 seconds to find these remaining players. 40 seconds to shut down any flank, find any defender sitting inside of the site, and somebody from M80 has to overperform to try to stop this 7-3 victory from Luminosity. They will use every second remaining, create more vertical angles, create more pressure, but you can't be too careful that you run down the clock so low that M80 have the time just to win 1 fight that shifts the fortunes and keeps this game alive. One player found, 1 player dead, as Kino's the only one left. He knows where that diffuser is. He sends the C4 out, and it's just too late to save the game. The 2-piece might taste sweet, but he's got to land this defuse to bring overtime just a little closer to reality. Intel on one player at the bottom of Cargo. A couple bits of damage done through the wall. He still lands the shot. No way. Hatch open behind him. Woos is moving into position, but spots him in the back. Comeback denied. 7-3. 2 rounds in a row to get LG. To be fair, their second most dominant win of the season, only because the other one was equally so.
We walk into M80 and LG today with all eyes on Luminosity. How are they going to try and play up against M80 on a map that just yesterday we saw things come down to the very wire? And well, the response is a cool, calm, and collected 7-3 victory with a gleaming Woos there. And why wouldn't you be smiling, man? A heck of a game here played from LG. And I mean, down to the strategy, down to the mechanics, just everything going their way here today.
And hopefully more will go our way in terms of good games right after this.
Go, amazing. Go hatch. Woos, go garage hatch.
Okay. Not defusing right now.
Kill me. Can I see him garage hatch?
He's on bomb.
Yeah.
Nice! Let's go!
Good job.
Let's go! Let's go! shit. Nice, baby. Simple. Oh my god.
Back in the win column after a couple of days on the shelf, the guys on Luminosity are certain to be happy after knocking off M80 on the map they tried playing twice this week, losing both of them, and this time LG gets to farm a couple of free 3 points out of it.
I just gotta say, whoever died like covering that bomb in the beginning just help me.
I mean, in a moment like that, at least we weren't hearing.
Yeah, I mean,
at least we weren't hearing. I'm typing. I'm getting ready to type. I'm getting ready to type.
It's just funny.
Who said that before?
I think that was somebody from Wildcard. I want to say.
Oh, well, yeah.
I just thought it was hilarious that like instead of just play your life, just pay attention. It's just kill me.
I mean, that was a phenomenal game from Luminosity. I mean, they really brought it to them. The preparation we've been talking about them has been phenomenal. Every single one of their defenses, I mean, from start to finish, they knew exactly what M80 wanted to do. It was really beautiful to watch.
Yeah, and you know, I said specifically what I wanted to see different from this team, and that was winning the opening engagements. That's exactly what we saw in that first half. They went 5 out of 6 of those opening engagements, only needing 1 going into that defensive half, which ultimately led them in a 6-4, a +2, and they end up winning the game.
Improvements are bound for LG so far. 5 out of 6 defensive rounds won to put them into exceptional position when they went into that second half. They didn't win the entry engagement thing when they were on attack, but the last round they did get the opening pick and they won the round, so there is very incremental improvement from LG, and beating M80 is no small feat either.
Yeah, we talked about it a lot. If they can just fix that opening engagement issue, they would just be winning way more
God,
smooth.
Julian's so good. Look at that.
And that's exactly what we saw today. The entries on their defenses really spoke for themselves. They were able to constantly shut down M80, and something that we talked about was, wow, we really just don't want to see M80 bring those shields, and they did bring it twice. They won 0 of those rounds.
Oof.
But we didn't see M80 change anything. The Monty was banned, and so their fix was, let's just bring the Ying in place of the Monty and just run the exact same strat. And we've been talking so much about Luminosity's preparation when they have a VOD and they have the info that they need to be able to set up their attacks and their defenses. I mean, how can you just let that slip by? To me, it just looked like M80 just didn't give the respect to Luminosity.
Yeah, in the midst of that first half where they were bringing the blitz and not changing things up, this was a game that was won in that first half for LG. Round 6 was a microcosm of that because they sent so much support to Woos in this round.
I mean, I love this specifically because yesterday during the C9 Beast Coast game, so many times in these opening engagements, you would see Luminosity not have a single person there to be able to play a trade game or any of these situations, but this is what we saw today on their defense specifically, is they were willing to play that trade game and really bring it to M80 and make them work for these kills and not just let them walk away with the freebie. Yeah, I mean, and you can see the 2 people coming down this staircase, and this is what I'm talking about. The 2 people came down the staircase after Woos was saying, I'm being marked, I'm being tracked, help me. Not only does Woos get that kill, he gets immediately fragged, but then it gets immediately traded out with 2 people right behind him to immediately follow it. It just goes to show Luminosity is putting in this work to be a better team.
It persists all the way until the end of the round, too.
Yeah, I mean, the defenses were just exactly what we noticed from them, and we know Nighthaven Labs is such a hard map to attack on, so the more and more rounds that you just keep packing on and you're able to get a 5-1-half, even when M80 is able to swap the sides, it just puts you in a position where you can't make mistakes. You don't have the leverage and the ability to throw a couple of rounds away, because if you do, you just end up falling too short, and we really saw that once the sides swap. But Luminosity, I mean, start to finish, their defenses, the way they played off of each other, forcing everybody, forcing M80 to fight the battles that LG wanted, it was beautiful. And this was preparation that Luminosity saw in M80's game yesterday against SQ. They knew that they loved going with Kino, specifically through Garage, to get into that storage bomb site. Luminosity has a mirror there. They smoke off the door, and they force the remaining members to jump into the window that Luminosity has a crossfire on. And they just knew exactly what M80 was going to do the whole round.
And I think it's important to note, even in that last little bit of the round, and they were taking it with a force. It was a 4-2. You didn't see anyone get overzealous. You didn't see anyone overstepping, misplaying a situation. If anything, you saw them back up and say, hey, play with me, play this trade. And again, if you play that trade game, especially when you're in a man advantage, you will always be the team coming out on top of that.
He finally won a couple of Pro League games, so now it's his time in the interview chair. Please welcome back to the NAL, Woos, Element 3 champion. Dude, again, congratulations on the win. Talk to me about what you thought when you saw it was Nighthaven, because M80 had already played it twice. Was this a map you were excited to go to here, and what did you think of the overall result?
I'm being honest, it's not really a map we were planning on going to. We're actually pretty bad at that map, but I don't know, I guess it was worse somehow. But yeah, I mean, but I'm just happy to be here. I'm happy to get another win.
Did it have anything to do with M80 playing the map yesterday that you guys took after Playday 3 and just did some prep for today? Did it have anything to do with that?
No, we have a great staff like between Sublik and Froshi. Shout out them. I feel like they prepared us really, really well for what they were going to do. They, in my opinion, from what I saw, I don't think they really changed up anything.
No.
We were ready. We knew if we banned the Montaigne, we were going to see the Blitz, especially on those storage rounds. I don't know who was on the Blitz, but he got in my face on one storage round. But we were ready for all of it. They didn't change anything.
Now, I want to ask you specifically, obviously this is your first stage here in the league. I mean, what is it like for you now being in these moments, being in these situations, and how well you've been playing?
Like I said, if I'm being honest, I'm just happy to be here. Like, I've been having fun every game. Even the games we're losing. The only tough one was like the C9 BC game, and I just feel like we just went into that one with some low energy. But I mean, other than that, like every game's been fun. I've been having a blast.
We highlighted one of your rounds against SSG where Silent got picked off downstairs and you guys kind of fizzled out. But today, every single defense and attack, when a player was stuck in a position, the whole team from you guys ran to come help. Now, what's the communication like in those rounds when somebody's stuck? And how do you know what spots to give up to go help that guy?
If I'm being honest, I think it's up to every individual. I would like to say we as individuals are really good. We've really been pushing it in our scrims to where when most teams in the league these days either ISO a player or just hit site direct. So we feel it's very important. It's up to the individual in those positions. When you know you are the guy getting ISO'd or pushed, you have to call teammates for how they can help you. And today I feel like we were just really on top of that today. That basement round, or the storage round where they were pushing me below, was a great example.
You've obviously had the past 3 some odd years of comp experience looking for a way to get into the league, preparing yourselves for moments like this. Your team is also comprised of guys who spent a really long time in the trenches of Tier 2 and Tier 3. Is there much of a difference between the team that you just came from, that won Element 3, and the way that the LG guys play now, or is there some comfortability, familiarity with how these guys work out?
Luckily for me personally, the roles I'm playing, I'm for the most part pretty comfortable on. I guess as the direction we attack on my old like Tier 2 team, we were very much more so structured, whereas this team I feel like we're a bit more loose, a bit more fast paced, I would say, but I think it's been working out well for us.
Fair play. Last question before we let you go. It's been one game every week so far. You're 2-2, not the worst place to be, but you'd obviously like things to be better. Is there anything in particular you're hoping that you could improve heading into week 3?
If I'm being honest, I'm gonna leave that up to Sub and Froshi to figure out for us. But I don't know. I feel like every day we're getting better, unironically, every single day. Oh, and also leading up to the game, I was told that these guys have never lost to M80, so I'm glad I could keep that streak going for them. So,
especially last stage, that was when Hat was back on the team, and that was when he had that skyscraper ace, and everyone was just like, dude, what happened to M80? But yeah, history sometimes does repeat itself, and it's all because of what the work you guys put in. Dude, again, congratulations. We'll see you next week. Take care, dude.
Thank you.
They're keeping the streak going, man. It's not like a total undefeated streak. There was one time where M80 won, but the roster looked totally different. So it might as well be an undefeated streak for LG against M80 right now.
It's funny to see total different personalities from the rookies, obviously, compared to Kobe Lax, compared to Woos. I mean, in terms of the interview in and
we got to get Bay on the interview today.
Yeah, we got to see how that looks, because, I mean, it's just an entirely different presence. But, I mean, still, Woos coming into this, I mean, he's looking really well. I question his ability and maybe what we were going to see, what we might not see.
Sure.
And he's meeting my expectations tremendously.
Yeah, it wasn't even a game that you could really take away anything from Luminosity. You can't go and say, oh, M80 didn't bring their A game. It didn't look like M80 was playing their M80 game. They looked like the exact same M80 that we saw them play against SQ yesterday. They didn't really change much. They just did what M80 did exactly yesterday. Luminosity was just way better prepared.
And I talked about this in the beginning of the game, is for this game in this match specifically, I don't know why specifically is like throwing me off so much.
Nope,
but anyways, I said M80, this was a game for them to lose because they struggle with themselves. You said it best. They're only going to lose to themselves, where this is a game for LG for improving, getting the reps, getting over those hurdles. And we are seeing that with every single game that they're playing, that they are constantly improving.
Yeah, this is M80's A game. It's absolutely not enough. So they'll need to make a couple of really hardcore adjustments before going into next week, because no more points were to be had from this week. Coming up next is another one that I'm pretty excited about, and you'll find out what it is after the break.
It's total calamity, total mayhem inside of the server. Out of nowhere, they find their round back into their favor.
Holding up for the blood, the wave!
And I think he might just find it!
So way back in the mind, hope you feel it from side to side, side to side. Total shock fills your body. Oh no, it's you again. I think I remember those eyes. Cause baby tonight, The
I get an invite?
creepers trying to steal
Yeah.
my stuff again. So baby tonight.
Oh, man. The history of Beast Coast and Wildcard is not a lengthy one, but it might be surprising to some. Wildcard has never lost to any Beast Coast team before, ever. Last time they played, Beast Coast were in the midst of a 3-game skid before they turned Super Saiyan and won it all on their way to the major in Manchester. So let's see if Cloud9 Beast Coast have a better chance of beating Wildcard today, especially if they're singing in the lobby like that.
So are you saying that Wildcard is what started that entire just change in Beast Coast performance?
I kind of feel like they owe Wildcard for helping them win Manchester. I feel like they really owe Wildcard a huge check.
Are we gonna
right now.
ignore, like, Gunner was kind of hitting that?
No, he was.
No, he was,
hitting
but
that
it was cringe, so I don't want to pay attention.
I love that the rest of the team like started singing with him in unison. Like, it just goes to show like how much fun.
And Spirits is just like, can I get an invite?
Yeah, Spirits is locked in. I'm in. French Canadian, no fun, no fun. Jeez.
Oh boy.
No, I'm looking forward to this matchup though. Again, I mean, specifically for me, I just want to see how well Beast Coast and C9 Beast Coast continues their dominance that they just put on yesterday to bring it into today.
Yeah, I mean, I agree completely. I mean, we wanted to see C9. I mean, you put it.
They're my number one team.
You put it the best simply. I mean, they're your number one team. I had them at number 4 just because it's going to take them some time to get used to being the new top dogs that everyone's trying to gun after. And these games are usually the most intense when it's a team that's at the bottom of the bracket playing against the previous major champions. It's always so risky because you can't take them lightly. But if you look at the standings, you feel like you should be able to take them a little lightly.
And it's still crazy to see Cloud9 Beast Coast now at the top of the league or in that conversation when, again, at this point, last stage, they were at the bottom fighting for survival and then began that climb back up. And they're beginning their climb up now because they got that 7-4 win on Border against LG yesterday.
Yeah, again, and Fox had him at 4th, but I just simply couldn't do this to this team, especially after the first loss that we saw. But then they immediately bounced back into yesterday of showing what they're made of, bringing that to Luminosity, and specifically going into this game. And there's something I really want to talk about from yesterday that Gunner specifically touched up on in the interview. He said they wanted to work on their discipline. And I got some videos to show you where the discipline was really shown from this team in these rounds, that it really just capitalized on what he was saying. This round specifically, you see the Blitz taking the distraction away from the Ashe, breaching charge into here, eliminating this Melusi. Beautiful teamwork from here. And then it goes into this next round. Hot and Cold sees this guy running to East and tells his team, wait, let me get this kill, then we will collapse on East. And they do that almost immediately the second this happens. It's a little bit unfortunate that Luminosity oversteps here and gives this pick, but ultimately you see that kill feed just immediately go blue, go in the favor of C9 BC, and then now it is a 3v1 into this situation. You think, oh, maybe they're gonna get overzealous, maybe they're gonna rush here. They don't. They use the Deimos tracker, they force him back, they have someone running up top metal, and then to immediately follow up with this trade if he did end up getting that other kill on Dome. Now it goes onto this, goes into Gav specifically. You're starting the round out hot, getting this down, and the beautiful thing about this down, this F-Naught goes off. Gav doesn't play off of it. He lets them think that no one's in CC, and this is what allows him to get this play, get this flank off, and he ends up netting this triple kill, and it goes back into the discipline. And then we're gonna go to this last round of Gav. Once again, when you get flashed in this situation, you assume that the team knows where you are, that they're gonna push you at any second. Maybe you have to get aggressive. No, Gav just lays here, stalls, I believe, about 14 seconds off this round. Wow. Granted, he dies, but because of that, it allows his team to get the trade on the other end, now forces Luminosity into their last line of defense, into the setup, into those F-Knots, into those Goyo canisters, and they just end up closing the round. And those were 4 rounds where you just see sheer discipline being played by C9 Beast Coast, and it goes into exactly what Gunner was saying that they were improving.
And that's just textbook roaming, because as a roamer, most people expect to have to go big. You have to get a bunch of kills, you have to get a bunch of flanks, you have to stall as much time as possible. But if you just stay alive and put the enemy attacking team in a bad position by making them have to figure out where you are, waste their own time, their own utility to find you out, that is doing your job in folds. And obviously Gavini set up his team in perfect situations so that there's only like 20 seconds to hit the site. The rest of your teammates in sight know that they've won the round because the pressure is not on them. The pressure's on the attackers.
And
so, I mean, go ahead.
I was just saying, and it just interrupts the flow of comms of trying to figure out what you want to do next, whether you're going for picks or whether you're going for a bomb plant, and you just saw there, Luminosity got shut down.
It was on the interview yesterday, but Gunner had a couple of other things he felt like he wanted to get off his chest this week, so he sat down with him to figure out what was going on.
I
I'm Gunnar from Cloud9 Beast Coast, and I'm a major champion. I mean, the grand finals, it felt crazy. It was really hot. It was like 10 million degrees in that venue. Like, I don't even like remember a lot of like the specifics in game. I remember everything working. I didn't know like I was on track to breaking like a record or like anything like that. I just got told after the fact. So that game was just like, it was like straight flow state for everyone. I feel like we should have closed it out way earlier, but we got down to 7-5. Like when we finally won, the amount of like relief and just like stress that just left. Yeah, I mean, it felt really good, especially being told like you're an MVP and all that. I would say that people, I mean, probably see me now as more of a complete player rather than like my reputation on Sonics. And I've always known that I was really good. I don't think people really thought of me as really good. The major kind of showed everyone like, oh, hey, he can actually shoot back. Maybe it gave me a little bit more self-confidence, but I'm just more so happy I finally got to show the world that like, actually I'm a top player and not some bum that had one good stage his rookie year and just fell off. It was awesome being able to boot camp in London with everyone, just finally being like in a new team environment, meeting like new teammates. Everyone's really close. I think that obviously helped. It's probably the closest I've ever been with like a full team. We're all just excited to play with each other. We're excited to go into the new stage and just play. I mean, I want to win invite. That's like the best thing you can do in this game. It's like the Super Bowl, I guess. I don't know. My goal is just set on winning invite. I want to win invite.
I remember talking to Gunnar in Atlanta. This was when he was still on the Sonics. It was his last event with the team, and he was just sitting in the front row looking kind of downtrodden. And I asked him if he was okay. And, you know, what sort of response are you supposed to give to a question like that after your team's been knocked out? To see what his progression has been like in such a quick amount of time, less than a year later, with a brand new team, hoisting a major trophy, and being in a position now where you can keep that momentum going into another stage, Gunnar's upward trajectory has been a lot of fun to watch.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, he's grown a lot as a player from his inception, and he said he's happy that people are seeing him now as the full player, the full package, compared to what he was compared to on Sonics. People thought he was just an entry, didn't think too much, but now he really is showing that he is a very good spokesperson and leader for the team.
Wildcard are up on deck next. Get the words out, Jacob. It's all good. For this team, they finally got their first win, but it was an overtime win against the other team that still has yet to get a win. Fine, a victory is a victory, but as far as they go, it could be a lot cleaner.
Yeah, it's a sloppy game nonetheless, but it is a start. And Wildcard, the previous roster, something that we're so used to them being good at and consistent at is their defenses, and that's been a rocky start. And we'll get to that in a minute. But something that they have been doing good on, which we highlighted yesterday, was their front line. Their new pickups with Bay and Spiff. They've been doing an amazing job at finding those kills, being the pinpoint on attack, especially on yesterday's map of Chalet, and that's exactly what Wildcard needed. Wildcard desperately needed people who are going in and getting those kills. And now you're going to look at this and say, 6 opening kills to 8 opening deaths. What do you mean they're good on entry? I mean, a lot of those kills that they got for the opening was on attack, and it came from Spiff off of the shoulders of the entry. And that's exactly what Wildcard needed. They needed a player who is going to be able to be a spokesperson, an entry for the team to find openings, because they knew that their defenses were rock solid. But they haven't been so rock solid as of now.
Yeah, Smith finally had his wake-up game on Wildcard. It was the first time for the team that he cracked into double digits, doing exactly what he was meant to be doing by filling in for Vert's old role, as you highlighted last week. But they needed something else to go right, too. They won the game because Spiff was doing great, but they could have lost the game because of a couple questionable plays from the guy who's been the longest tenured player on their roster.
Yeah, the other player that we were talking about in yesterday's front line, back line, is Bosco, the back line, the support that you're supposed to believe in. And you're going to see a string of questionable plays that are 2v1 scenarios where he's constantly making a fumble on defense, throwing his body away and not being able to play off of his teammate. Usually his teammate in those two to 3 rounds was Spiff. And when Spiff was still able to win out those rounds, but you're just making it so much harder. And you have to ask, is the ideology of the team changing, putting more pressure on Bosco to lead the team than he's able to handle? Because we were so used to defense being the sure thing for Wildcard, and now that's become the question, but their attacks are slowly becoming something that we can expect them to be a lot better.
Yeah, and it just goes to show if that frontline backline is what I was talking about yesterday, is we needed to at least see one of those improve and we would start to see success. And sure enough, we saw the frontline from Spiff creating those openings, creating those engagements, finding that success, and allowing them to actually get a win from this game, from that game against Auction. But then it falls back to that backline where it wasn't so strong. We did highlight, sure, Bosco wasn't having the strongest game. He did have that one really good round from Clash.
In the support aspect, you don't have to have the strongest game statistically. We all know this.
But it's just a matter of if Bosco can just find his footing on that backline and really have a strong showing, Wildcard will be strong.
The decision making, because the decision making on attacks, if Bosco's being the IGL with their entries, it's going flawlessly. But now the defenses have been struggling on the decision making, and those clips show you that there was just a little bit of struggling from the defense, specifically from Bosco.
Consulate up on deck for C9BC Wildcard. Any particular idea who this favors? Because they're jumping into it for the first time here.
Yeah, I don't really like that for Wildcard.
Yeah, neither do I. And Beast Coast starting on defense here. I mean, it's a very tight map, and you really have to play with your teammates here. So it's going to be coming down to Wildcard really playing together and being able to play the trade game. But we see how C9 plays their defense, and they play it really well, and they really force people out of position, or they catch people out of position.
Yeah, defense is the favorable side on this map, but we saw Luminosity abuse fast rushes. We've seen teams like SSG abuse fast rushes. You can definitely get quick and speedy attacks on this map. C9BC is a team that thrives on individual performance, and they've been doing a great job on their attacks. So this doesn't make me feel confident if you're Wildcard.
And the thing that I worry about is, especially when you're versing a team like C9 Beast Coast, which this team fundamentally is the best at adapting, in my opinion, in all of the league, all of NA.
If they're that disciplined, they better be.
So it's a matter of Wildcard. Sure, you want to try to go for these rushes, but we saw them try to do that when they replayed Clubhouse, and they immediately got shut down and almost stopped trying to do what they were doing and look discombobulated as a whole. So it's really going to come down to, like you were saying, of the IGL of Bosco to really figure out what they want to do if these rushes aren't working.
You guys both went with C9BC on this one, but to go back to the Bosco point, he even said in the interview the reason that Meepy called that tag timeout against OXG where he did was all about attacking, timing, and pacing and trying to get everybody set up. Now that's going to be put to the forefront of this game immediately because they have to attack on Consulate first, and we all know how much of a pain in the ass that can be.
Yeah, attacking on Consulate is so difficult because there's not just one spearhead to the push, and the vertical play has still been untapped in the meta of the game. Consulate is such a flexible map on where you can attack. Every bomb site is so viable, and with Wildcard's attacks, yes, you have Spiff that's being a very good entry into the map, but the issue with Consulate is there's so many ways for the defenders to get out, position themselves in a new position, and then it becomes a question of, can Wildcard's midline be able to fill in the gaps between the front line and that back line?
Yeah, and I think it's definitely going to, again, the situation, as long as we can continue to find success on the front line and hopefully going into this game for their back line, we can keep this game close. But just for the sake of the game, I have to just obviously go with C9 Beast Coast because they just seem to be the better team and the most dominant. And realistically, they're the Manchester Major champions.
Yeah, I mean, hey, look, we're throwing a whole bunch of lines at the audience for those who maybe don't understand it. Let's put it in very basic terms. Wildcard barely crawled over the line against OXG yesterday, so they're finally getting a little bit of something going, but they're going to have a much taller task against C9BC, who were looking red hot after they got that win over LG yesterday. Carter Handefeld and Sam Stewart are going to tell us whether Wildcard really have a chance this game or not.
I mean, I think you are going to find Sam and I will always say a team with Bosco on it has a chance, not necessarily for any empirical reasons, mostly just because we're fans at heart of North American Rainbow Six. But I think, to be objective, I think all the points that Desk brought up, I, unfortunately for Wildcard, find myself in agreement with. C9 Beast Coast, some of the best at adapting, with some great individual plays between them. A map they have more experience on against better opponents, from Wildcard haven't really played this map a whole lot in their tenure, Sam. Everything's looking up C9BC for me.
Yeah, most definitely. Which begs the question, how does Wildcard go about this Consulate? I especially like that Fox was poking holes in the sense of the map, right? It's got a lot of untapped potential. We've seen a lot of Consulate in recent history, post-change. And honestly, at least in my mind, Carter, one of the most fun maps to watch when it comes to a competitive standpoint. There's so many different ways that teams can go about it, from the offense as well as the defense. And it just makes things extremely interesting. So I'm excited to see what C9BC presents to Wildcard, especially opening up here, because we know due to that adaptability, they have so many different faces that they can show.
And I think especially one of those things that, took Consulate from being, a pretty slow, boring map, at least for me, when it first entered the pool, to being a lot more exciting are the various ways that teams have tried to rush that CEO bomb site. It might not be the first site we see, but it's definitely a site that I think if you get a team that is really good at either mastering those rushes or on the defense countering those rushes, can not only make for an exciting game, but can make an opportunity, maybe even the best opportunity for teams to find rounds on the attack. C9, on the other hand, are going all the way down to the bottom floor. Not really a site where we see all that many rushes. Gone are the days where you used to just open up the garage wall and try to find a bit of vert before forcing a smoke plant in the front of the site. No, there are a lot more options, and don't get me wrong, the front still gets a lot of focus. But this will likely be a bit slower for Wildcard, which I mean, Sam might be good. If Wildcard, are getting their feet under them on the attack this stage, and defense is where they're struggling, this, of all the sites on the map, should be something a bit more their speed, something maybe they're a bit more used to.
Yeah, the only thing I have to say as of right now about their offensive lineup is we might want to get the Amaru out of here, but I mean, hey, we could also just have her immediately take access upstairs. Thank the heavens, though, that we get enough drone play early on inside of the prep phase to be able to identify positioning that C9BC want to go with. So, little line shift here. We'll bring the Ace with the Selmas as well as Ram. And honestly, I really like this out of Wildcard. This is exactly what you want to see when it comes to Consulate. I especially like the implementation of Nomad. This is an operator that we see seldomly, right? She has her play, but this is one of her maps where she's so powerful, Carter. There's so many different ways that you can rotate around. And even if, the defense is playing fully on site, that doesn't mean that they're, might not throw some late rotation towards you. So to have those air jabs to lean back on, a really big pinpoint here for Wildcard.
And just being able to, if you take control of Yellow Stairs, stop anybody from retaking, that alone can be so powerful for whether you're attacking CEO, the middle floor, or the bottom floor. Yellow Stairs is such a strong pathway that allows for freedom of movement for the defense, that if you're able to lock that down with an air jab or two, you're feeling very good. Monty hops down, sprinting on down through the bottom of the staircase, arrives on the middle floor to find, well, nobody at least immediately present. There is one player around the corner with a shotgun, but there's no need for Spirits to feel all that pressure, especially with that barricade on bottom yellow still solid. There are other defenders playing around the middle. There's still Gavini up top as well. The Wildcard have established a decent foothold to start and also forced Gavini off the top floor. How Wildcard able to progress in this mid-round will likely make or break this execute with half the round to go.
Wildcard have their positioning around yellow. What they really are looking for, though, is this piano space, is this exhibition area. Get those Rams in here, start breaking up the floor. That will become a lot easier for a garage plant. Have some stuns coming in, but the timing's going to punish Spiff. Could add some nice shots onto the defensive player, but it's not in the cards for him as of right now. C9BC are doing a very good job of playing this up to the limit. You see how they're constantly jousting at Wildcard, getting them to kind of take the bait in a sense, but it's going to be Spirits that's actually able to get the first shots off. The Future's going to get traded out, though, so we will stay at least even here in the man count.
Now, the gun behind that Monty cut down by Spirits. There is a trade, but C9BC just doing a good job at stopping any momentum to be gained by Wildcard. Hot and Cold also curious how much of an opportunity he has still on the middle floor. Does have a teammate supporting him, the Azami inside of Memorial position. Both on very low HP. Gavini, a shotgun of his own through the floor. Boss G doing some excellent work for C9. We reach 30 seconds remaining. Wildcard have to commit to the execute, but this middle floor is still solid. Gunner's still alive inside the site, waiting to see if he can get an angle with his shotgun on Bosco on the breach. Does get a bit aggressive. It's a pretty easy pickup for the AK-12, but it seems like round one will be equally so for C9 Beast Coast.
Easy peasy lemon squeezy for Cloud9. There was just really nothing presented from Wildcard there that they had to worry about. Every single layer of this defense working out accordingly. And you can see it's all based on the precipice of the offense trying to take that mid-floor control. And we could see from the lineup that was being brought from Wildcard, that was their entire game plan. They wanted to get Ram in there. They want to break up that flooring and start to apply pressure to these hard points downstairs that are a little difficult to try and break up, right? But instead, what Cloud9 do is that they play around that entire game plan perfectly. You put those bodies inside of the mid floor, you kind of draw the attention of Wildcard over towards those far-reaching spaces, and then you apply pressure from downstairs as well through the verticality. We see some big moments come out from that M590 there on that door, as well as those cross angles that we see. And as soon as C9 get the big pickups, Carter, they immediately vacate the premises. They don't want to overcook this round. They bring everything downstairs and force Wildcard to go into that execution moment and try and make some magic happen on the site. But when you have so many bodies and so many well-tuned, well-oiled machines like C9 does, that's seldom going to go well, is it?
It's really the story of ever since they were able to bounce back from a pretty promising but certainly uncertain path to playoffs in stage one of the NAL. That was really what became what everybody loved the most about Cloud9, was the ability to adapt, the ability to play off each other and fight back quite effectively. Round one of Consulate against Wildcard, no shock we see it there.
Definitely not. Have some extension up here towards the top floor. Just making sure that things will be kosher here for C9. Things finally round off for me. I don't know for you, but things are a little frozen there for just a split second.
Sure. Just making sure. I'm still
just gonna check.
I'm still. I've got memories of that wild card game on Oregon where I was out. I don't know if you remember that, but
just for ages. Yeah, no, I do remember. You cut out there for the tail end, so I didn't get to exactly hear what the last little bit there was. But I know what you're talking about. Yeah, when you ended up having that black screen there for a little while. But fortunately enough, things have snapped back to reality for us, and C9 are setting things up here on this top level for themselves. A Clash ban more than likely going to assist them when it comes to their offensive side. Don't have to sweat it too much when it comes to them. They really like these solid SMGs when it comes to their defensive setups, and they're going to have a whole plethora of them when it comes to their ops that they've chosen here. As of, wild card for now, just nothing really to say. They're setting up for an execute over on the CEO side. And, well, actually, I do say that, but this seems like more of just a facade, right? We're going to have that guy swing in, and more than likely Bosco try to fight a home for this case.
yeah, and it goes out, and Spiff flies in, but I think I'd be remiss if I mentioned that this is in fact not the bomb site. I think it's it's exposition down below. So we have all this utility going out, and it's certainly very impressive, but as C9 get all the kills, it was a great setup to clear out that top floor, but you still have to move down below to actually put that diffuser down, and, well, C9 BC, the defense as a whole, just stop it on that top floor. Spiker's able to find one. Diffuser might fall. It's not unwinnable for the Lion, though. DMR packs a punch, and Gavini is quite low on HP. Diffuser also recoverable for the Lion, so your win conditions are back to where they were before. He's even got one nade to maybe try and isolate an angle. Throw it in that side hallway, focus on the rotate hole when he comes back up, buy himself 4 seconds. He also has that EE1D that he's just now using as he moves into the site. Throws it in the closet. That's his final one. Mirror window watching into the other bomb site, though. So this is not going to be easy, but there are ways he can gather information. One player close to his left, both players close to his left. He'll rotate around, but remember, he's flying blind. He's got no intel right now. He hears one, but he doesn't know that both were over by bottom yellow. So as he moves in, very low on time. Got to commit to this in some way or pray these kills line up for him. There goes one, but there goes the time. 2 rounds in a row for C9 Beast Coast.
It's been a masterclass so far on how console defenses go, right? I mean, they, practically each time made a safety net for the exact strategy that we've seen Wildcard go for, especially in that one right there. I mean, you could not get worse timing on that swing in the window from Aramaru, just so unfortunate there, and Gunner immediately slays him. The rest of the team falls to pieces as C9 quickly dispatched this entire top floor execute. And like you said, Carter, it was the mid floor this entire time. So whether it was unbeknownst to Wildcard or whether they just were like, hey, we're going to deal with this top floor setup, which, I mean, rightfully so. There's a lot of angles that work into that bomb site. It was just not going the way of WC.
Now that we actually move up to the top floor, maybe some of the usual suspects missing, or I suppose just one surprise inclusion. I think, the Azami Warden definitely makes sense, but we've got that's Chonka on the board. C9BC, by the way, notorious for hating Fenrir. They've actually decided to ban the Clash, as we mentioned earlier, but Fenrir for this particular bomb site, I, at least in my mind, is not only one of the most common bomb sites to see him on in certain regions, but also one of his best, because you throw a couple F-Knots on just like 2 doorways over on the admin side, and it can make pushing there very difficult, considering how hard it is to clear them from the exterior. But C9BC also ban him a lot, probably don't have him in their strategies a lot, and instead, we've got the Shibiki grenades from the Tachanka to see how Hot and Cold will roll with this.
Don't get to see Chonka too much, but when you do, always excited, right? Especially with the current iteration. A lot more useful than the former. See if they can try and make the most out of these fire grenades. The mute in here too, so still have that shotgun presence from Spirits. Wildcard looking to do some drone work over on the admin side. We'll work the Monty in once again here for Bay. We still have Spiff on the Amaru. They want to try and go in printer window. It looks like it as of right now. They have that marked out. Can opener here, the main panel up front. Gav, just seeing if somebody wants to try and peek here inside of Secret. We do have Kansan over in the potential area. I just want to see what they can try and get going on here. This for C9 though, just a patience game. Don't want to try and oversell things, potentially give a man advantage over to Wildcard, as they're still trying to process this top floor.
You don't really need to. I mean, the attack always typically has to make the first move on this side, and it will be so. Spiff quickly takes control. Wildcard flood the space in admin. And while they're stopped by the Kiva barricade, they have taken rapid control of this segment of the top floor very quickly. But unfortunately, it's often this part with the deployable shield, with the Kiva barricades, that are really difficult for the attack to clear. And with behind the shield too, it's the Azami playing here. This position can often be a fortress for the defender that decides to hold this position. He's got Gunner to support from the left and the right, and you can see the difficulty Wildcard are facing.
It's a beautiful crossfire set from C9. You can see what the strategy is there with the flip table over inside of what we used to call a projector, but don't exactly know what the in-game comm is anymore. But either way, this angle that you can see devised between these two, as well as the position over inside of Checkers in behind that main little machine here that we saw Gav on, just makes things extremely complicated for them. Gav's going to shift off of this, but he swings back in, finds one. Does he get the second? He does, but it's actually Diffuser. Gav finally with some kills, but all of C9 show up to play. It's all down to their fearless leader, but he's been gunned down too. It's a blood-filled lobby, but it's all the blood of Wildcard spilled all over the floor.
A flawless round. I think our first flawless round of the day, and just sort of exemplifying why that site can be so difficult to attack from the admin side. Even if you have a Monty to try to break that pressure, apply a lot of problems to the guy playing behind that deployable shield. It's as you brought up, Sam, you've got the crossfire from one of the bomb sites. You've got the crossfire from top main. You have one in the hallway in the middle if you want to, depending where the attack is pushing from. And you have this one guy with a deployable shield and Kiva barricades holding it down by the vending machine. There are just so many angles the defense has, and Wildcard are effectively playing into exactly what C9 Beast Coast want. A defense where the name of the game is playing off the communication relayed by players like Gavini, like Gunner, like Diffuser, coordinating between each other and winning the game off gunfights. That is the C9 defense method.
And it's one that a lot of teams share, but not every single team can pull off, especially to a degree like this. I mean, look at the, full-on assault that C9 just placed on Wildcard there. As soon as Wildcard, just dips a toe into Checkers hallway in some form of an execute, C9 show up immediately to their door and eviscerate the entire team. There was no chance in hell that Wildcard were making it through there. And that's why every single time we talk about Consulate, especially in this iteration, we talk about Checkers Hall, Carter. It is so very difficult to try and bunker bust. There's so many different angles. There's so many different ways that you can try and lock that down as a defense. And C9 did it with flying colors. I especially like how Gavini played that out, because if you saw, he shifted over to that front desk area there for a little while and gets Wildcard comfortable with the fact that, hey, maybe he's not going to try and hold things down in behind that vending machine, just in case they have some info, right? And as soon as things start to pop off, he reclaims his position, has two big assists there as Diffuser takes down the main two bodies rolling through, and just nobody there to try and support the Monty shield play, which, I mean, we've been beating that dead horse with multiple teams all the time. We all know how important it is to have a body around Monty, and they just simply could not do it as everybody gets gunned down there right on a single door frame.
And 3 rounds in a row from C9 will force the timeout from Wildcard, and I think a lot of the worries are voiced by Blacks and Fox and Jacob about a poor start to their attack and then having to go to your weaker side afterwards, the defense for Wildcard. We're starting to make that reality a bit more solid, a bit firmer in front of us. Of course, things can always change. AP, a pretty well-respected coach, could try and turn this around for at least one attack to maybe get one on the board for Wildcard, but especially once C9 BC have the momentum behind them, it can be difficult to stop them. Split bomb site, I do believe, if my eyes don't deceive me, from what I saw. I think that might be the basement. Either way, it's Hot and Cold over by the Visa position. No, the basement, but it is the Visa position that is going to be at least the focus for Hot and Cold, and some of the attackers pretty early on. Monty just shoving his face in the window, relaying intel, but that's about all he can do.
I love this from C9. Constantly putting a new obstacle in the way of Wildcard and just seeing how they're going to go about things. Do you want to sit here and stare at me? Do you want to waste some time? Are you guys going to try and go for an immediate response on the other side of the map? Or like how exactly do you guys want to go about things here? And so far, it is look like the former. That time are really eating at Wildcard right now, but the positioning starting to change for them. You can see they're going to work their way down Secret Hall here. And Gunner going to clean up one of those drones. And this is what I've loved so much about the C9 BC playstyle for so very long, Carter. They play things right up to the fence line. It's like when your grandparents told you, hey, don't play on the train tracks. So you stood right next to him instead, right? And Gunner able to get a big kill here. Almost have another one pouring in for wild card, but I have a nice adjustment here as well from C9. For the very first time here, a man advantage going the way of WC, but this timer might start to be punishing.
Now, a minute can be just as short as it can be long, entirely dependent on what you have up until that point. Big kill from Wildcard, though, to find Hot and Cold, who was constantly trying to apply some phantom pressure on the Visa window, breaking it, firing a couple shots through it, but he decides to get aggressive, and Spiker's watching, so good read by the Deimos there. It's what gets them that 4v3, but the push is pretty well read by C9 up until this point. They know they're going through the backside, and just with a quick prone, Spirits takes down the bulk of that push, but not taking away the advantage. Nade right next to him and cut down by the onslaught of fire from the Gridlock. Diffuser's wrapped around, but there's too much time to just win this on that alone. Until one player through the wall, he'll give his position away with the shot. Spot one, and it's Wildcard to get their first attack this half.
Very well done from WC, and that's the one thing that can go awry for C9 and come, you know, inside of these instances, as I was talking about playing up against the fence line, right? C9 finally get punished in the sense of man count, where, you know, WC can come back to the drawing board inside of those dying moments of that round and really use that full breadth of that last minute, right? They make sure that they dot their I's, they cross their T's, and they don't overcook this, because this is a big round for them to try and sweep under the rug. And they're able to establish some solid crossfires. I really liked how they focused on the main heart of the site and were able to garner control of that and just play strictly based off of that. They don't really want to try and go and deal with C9 on these rotations in the mid floor or anything of the sort. They just go exactly what the path was already laid out as, which is working their way over from server into the main heart of the site and trying to get a plant down inside of that last round. So very well done from them. It's going to get them their first offensive round here. Still a little bit of a road to go, though. I mean, only one round as of right now. They're really going to want two. And I mean, don't start getting, you know, don't start making me salivate around 3. Okay, if we can get 3, that would be something else. But you don't really want to put, or rather count your eggs before they hatch, right? So.
No, you certainly don't. But Wildcard have one, and there's certainly a lot of resistance placed by Beast Coast in the line of where Wildcard are pushing from, and they were able to overcome it with an advantage, a pretty consistent one at that, being able to deal with every player that was in their way. So it's the kind of round that I'm certainly happy to see. Not a fluke whatsoever. Slow but steady, and win the war of attrition. Over to the middle floor side, as I believe it is Exposition. Yes, it is. Remember before, this is where we saw the rapid-fire Amaru rush on the top floor. So many resources, you could have easily confused it for an actual execute onto the top floor, but we don't see any of that cast of characters this time. No Candelas, no Gara Hook. It's something a bit more normal. Wildcard, aside from that one round, have been focusing quite heavily with Bay on this Monty, and I think with how annoying Consulate attack can be, it's understandable.
Yeah, most definitely. It's just a solid thing to work around. Monty is always something that if a well-coordinated team can just make sure that they provide something for a Montane, you know, there's not a lot of drawbacks, especially in the current instance of Rainbow Six. So for them, they are going to get this foothold over on the admin side and start clearing things across. They will have to worry about a couple of players downstairs that could try and rotate up the admin stairwell, but will more than likely have some semblance of control over that as well. A very well-placed Nitro cell comes out from Hot and Cold, and he's going to end up taking down Bay strictly off of that cardiac sensor influence. Very well done from them. A huge kill too, as they take down the big piece that we had just been talking about for quite a few seconds.
Yeah, I mean, that's sort of the issue I think we've seen up until this point. They're bringing this Monty, you understand why, but Bay gets...
Oh, no.
All right. Bay gets killed by a player prone with a shotgun. Bay's the first pick this time with a C4. It's always a bit unfortunate when that Monty, who can be such a powerful operator, I mean, someone could argue, I mean, I definitely think we're in a shield meta right now. Maybe one of the defining features for the attacking side. But when you lose that key piece in such unceremonious fashion without really being able to trade him out, now you got to try to do things a bit more normal with one powerful piece off the board. C9BC still have control of yellow stairs with the shotgun. Kansan might be able to find Hot and Cold from below, but Gavini can rotate down below the site, play beneath with that Specchio scanner. Spirits can get aggressive with the shotgun on yellow, though very low HP could be found, but Gavini with the double stack, the shotgun too, he's got control of the diffuser, and diffuser with the heartbeat scanner right by him to let him know if anybody pushes. C9BC have Wildcard chasing their own tails with only 20 seconds to go.
Yeah, hit him with the tabletop right there. One prone on the ground, another shotgun standing tall. They end up getting the big kill. Nitro Cell out, and it's gonna get cans in. Spirit can't get it done. Gunner will gun down the last one too. And C9 back in the saddle with their 4th round.
And the C4 is the name of the game. There. All right, hello, Spirits' cat.
Oh,
Is
he's
how
so
that,
cute.
how
Dude, he's...
Hope that
Did you
window's
see
not
it?
open.
Oh, I wasn't even thinking about the window being open. I was looking at the fact that he's got his tail cut up like a lion, dude. It's so cute.
Oh, that is cute. I was just hoping the window's not open because brother looked like he was trying to make an escape there. But
the grand escape right on NAL. We just see him escape out the back window. Spears is gonna ask us during his interview. He's gonna be like, "You guys seen our cat?" I'm like, actually, yeah.
Somewhere around round 4, round 5, my white cat was like by my leg, and then I just can't find him anymore. So hopefully not. But that round, as opposed to a lot of the C9 rounds we've seen up until this point, so the C4s, the vertical play, the denial was the name of the game there, from getting the opening pick to denying the plant to making it difficult for Wildcard to push yellow stairs with the heartbeat scanner, aiding with the plays made by Gavini and Spirits. Really good stuff. Nice adaptation by C9, not retaking their lead, but retaking the momentum that they had established through the first 3 rounds on their defensive half.
All right, well, it comes down to the very last round of offense for Wildcard to see if they can potentially get their 2nd round that they so desperately need. As of right now, Consulate is sitting at a 50-50 overall defensive win rate. The most won site, percentage-wise at least, not play-wise, is Servers Tellers at a 67%, but we have not seen that out of C9 just yet, and we will not see it out of their defensive side. Diffuser looking for a spawn kill over here on Spiral, something we see a lot of offenders use to get to the roof. Not as crazy as it used to be. You used to be able to get the default cam inside of Spiral from outside, but then they went and paneled all of those up. Come on, Ubisoft, you gotta leave some of the cheesy stuff in, right? But not this time around, at least for me and my old headness. As for Wildcard, though, looking to try and see if there is some potential behind CEO. They did want to try and get aggressive on these windows, at least for a plant. This time around, it will be someone swinging in. They won't have the Gara hook to assist.
And this will be the 6th round now in a row that Bay has brought that Monty. Even with the Amaru rush we saw on CEO on the Exposition and Piano Bomb site, wasn't really able to have a lot of impact. Cost has been very, very low so far, and died every single round we've played. C9BC have not really felt a whole lot of pressure from this Monty, and when they have been able to deal with them. Though Wildcard did end up winning the round off of the back of ground gained by that Monty in round 4. Here on CEO, Wildcard, remember how that admin push ended last time. They do not want to do it. They'll instead go for the rapid-fire play down yellow. These are what the Shamika grenades are for. You can get one long lineup, but they find a way around. The radius a little too small. Spirits finds one, but that's a pretty easy trade for Spiff to find. But again, Bay downed as he's trying to push into connector. Spiff should be able to revive him with no real ability for anybody from C9BC to counter it, but as the Shamikas go out again, we've got 2 players trapped on yellow stairs. Bay cut down, Spiff making quick work of anybody who walks into his line of sight with that revolver. But the Vendetta can only do so much. You need some help, and Kansan's able to supply it. Spiff might do everything himself. Now we find ourselves in the 1v2. Concold's got the ammo. He's got the angle to make it work. He's got intel on one and an angle on another. Deployable shield to isolate these remaining fights. There's one, but the gunfight doesn't go his way. They know where this Tachanka is now. They'll try to peek around, but he's quickly getting stuck behind this deployable. It's constricting just as much as it's protecting, and they collapse on him behind it. 2 rounds for Wildcard. C9BC with the lead, but Wildcard end things on a positive note.
Yeah, and it was a struggle right there for Wildcard to get things going for themselves on that site. And C9BC, to their credit, trying to fight fire with fire, but finally, Wildcard pull out the pliers card, and they finally get this tooth pulled out. That last round, exactly like that, pulling teeth. They finally get things swept under the rug. It's going to be a 2-4 half in favor of C9 after some cool, calm, and collected defensive ends and in a pretty feisty round 6.
Also important to, I think, point out that as Wildcard struggling to gain a lot of ground on that attacking side, Spiff, let me just check, has 6 kills. 3 of those kills came in round 4, which Wildcard won. The other 3 came in round 6, Which wildcard won? There is a pretty obvious theme to the 2 rounds we see wildcard get on that attacking side. And while Spiff has also been 0-3 on the entry so far, definitely the player that is, you know, certainly supported by the team, but particularly that CEO round, willing wildcard to still a losing half as they switch to their defenses, the side that needs a bit more work throughout the NAL so far.
Yeah, most definitely. Now for wildcard, onto their defenses here. Consulate, as we said, a perfect teeter-totter. It's a 50-50 shot. Means it's a crapshoot here for these two as to who will potentially be more dominant on the defensive end. But obviously, this is where it comes down to playing out the game and what you guys think of these players. Wildcard, at least in this game, well, likely going to have a little bit of the advantage just depending on how C9's comfortability is on this offensive side, but I highly doubt it's too lackluster as we already have Gunner moving in downstairs. So see how this first round goes and see if WC potentially feel more comfortable rocking things from this defensive end.
Getting an opening pick would certainly be nice. I mean, C9BC also had 6 opening picks in a row. Obviously not 100% converting to round wins, but still needed Spiff to get massive multi-frags to bring those rounds back. C9BC have been doing quite a good job at getting opening advantages and, generally speaking, converting them, or at least keeping them consistent throughout the round. If they're able to now switch sides and find similar success early on, it could be very difficult for Wildcard. But to call back to it, remember that admin push that Wildcard tried to go for. Remember how difficult it was to break through that shield. It's a much different lineup from the defense this time. No Azami, like we saw from C9. And overall, if you're able to get rid of these ADSs, this shield could actually fall pretty quickly with some Rotero drones on the opposite side of the field. This BP needs to do a lot of heavy lifting.
That's what the BP is here for. And if you could see it on the position there for the shield as well, there was actually no mute jammer placed there. And that's what you usually end up seeing. BP out. It's going to end up getting it. So Gavini, I don't think he's going to try and place another one just yet. He's got 2 more in his pocket. That one should just more than likely go off on the floor. But Gunner, this is what he's so good at, Carter. While all of C9 is focused over here on checkers, he's like a cloak up to a dagger. Moves his way in up the yellow stairs and is able to find a nice kill onto Spiker that he was just simply not prepared for, and immediately delves back into the Knights to try and assist his team over on this checker side. A nice kill here for Hot and Cold. They'll dislodge this very difficult position to break down. How will Wildcard respond?
C9BC able to actually isolate those 1v1s, of course, with the backstab. You mentioned Hot and Cold with that nice flick to trade out the death of his teammate. Now they're moving up main stairs. They're coordinating around that admin side. BP is destroyed from that angle. If they can just find a way to either push Bay out of this position or take him down, a defuse plant is very, very possible. Diffuser cuts down Spiff around him. Both the smoke and the frost on low HP, neither long for this world. Opening pick, round win. 5 rounds for C9 Beast Coast.
So what's our main difference there, buddy? I mean, our main difference is the fact that C9, they get right up to the precipice of dealing with checkers, and they have that active player over on the other end, Gunner, making the most out of that situation and constantly being that crossing point for C9 throughout that entire round. I mean, not only does he get that big pickup there over on yellow, but then rotates back down, picks things back up for Spiral, and is shutting down all of front desk while C9 are dealing with that checkers position, as well as thwarting all of Wildcard as they try and swing out and deal with that main blunt force coming in from C9. It's very well done across the board from them. That game plan working magic inside of round 7.
And look at the score on the side of C9 Beast Coast. I mean, everybody positive except Spirits, who is 6-6, absolutely having a strong impact in this game. It is a very solid team effort. And on the side of Wildcard, of course, you know, you've got similar score lines, but with Spiff being seemingly a big difference maker in just the 2 rounds Wildcard have had so far, C9BC very easily, maybe, if they had just killed 1 player in 2 separate rounds, might have ended the game with that very attack in an alternate world. But their attack's looking quite strong, being able to deal with that admin position. Now as we move down to the middle floor, next position, if C9BC are just able to do something similar, get the vertical control, maybe put heavy pressure on yellow stairs, it might be different spots, but it's a very similar game plan to what they just did.
Yeah. It's going to be top floor priority again, as we talked about earlier. Exhibition and Piano we're on the precipice of what you're able to accomplish on this top floor. I mean, there is very seldom a moment where you just go direct to this bomb site and somebody upstairs doesn't kill you while you're trying to put a case down. So it's really up to C9 as to how they want to try and solve this puzzle. Now, we've seen them working from the admin side, at least for last round. It looks like this is going to be very similar, and this is something that has been a bread and butter tactic on Consulate for millennia, folks. I'm talking back to when the game first opened up. You know, people inside of ranked in gold going, hey, maybe we take from the admin side. So this is not a reinvention of the wheel at all. C9 going with the most mainline thing they could potentially think of, just bringing the proper operators to try and back up this plant.
No one's going to complain about that, certainly. The right lineup for the job, especially hot and cold being seen on that Monty. Very player to bring that back. He might not find himself getting any nice flicks like he did in the previous one, but could find himself to be a very, very important player. Unfortunately, Bay wasn't so much on that Monty for wild card. Making progress, to be sure, in some rounds, putting in some good work, but overall a pretty ineffective force in the grand scheme of things, dying every single round. Now C9 BC able to make progress to that front lobby, working the way to the site. Yellow stairs not even a factor. It is entirely a push from the admin side over, and they are knocking onto the door to the site. Hot and cold could enter at any time, but they have to deal with some of these defenders. There's still verticality up above.
Scary sights here, but Gunner, he does it again. He works his way up bench hallway, or what used to be bench hallway. I don't know what the hell people call it now, but he's gonna put Bosco on the bench. Gonna have Spiff try and peek back into this. Oh man, you get worried in moments like this. The round could rest on what happens in something along these lines. A nice big kill here, but Spirits! How do you even make something like that happen? Oh my goodness! He just works his way up yellow and he completely annihilates the defenders. It's only Bay and Spiker, and they're both upstairs.
This coordination from C9 is absolutely ridiculous. Spirits rotates around with the backstab. They've got Spikers position red.
Come on.
What do you even do at this point? I mean, Bay trying to go for a flank. Bro thinks he's Gunner, but I just don't think it's going to happen in the 1v4. Maybe you get one. Does see Gavini through the wall, but remember, there's somebody main lobby who's got this position found out from the Warden. The diffuser's also planted. The Monty can apply some pressure to the very Warden who's trying to bring Wildcard back into this to deny match point against C9BC.
Look at this.
But Gunner finds him on the long angle. A ridiculously beautiful round from C9. I mean, what else can you say from what happened between the Monty and his two players?
Yeah, that's like when you draw everything up as a coach and you talk about like adaptability in the round and just working as a team. That is what you think of in your mind when everything goes perfectly. That round that we see there from C9, absolutely ridiculous stuff. I love the way that they operate around this yellow stairs position. You have this pressure in. Gunner gets a big kill. They, push the Monty in here. Everyone is distracted with this shield play of hot and cold. He's been one of the best in the business for a very long time, and he shows his presence once again. He doesn't overplay his hand card. He could have easily have tried to go for a melee. So many different ways he could have broke that down, but instead he's patient and he waits for the play to come from Spirits. That skeleton key making a skeleton crew out of Wildcard.
I think that's the funny thing about that whole situation, because I remember looking at Hot and Cold right before that play happened, and Gunner turns around and walks away. I'm like, Gunner, no, you're leaving Hot and Cold alone. What are you doing? And then Spirits literally just sprints up from yellow stairs to the skeleton key. I'm like, I see what the plan was. So just really, really well played and fun round to watch for C9BC. And unfortunately, as I think the desk was worried about, the defensive woes for Wildcard, but also just the attacking strengths from C9, to be honest with you, is as good, in the case of the latter, as we thought it was going to be. Round 7, very, very good job clearing admin. Round 8, very good job playing around that.
No, you're not, right?
Very good job playing around that Monty. I mean, you don't know. Gotta get the momentum back. What's the F word? Float? The float word?
Yes, yeah. You know, I'm more terrified as well because Kansan was over here on the pulse. You can see him over there inside of Pieta. I'm just like, are we really going with high flying in the last round? And there is some potential behind that, but things are so risky now with that hop.
Here we
and
go.
It's gonna be a fast round here from C9. We're gonna have Spirits on his hallmark operator. He'll be the first one to get a kill here for C9. 2 shield players, Hot and Cold's trying to bully a player, but Spirits, he's just better, god damn it. Bosco gets gunned down. Gunner makes mincemeat of another one. Carter, walk us through the rest of this 4v2.
Ah, man, I might not be doing a whole lot of talking for long. Spiff will cut down Diffuser, but off the ground gained by that double shield Blitz and Monty push, I mean, the site was free real estate for C9. They find one of their 2 remaining players in yellow. He's blinded by the Blitz. Kansan alt walking down Spiral, and I just don't think we have that kind of time in this round or left in the match. Spiff locks himself out of the bomb site, trying to save himself from embarrassment. 1, 2, 3 for Spirits. And, well, it's over. 7-2 for C9 Beast Coast on Consulate, and not a particularly close affair.
Well, a nice day in the office for Cloud9, or in this case, the Consulate, right? This is just absolutely bonkers what C9 were looking like here today. Because honestly, I don't think Wildcard had the worst strategy walking into this in the world. I think it was really the fact that C9 just looked indomitable. They always had the answer for everything that Wildcard was doing.
I mean, it's just... It's, to be fair, I think it's kind of what we would expect from the major champions, but definitely we're hoping a bit more from Wildcard in that matchup, Sam, especially as they go to their attacking side, or their defensive side, excuse me, not really able to find a lot of the pieces. It's unfortunate, but hey, we got one more match coming right up. SSG SQ, my match of the day, coming up in a bit.
Let's go!
He could come behind you guys.
Yep.
Good walk, one.
I'm just playing Monty. Zach, catch your one. Take your one, Zach.
Yeah.
Last one, catch. He's on me.
Let's fucking go, boys. Good call, Matt. Good call, Matt.
Yep.
Oh man, in a game that is now tied for the fastest game of NAL Stage 2 so far, C9BC kind of did what we were expecting them to do. They got defense first on Consulate. Wildcard couldn't do anything to break through more than just 2 of those attacks and then didn't win a single defense. This is just C9BC's world and we're living in it.
This is what I said. I said, C9BC, you are going to play their game and how they want to play Siege. And this was a game that completely demonstrated that. That Wildcard looked like they wanted to try to do something and every possible scenario got immediately shut down.
Yeah, we all made like a unanimous groan when we saw the map come out. Even though Wildcard, there's some good things to take away from their entry game. Unfortunately, when you go to a map like Consulate, it's very difficult to find ways into the map, to find picks, especially just from one guy. You have to be really the better team on this map because there's so many avenues of the way that you can play. And C9BC was just so claustrophobic on their defenses. Even if you were getting a kill somewhere else, you were losing a trade somewhere else. I mean, even in that last round, you heard Hot and Cold say, just take your one Spirits. Obviously, their confidence was there, and they were just racking up the 1v1 kills. I mean, it was really Cloud9's game the whole time. I mean, you could see it by the stats.
Oh boy, the only 2 rounds that C9BC lost were the only times that they got the entry pick, which they did most of the time, but then they didn't convert the round. Though, I mean, and I think that was really it. Like, honestly, 2 times.
It doesn't matter.
I'm looking for the weak spot here, and it's very difficult to figure it out.
They blew Wildcard absolutely out of the water. I mean, there's not much that you can really take away from this game for C9 Beast Coast outside of maybe like a small error, but like they played their fundamentals, they played their game of Siege, and it's exactly why we saw the result that we're seeing.
Spirits at 100% cost, by the way.
I mean, that's what we wanted to see out of them. We literally said coming into week 2, we want to see the wild card that won the Manchester Major. They need to put a stand-in. Thank you. They need to put a stand-in to be able, a stand down, put their foot down, and be able to show everybody like that they're still a threat after the Manchester Major. And if it wasn't coming week 2, we'd be really scared. But thankfully, it came, and it went just that quick, just that fast. If you blinked, you almost missed it.
Yeah, Wildcard got just smothered on Consulate, and round 8 was a great example of that. If you're C9BC, not if you're Wildcard.
Yeah, it was a really nice play from C9BC. Obviously, Gunner is shooting his gun.
Thank you for clarifying
Gunner
that.
is shooting his gun. Sorry, I got a little mixed up. But Gunner is baiting his gun and pretty much baiting the Wildcard members to say, hey, I'm over here ringing the dinner bell. And then you're going to see the Monty walk up. One player walks back, and then they have Spirits who comes by with the buck, and it's a nice little bait and switch. And that's what we talk about playing C9's game. Obviously, Gunner was shooting his gun, right? But it's about the bait that he knows there's a player here. I can kind of do a bait and switch, bring the Monty over, and then it forces Wildcard to have to push into the Monty because they want to go for a gunfight on the player that was baiting his gun. Spirits hits the flank, is able to get 2 nice kills, and that's just so much adaptability from C9BC.
I'd like to talk to one Matthew Hot and Cold Stevens for a couple of minutes. Brother, congratulations on the win. It's good to have you back in the interviewer's chair. Those last 2 rounds where you ran the double shield combo, completely different sites, by the way, but why do you gotta bully these guys like that, man? Come on.
Did we run it twice?
Yeah.
I thought it was only last round.
I thought it was last round, too.
I had it on exhibition and then had it on cafeteria, too. But regardless, still, ran it the last time. You just thought that was the most effective strat. Just you wanted to close it out quick, it seemed like.
Well, I mean, we saw their setup with heavy, Pulse, Solus. That kind of tells me that they're going to play for plant denial, or early they're going to play for C4s if we would do like a top clear. So I figured just hit the site. If they don't have wall denial, we're just going to hit the site, and then I mean, shields are obviously the most overpowered thing right now. Might as well have 2 of them.
No, absolutely.
Running in at them.
Absolutely, and you and Spirits make that look beautiful and easy. But I want to talk about, Gunner specifically said yesterday that you guys were working on discipline. Why is that? Why are you guys struggling with discipline that you have to focus on it now?
Well, I mean, in my opinion, we have some of the best fraggers in the game, and they know they are some of the best, so they just peek everything. And it's been a problem forever for us with discipline. I just think at the Manchester Major, it's a lot easier to keep each other accountable with it. Like in person at a LAN event. So we came back to online, and then those problems didn't disappear. They came back, and we just had to really hammer on it, and our defense has looked a lot better since week 1.
I mean, yeah. I mean, from yesterday and then even into today, I mean, I said, I don't know if you heard in the interview, you guys are setting the tempo. You guys are forcing teams to play your game, not the other way around.
Yeah, and I mean, that's like a big thing you could do in this meta, you know? Like, you have so much that you can do, especially on attack. Make teams play in chaos, make them play, you know, default siege, whatever, you know, whatever works better against that team. I mean, the shields probably aren't fun to play against.
Well, I mean, you guys don't make it look fun to play against.
I mean,
no, they're definitely not. But I mean, it's just like a diverse meta. It's really good. It's really good.
And I'm glad that you mentioned that you have great players that know that they're good. And obviously, I'm sure you are one of the main vocal points, keeping everybody disciplined. But in that last round, we hear you say, Spirits, take your one. So how many times do you find yourself in a game where you're able to kind of let your players let loose? Like, what is that? How do you get to a moment where you're just, you know what, go get that kill, go get that one?
Honestly, I mean, I think that stems from just having trust in your players, you know, and your teammates. I trust every one of them to do whatever they need to. So, I mean, there's times where I tell Gav, like, you know, Gav's our solo roamer. Gav, just get it done up there. Like, whatever you have to do, get it done. Whatever. Zach, I mean, if he's on blitz, like, I know he's killing everyone. So it's just a trust thing, you know. Just have full trust in your teammates, and it'll most likely end well.
I remember the stark contrast from last stage where it was an 0-3 start. You guys hadn't had that much time to really get to know one another or have playstyles mesh or any of that. And then it was that crazy run all the way from, you know, winning stage 1, going to Manchester. History's already written itself at that point. But why was the beginning of this stage so different compared to the beginning of last stage, other than just getting acclimated to a new system? Like, what's really, really good about how this stage started for you guys?
I mean, obviously the main difference is the pressure. You know, before we had no pressure on us. Now we have kind of all the pressure. You know, we have to get back to where we were. But for us, it's just getting better every day. You know, we can lose a game. Like, we lost against Amity. I don't think we should have, obviously, but
sure,
they played good, and it really like kicked us into gear practice-wise, and I feel like it got us thinking about the right things in order to improve.
I mean, we didn't even think you guys should have lost that game. We said it on the desk here. Fundamentally, you guys looked like you were the better team. It just came down to the small errors that you guys were losing then that costed that match.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, they won a lot of.
You bandit trick server wall.
second.
You specifically bandit trick server wall. That in every scenario should go in your favor.
We're not going to let them live that round down, are we?
If I get a couple more kills that game, we win. That's all I'll say.
Well, good stuff this week, dude.
I didn't play too good.
That's hey,
thank you.
A 6-point week overall. Absolutely nothing to sniff at. Come back and do it again next week, and we'll see you then. All right, dude?
It's the plan.
Week 3 up on deck. C9BC, dude, they're looking hot. I mean, yeah, again, because that one loss was overtime, it could really swing either way. Because it didn't swing their way, they're not letting that really bug them very much because they're doing really good right now.
Well, I know we're saying that's going to bug them, but there is a fly flying around here that is bugging all of us in front of me right now.
Jesus.
But again, no, I'm so glad again because I chose Beast Coast as my top team, and I'm so glad from the first day performance, from the second day performance, and the third day performance, they are looking scarier and scarier and looking like that Manchester run team that we saw just completely dominate through all of Manchester and win it all.
Are you happy that you were right, or were you happy that Fox 8 was wrong?
No, I'm happy that I was. I'm happy that. I'm happy that I was.
Well, we
right.
had him in fourth. Look at where they're at now.
That I was right, only for the simple fact, honestly, watching C9 Beast Coast out of all the teams right now, even Sonics, for example, there's just, I just really enjoy watching C9 Beast Coast. Sure, you say there's a little bias there, but it's just how they play the game. They're just at a fundamental level. They get it. They understand this meta, and they really demonstrate that throughout their play.
It's a very fresh and aggressive way to watch, and when you're watching, it's almost like you're captivated every single round because of how aggressive and on pace that they are every single round. You never really know what they're going to bring. First team to bring out the Boss G ACOG with Spirits. Team also runs double shields in a round. I mean, they definitely enjoy themselves when they're playing that game.
Yeah.
And obviously, they're really good. Also, you know, there's still a lot of Siege to be played here, you know? So, I mean, they still lost to M80, unfortunately. You know, we did say that we should have won, but they did lose to M80. So, I mean, they still could find themselves in third or fourth. So now they need to make sure that they're staying consistent and keeping up that run. They look great this week, but there's many more weeks to come.
Congratulations to C9BC on a 6-point week. But coming up next, our main event of the evening, the match I've been looking forward to the most of any so far, Sonics and Space Station will close out day 4 after the break.
It's total calamity, total mayhem inside of the server. Out of nowhere, they find their round back into their favor.
Holding up for the blood, the wave!
And I think he might just find it!
Ladies and gentlemen, this is your main event of the evening. The schedule has blessed us with a top 3 matchup as our last game of the night, and the space station is the next stop on Canadian's world tour with his new band. Are they about to improve to 4-0, or have SSG patched up the suit to go back into battle after their loss yesterday? Welcome back to the NAL. I'm Jacob, he's Laxing, he is Foxay. Gentlemen, if you had to guess, how many times do you think Space Station and Sonics have played each other all time? How many games?
It has to be less than Dark Zero and Space Station.
It has to be less than that, yeah.
So I would
be like-
say 16.
16?
Could be like 12, could be like 22, I don't know. Something like that.
Which one do you want to go with, 12 or 22?
16.
12.
12? The answer is 18. 18 total times since the 2019-2020 days, before the NAL was even really a thing. We've had this matchup go on before, and now we see them spar yet again, albeit under far different circumstances than 5 years ago.
Yeah, and both teams obviously finding a lot of success, but I got to talk about Sonic specifically. They've been looking obviously to be the best from their fundamentals of obviously getting Troy and Surf, and just the roster and how they play. It just looks like they have a better understanding that SSG doesn't have established just yet.
Yeah, and all the hiccups that SQ have really faced have been inside maps and have been auto-corrected inside the same game. So it's not like they've lost to one of these mistakes and had to go back to the drawing board. They've been full throttle the whole way. Whereas SSG, I mean, you know, we saw their attacks haven't been looking as good as we're used to seeing them.
Yeah.
It looks like they have another hill that they need to cross over, and it's just, it sucks if you're an SSG fan to see them get so close, but never get it.
Or another station to go to, you know?
Is there another station to go to?
Gotta fuel up.
I mean,
fuel up somewhere else.
I mean, like, space station's like the highest that you can get, like, out of orbit.
They just have to get to a different station. is all I'm
Jacob
saying.
said something about them patching up their spacesuit yesterday or something, and I was like, wow.
I said that literally like 2 minutes ago.
2 minutes ago? Oh, okay. That was really good. Wow. I don't know.
Thank you. Let's talk about the Sonics. Currently the only undefeated team remaining in the league. They still have that #1 spot locked down. They won 8-6 on Labs yesterday against M80, and that game just looked like it was theirs from the jump. The only downside was not being able to finish it before we got to overtime.
Yeah, again, you know, I got to talk about, I mean, I wasn't sure what this team was going to look like at the start of obviously bringing in Troy, bringing in back Super, bringing in Surf, but I mean, the fundamentals have been working out. And like Fox just recently said, that they're able to make those changes in the rounds versus later into a game.
I think right now we're noticing their attacks are kind of their bread and honey for the most part.
Oh.
Los was doing really good, but Los had only played 2 games coming into today. Sonics being one of the only teams that had played 3 games so far. This is where they're making their money right now.
Yeah, so again, you look at Los here, you don't really count that because they only played 1 game prior going into today. Obviously, that has shaken up a little bit, but going in today, overall, Sonics are leading at 11 wins so far on their attacks. That doesn't look like a crazy margin, but for only 3 games being played so far, that's actually really good, and especially in the meta. But something actually also that just came to mind in terms of why their successful attacks have been as successful as they have been, Troy specifically, especially on Dark Zero, especially at SI, they were the best attacking team, and that had to do off of Troy's IGLing. So it's no surprise that now you're seeing Sonics leading the scene with these attack win rates.
And that's something that you've always seen DZ be good at and now SQ be good at, and that's because their IGL is adapting within the server, and that's something that we noted in every single SQ game, and it's something very difficult that not every IGL can accomplish.
Now, this was around during the M80 game that Fox originally touched up on from M80 side, but this is from Sonic side. They didn't use the shield here. What they did is they worked the map. They figured out how they wanted to approach this site, and as you can see from this top-down view, is they completely constrict the site hold from M80 and force everyone into an unwinnable position, unwinnable gunfights, and this just goes to show that IGLing that Troy does. And then we go into this next round where we talk about shield play a ton. Troy sets his team up once again and also sets himself up to get this plan. He lets the team know, hey, there's a cam here. I need you to get rid of this. Once we get rid of this, we're going to go for a plan. So everyone is aware. The second this camera gets removed, they immediately take advantage of this and they go for the plan. And thankfully, for the beautiful coverage that you're going to see from here, M80 tried to stop this with a C4, but Rexon on the coverage here, I mean, this is an insane shot to hit in that quick moment of denying that C4 that ultimately would have got rid of Troy. But once this bomb goes down, everyone's feeling comfortable. They already know the game's in the bag. The round's over. You can obviously see Grixer typed in. Like, there was nothing that anything M80 could have done in this situation, but it goes back to how pivotal Troy is in this role of IGL and setting up these attacks to be so successful.
Not to praise a guy who's on Siege's Mount Rushmore more than he's already gotten. He's gotten the trophies to back up how good he is in this case, but it does feel like for every iteration of the Sonics roster that we've seen, I don't know if there's been a faster start to an NAL stage than what we've seen Troy Canadian be able to do with the Sonics team. But he's going up against another one of his old franchises in Space Station Gaming, who themselves have had a bit of a, I mean, it was good for the first 2 games. Then yesterday, 7-4 loss to Dark Zero. They had a 4-2 lead after the first half, and then for some reason or another, every attack just fell apart.
Yeah, not only that, but also on week 1, scraping by with 7-5, 7-5 wins. You obviously can't be thrilled if you're SSG. Yes, you did get your full amount of points, but you can't look at that and be satisfied. You want to be able to accomplish more. You brought Benja in for a reason, and you are slaying out on the frag department, and you're doing the most difficult part that you could possibly do on your attacks perfectly. But then the biggest issue is you're not able to close it out. I mean, you could see it here, 21 opening kills to 13 opening deaths. And you're looking at that stat and you just don't understand how SSG isn't steamrolling over teams with how dominant they are on their opening kills on both defense and attack. Specifically their attack, we saw them rated 9th in their ranking for attacks. And that's because they're not able to convert any of these attacks. So yes, they're able to get their entries, but we talked a lot about rust. It is no longer rust. It is just plain and simple a communication and an identifying issue that they have not been able to figure out inside the server.
Yeah, a 60% attack win rate, or sorry, a 60% entry win rate is great, but when you're following that up with being 8th or 9th worst overall on attack, that's not what that isn't the area you want to be in. So how do you bounce back? Is there anything that you can fix? Is there anything in particular that you look at on tape and you're like, hey, Space Station can make this adjustment and they'll be fine?
I mean, it's really easy for us to sit and pick apart everything, but the biggest issue is just identifying what's going on in the round. And we actually have a clip that we can show you where SSG has the man advantage. They're able to have everything, all of the cards are in their play. They know that they just need to go for the execute now. They leave J9O to hold upstairs office control. They need to just open up the site wall, go for a plan. That's their game plan. Okay, where is Dark Zero? 4 members from Dark Zero are upstairs. SSG, whether you droned up top or not, you should know nobody's in kitchen. Okay, nobody in kitchen, let's just go for a plan. Jack, J9O, hold upstairs for dear life. J9O goes down. What does the rest of SSG do? They stick the plant. They keep trying to push through. There's no auto correction to fix this. Unfortunately, it was a sliver reaction, but the plant doesn't go down. Dark Zero gets the full retake. They shut down the rest of SSG. And now again, another situation. What does SSG do? They all kind of scurry around to find their own 1v1s. They almost bring it back. They go for the plant again, but same issue, same situation. They don't have top floor control. They didn't identify it beforehand, before the strat. They let Dark Zero play in their positions, and they just tried to say, hey, we'll just push through it. And unfortunately, that's what happens in all of SSG's games so far, which makes it so close because they start off so hot, but then they don't convert these huge advantages, huge positional advantages as well, into round wins.
And what's difficult about seeing that round specifically is like they know how to play this map. They enjoy this map. They know what they need to do, and to only leave J90 up there to hold that and be the sole stone to hold that thing down and lose it and then not try to transition off it, that's worrisome because, yeah, we need to see these rounds being capitalized on when it's in your favor.
Yeah, and that's what I'm saying. The tough start is getting an opening kill. They're getting that done. Now they just need to figure out the plans and the executes, and they got it.
It might seem like we're harping a lot on a team that had games go 7-5 and they got 2 wins on the board already. There are some things we just assume that this team is doing smoothly. Like I think a lot of people assumed Benja was just coming right into a new region and everything was going great, but we wanted to hear it from the man himself. So we sat down with Benja to talk about how his transformation from European play is going so far.
My name is Benjamin. My in-game name is Benja Master, and I'm playing for SSG. Yeah, so like I obviously started my career in EU. The way I got into Siege was like one of my good friends in school. He showed me it, and I didn't like shooter games, so I was just like completely trash talking the trailer and said like I'm not going to buy that game. But I ended up buying it, and then me and him like just played it together. Before I got 18, I was just playing Ranked. Then I played on Heroic for a year and decided like I wanted to try something new. I put myself on the like transfer list before the SI, got picked up by G2, we won. Then, you know, been playing on G2 for like 1.5 years. And then like both me and the organization came to the conclusion that it was best for both to try something new. And then I ended up in NAL on SSG. What I appreciate with SSG is like when we practice, it's like 100%. You know what I mean? Like it's focused work. I like that. I think like NAL, like they started to play a bit more like EU, but I think they're a bit more like coordinated NAL compared to EU, where EU is a mix of like Brazilian playstyle and NAL. They're a bit more like slow and bit more like thinking about what they're actually doing. And I think like what I'm excited for now, I already played OXG like 2 times in the E World Cup. I'm excited to play all the new different teams. Like it's different and always fun to play new teams, and like there's a couple of the NAL teams that I've never played against, so I'm looking forward to that.
It's glad to know that Benja's optimism about the way Space Station play is just kind of par for the course, especially like we mentioned. SSG's culture has been built up really well. For Benja to be a good culture fit is fantastic. As far as the map is concerned, gentlemen, this is Space Station's 2nd consecutive week playing the exact same map 2 days in a row. Chalet again, thoughts?
I think that's a really good matchup for both teams. Obviously, Sonics, with being as good as they currently are, you have to give them the edge with their attacks on such an attack-aggressive map. SSG's attacks have not been looking too hot. So if there's a map that they're going to need to switch stuff up, especially like you said, they just played it. We just highlighted a clip where they weren't identifying the issue.
Yeah.
They need to make sure that they fix that identification issue for this game against SQ.
Yeah, and I think it goes back to just what you were saying is, are they going to be able to adapt? Because what we saw from M80 today, they didn't change anything.
Nope.
So I hope SSG actually changes something, but I mean, SQ liked this map. And now you have Troy in your arsenal, you have Surf in your arsenal, and you have the entire rest of Sonics at your disposal in Troy's hands to make this roster work. And this really does come down to a lot of these attacks here. So I am worried that SSG is willing to bring it back, knowing that this is a comfort pick for Sonics as well. But again, it's going to come down to really, is SSG going to quickly identify what happened and what went wrong yesterday and really fix it today and not repeat what M80 just did?
Space Station starts on defense first. Is there any reason to think they can maybe get a hot start before moving to the second half?
No, I think that's even better for SQ, because Chalet is a map where if you're fast on attacks, you're able to take position, capitalize off of the mistakes of the defense. We saw Wildcard OXG play, and all of the round wins were coming mostly from attacks. So, and now that we have 2 better attacking teams on paper, it should look like a much more even brawl on the attack side.
I mean, hey, you say better attack teams on paper. Weren't Space Station one of the bottom 2 on attack coming into this week?
Yes, but statistically, they're getting that opening kill.
Yeah.
So technically, on paper, they're the best team. On paper, they're the best team in the league right now, but they just can't convert.
Hey, on paper, this is still the matchup between the 2 best defensive teams in the league coming into today. Can Canadian knock off both of his old orgs? We'll find out with Sam Stewart and Carter Hannafeld.
Well, I can tell you the odds ain't looking good from my perspective, because Dark Zero under Canadian, since SI has only, or obviously when Canadian was IGLing Dark Zero, under his leadership, Dark Zero only lost Chalet twice since SI24, and Sonics have a lot of players, specifically Grixer and Rexon, who were on this roster when they were one of the best Chalet teams in North America. Sam, this is going to be a potentially difficult game for Space Station, and they need to get these attacks figured out if they want to stand a chance, in my opinion.
It's just a tad bit worrisome, isn't it? Especially after what we saw from Space Station yesterday, just not really having the full kit and caboodle when it came to the offensive side of things. Just could not get things going on. You saw it perfectly in that replay that we had for y'all when it came to that mid-floor bomb site. SSG just not really able to get a proper stranglehold on the defensive setup, and just really couldn't make anything happen in the moment. All that verticality pressured up against them, and yeah, they have the man advantage, but they did not have the positional advantage, and it constantly seemed to be something that was punishing SSG yesterday, whether it be man count or position. It was always falling on the opposite side of the fence. So we're looking to see if they can kind of right their wrongs here today. But the big thing is, the elephant in the room, Sonics with Canadian on the roster have looked indomitable, Carter. And not only that, but for anybody that's privy to stat lines, things like CGG or whatever you use at home, if you've noticed, Canadian's actually putting up one of his best rates that we've seen in a very long time. I believe he's sitting at a 1.11 right now. Usually you see him around that 0.8, 0.9 area because he's doing a lot of the odd jobs. He usually puts himself in that kind of position. He'll pick up that flex operator and try and make some magic happen around the map. And sometimes it works out, sometimes it doesn't. But, you know, you can tell that he's got a chip on his shoulder walking into this stage with the way that he's been carrying himself.
It's kind of funny that you mentioned that, because we've kind of got the same situation on SSG. Forrest having an oddly strong start to the stage. Normally he's lower on the ranks for SSG. It's usually kind of like everybody else, and then Force usually around like a 0.8 or a 0.9, but Force is all the way up at around like a 1.1 something as well. It's actually surprisingly Ashen, what for a long time has been alongside Jan, I know, the star player for SSG, currently at the bottom of the rankings for SSG, and not in, I would say, you know, not the bottom 10, 15 of the NAL, but for where we're used to Ashen performing, definitely a bit reduced numbers throughout these first 3 play days. So if we can see, alongside Benjamaster, who's doing great in the league so far, if we can see Ashen and Janano power up, if Force is doing well, you can get one of your other star players in the mix. This could easily become a scary SSG, especially if they can convert those advantages.
Yeah, this roster, at least when you look at the paper of it, right, they look like they would be just absolutely disgusting through and through. But that's the thing about Siege rosters, man. It's a process, and sometimes that stuff doesn't work out. We can sit here and rant and rave about how talented SSG is, but they could end up hitting a wall down the line where they're like, hey, things aren't really working out with this roster, and we have to make another adjustment. I don't really think it's near that time just yet. I think there's still a few kinks that they need to work out, but Space Station are making solid headway. This will be a good representative of that here today if they're able to make the most out of the situation up against the Sonics here on Chalet. For Space Station, it's going to be the basement bomb site here. First, a solid setup here, some aggressive standpoints, especially for J90 over here inside of Trench. They want to make sure to try and take away all of these opportunities from Sonics here early on. You can see SSG is banking on the fact that they're able to get these early kills or just this early pressure in general.
I mean, Ashen all the way in Trophy. Benja now spotted inside of Library. A whole lot of defenders stationed very, very far on this map, though supported by the core 3 all the way on the bottom floor in the basement. So it's not like the site is empty, but there are certainly 2 players that are very isolated from the rest of their team. With JNNO, I think being, as you mentioned, the most important problem that Sonics might deal with in the coming minute, which is about all we have left. 1:17 seconds. Canadian trying to find a way in. That shotgun reveals its position. He just sends it. Such a difficult spot to be in, and he somehow threads that needle. We've seen Wildcard try to do something very similar and be undone by it. But Sonics not only take down the Trench player, Surf gets another kill. Fultz and Janino down. 2 of the 3 players remaining, by the way, off-site. Ashen's got to rotate back. Benjamaster has to as well. It's Forrest, the only one actually inside of the basement right now.
Do they know? Oh, Ashen, he misses the timing for the Trench player moving in. And another one. I mean, he could end up coming up really big here on the tail end of this, potentially be a plant stopper or just be able to shut down that last angle that we see working its way in. But Canadian's going to pile drive the site with the shield he works on in. Ambi's going to go down. Surface planting this. Ashen, can he get it done? He gets one at least, but he can't stop the plant. He'll finally gun down Canadian, but he loses his life on the rotation. It's a 1 versus 2, and no, it's not Canadian that loses his life at all. It's the planter instead, and the Blitz makes the most out of it. Sonics with a great offensive assault of the bomb site, and the Space Station time and time again left to try and pick up the scraps inside of that round.
MVP Blitz play right there. I mean, we often see the Blitz just sort of like the guy making space, and it's the person behind the Blitz that you really got to worry about. And you saw the M80 game earlier, the guy that often couldn't get the kills when it mattered. But instead, there's nobody behind Canadian. He just walks up, melees Janino, finishes him off, does the same thing to end the round. And I really like this play by Ashen right here, but good on Grixer watching him come off. And unfortunately, just nobody able to deal with Canadian running around and getting kills in and around the site. Really strong start by Sonics, taking a while to set up, but executing everything perfectly once they set their mind to it.
Yeah, and I know we talk about it all the time whenever he's in the lobby, but Canadian there with just a great read of the scenario. All the way down to the 1v1 he had and the way he had to go about it. He knows that he's got a warden in front of him. That flash isn't really going to help him. So what's he do immediately, Carter? He closes the gap. He gets right up in his face. He makes it to where that shotgun isn't going to be nearly as volatile unless J90 wants to try and hit the deck. But you can see Canadian was prepared for everything in that situation there, and he bullies Warden out of that position, able to secure that really big kill and start opening up this portion of the map. The biggest grievance there for Space Station is that they're never really able to win that tug of war in that area. Even though we have people like Ashen positioned over there, he never really finds a moment to make things matter the most. And Sonics are constantly punishing them over and over again, especially being able to keep that Blitz up and very healthy so that we can see Canadian use it to its fullest potential. That's going to be the first round done and dusted in favor of SQ. And now it's down to round 2 with SSG throwing us over into Barn Games.
from Canadian back on the blitz, and you can already imagine a similar story just on a different floor as to what we saw in round 1 versus what we could see in round 2. We've got a bar and games hold. What does it usually entail? Couple players in the site, couple players upstairs holding library, mezzanine, library stairs, and so on. So you take the blitz, send them in maybe through the ivy window or through the double window that you see right here to do the exact same thing. Pressure the guy on the mezzanine shield. Jane, I know as you can see right now, instead it's actually Ashen running through the bed, the office area, spotting and running right into Canadian. He is a bit alone right now, but there are a lot of players holding long angles that can move around this, but Fultz with a pre-placed C4, him and Ashen communicating quite effectively to take down that valuable player from round 1. Rexon moves in for the pinch, but there is a possibility for a trade here if that mezzanine player gets active, but it's not realized. Ashen blinded and shut down, so you might lose the blitz, but you do get that advantage back.
I was clutching my pearls over here on how that was going to break down, and, well, we're going to end up with a dead Canadian. Ashen on the floor, too, after Rexon picks him up. Those stun grenades pour in, and nobody able to try and deny that on the cross there. So we're down into the 4 versus 4, but still a long process ahead of the Sonics on this top floor. Planero Rotero drones to try and dislodge this shield that's been placed at the top of blue. Have Rexon over on K9 balcony as well, as he's looking to try and work his way in. A huge flash grenade and a blinded shield player will go down. Sonics with a quick shot will take out 2 players off of the top floor. It's down to Forrest and Benja, and just Forrest want to try and fight this. He does. He can't get a single one though. Surf on a dime cuts him down. It's left up to Fultz, the longest standing player for Space Station Gaming, but he's losing oxygen quickly. I don't know if he'll be able to hold on to this spacewalk for long enough to be able to at least get this round going in some considerable fashion his way, but it won't happen. Grixer will find him with that longer angle out towards Fireplace Hall, and the Sonics have themselves 2 rounds.
Sure, you lose Canadian early on, but Rexon able to get that trade makes things a lot easier, and after that, you can still see the coordination between SQ perfect on that clear of mezzanine and the library shield. 2 different players take fights. One guy with the player holding the shield library, one player fighting Janino and mezzanine. And it's a small thing, but in both engagements, in fact, all 3 kills Sonics got the first 2 minutes and 10 seconds were on blinded players. That Malusi right there, blinded. Legion, blinded. Ashen, blinded when Rexon goes in for that trade. Like, the coordination and the utility usage to follow up it from the Sonics has been incredible these first 2 rounds. It's been really, really strong the past few play days, and it's making these defenses extra difficult for SSG.
Yeah, it's hard fought for them right now. I mean, they're looking for the answers, but the answers are not coming easy. The Sonics have looked very solid thus far. Even inside of that round, SSG able to get rid of the shield play pretty early on there. I mean, Canadian gets dispatched with that nitro cell placed inside of kitchen on the ceiling as he dies upstairs inside of office. But SSG, I think, for all intents and purposes, still had a solid game plan there. I mean, great positioning. I especially like the fact that they had some of those angles built up to try and support Ashen over inside of the office. It just never worked out. That's the biggest thing there. Sonics, they reset, reevaluate, and they completely blow SSG out of the water on that top floor and make matters so much worse than what they had already been. Now for the Sonics, though, into round 3. SSG, no answers just yet. They've had some, skirmishes go their way, but nothing that's considerable enough to be like, they were close to taking a round. Now Ambi looking to make matters even worse for them. We're gonna have 2 Space Station members clamber their way down this stairwell. Ambi in pursuit. Ashen gonna be here too. Who's gonna win the fight? It's not gonna be the young gun just yet. A frag grenade in, and this should be a dead mute. Ashen will go down and become mute. Ambi will as well, as he gets gunned down out of the ump from Benja. And oh my god, it's hell in a handbasket down here. Grixer's gonna pick up 2 here, and Sonic somehow, some way, Carter, are back in the driver's seat in a 4 versus 2 with 1 minute and 40 seconds remaining.
I mean, I'm sitting there thinking to myself, did Ambi really have to peek there? I think he might have overshot it a little bit. And, well, the rest of the team was behind him supporting it, so yeah, that's round 3 done. I imagine we'll probably see an SSG tactical timeout after this, because this game is, Well, SSG are losing control of it rapidly.
Oh, man. They have entered a tailspin, and I don't know if they have the engines to be able to try and knock themselves out of it. It's already a tough maneuver, right? But they're lacking the potential right now, and that's the hard thing. Sonics have, seemingly across these last 3 rounds, had exactly what SSG wants to do right in their hands, and they've just pulverized it each and every time.
I mean, obviously, it's ridiculous to say you need to call a tactical timeout when you're down 0-3, because, like, obviously you do, but, like, with that round especially, I mean, you said it best, just incapable to stop Sonics from getting everything they wanted. Man advantage, control, clear. It all went Sonics' way the moment they set their mind to it, and even though Space Station have, sure, maybe in the first round you have Canadian able to take down J90 and nobody really contesting, but second round, Fultz gets the opening pick. You start off with an advantage. Pretty quickly traded out by the Sonics. Round 3, Amy's able to get the opening pick, but it's quickly traded out by Benjamaster. And then the Sonics win the round anyway by finding everybody down on that middle and bottom floor. So even though SSG were able to contest Sonics in that early round, by the late game, Sonics are just so well set up, they fall to pieces. And we'll need to see improvement after this, because I know it's Chalet attack, but I have to believe that if this pace continues, we're going to have a 4th quick game of the day.
What are we on pace for on this map as of now? Let me check in here. Where are we at? Chalet. All right. Oh man, this is not looking hot for Space Station, but I mean, who else would be the one to correct the trend minus Canadian, right? Chalet's current defensive overall win rate in NAL, Carter, with 2 plays, not including this one, obviously, 72%. So, if you go by that number, SSG are not looking all that great. But here's the thing, Chalet is definitely a map that if you know how to go about things on the offensive side, you know how to exploit this map well, it is offensive favored. There's so many angles that you can utilize. Ooh, speaking of which, Ashen gonna go fishing. Won't find much though. It's maybe a snag here or there. Not even a bullet's worth of damage going over to the offense. But either way, Sonics not really reinventing the wheel when it comes to their strategy. I mean, they're going about things in a very straightforward way, and they're finding success just playing off of each other. I've been really liking what we're seeing through these 3 rounds.
Yeah, and the change we see in round 4 is just dropping the blitz, which has been one of the chief things giving SSG trouble. Perfectly fine. You've had SSG grown accustomed to it. They're probably, I would imagine, anticipating you're going to switch off the blitz, because it's a reasonable play at this point to expect from somebody, especially as I would say capable of, as Canadian, as reading the game and deciding what to do. So I imagine SSG probably anticipating the blitz would fall out of the way, but this is still going to be a new attack from the Sonics, though one that will cause a lot of chaos as the Candelas are cooking. You might have had the blitz to throw a wrench in things before, but these Candelas can easily do something similar. With Ashen playing in Bathroom, could be the very player to be the recipient of them. Nade goes in, Candelas go in, Ashen out of the round so early on, and immediate control of Solar Stairs. Again, Andy maybe overplaying his hand a little bit as SSG are able to make it 4-4.
Yeah, Sonics SSG find a decent fight there. Fultz will be able to rectify the issue on the top floor here too. Looks like he might have some semblance of a problem over on the Solarium side of things, but doesn't mean that Sonics are out of it just yet. Another smoke to be applied. Nobody that's going to be able to see through that on the defensive side either, so it should be pretty easy for Canadian to work his way in, but the timing, Forrest catches the nape of Canadian there as soon as he hops in, annihilates him, and now it's down to a 2 versus 4. This is the strongest round that we've seen out of Space Station thus far, as they've been able to find their moments, their ability to get their counter punch in, and it's finally punished the Sonics. Surf, though, the second player that joined this roster just this stage as Canadian rolled on in after Adam ended up going to the wayside, as well as Merc will swing in through the window. He'll get gunned down by Space Station Gaming. SSG with their first positive note here on Chalet.
Sonics might be able to get that initial burst of momentum, the opening frag, control of Solar Stairs, but with Ambi pushing that far down and how many long angles SSG had to contest, it's an easy fight to lose, unfortunately, and down he goes, and I'm not entirely sure what happened in the fight between Fultz and Rexon, but at that point, all of that momentum you've had for Sonics is pretty much gone. Fultz has taken down at least one player contesting the top floor. Now he's got a gun trained over to that position. The two players in sight are watching bottom solar. Maybe you even have somebody coming up and rotating up to support Foltz on the top floor. SQ go from moving rapidly towards the site to end up being confined, stuck on solar without much room to move, all because a couple gunfights don't go their way. It's the risk you have with those solar side takes sometimes. If you can't carry that momentum into further control of the top floor or the bottom floor, it can easily become your grave, as it can be the place from which you win the round.
Yeah, that's the biggest thing with those offenses, as you were touching on. It's very claustrophobic over there. And if you can't get a solid foothold over there, by that I mean at least get some bodies in and they're able to take control of things like master, things like bathroom, making it to where you can swing it off those windows pretty successfully without really having to worry about too much. Just, obviously the stairwell as well as trophy downstairs, then things become a lot easier for you. But Sonics didn't necessarily have that. They're able to get that big kill there with Ambi as he swings in through, but you saw it firsthand. As Ambi swings down the bottom of the stairs, he's practically standing just out in the open there on the trophy stairwell, and he ends up getting gunned down by SSG, taking two big swings in from the dining area. So just Sonics getting a little overzealous, just a tiny bit, getting a little punished there just due to the positioning of what they were going for, man. Solarium, again, just an area that can get very claustrophobic very quickly if things start to break down.
Where one player from SSG find themselves in this round. Grix are trying to look through the drone hole to see if that cap can give away anything. Folt's also on very low HP, so SSG suffering some damage and the potential for some could be in the Capcan's future. Canadian back on the Blitz, by the way. One round where they dropped it, didn't work out, so they'll go back to old, reliable on Baron games. Remember how strong that clear of the top floor was, even though the Blitz went down. His death was good for a trade, and the flashbangs all came out from the top floor afterwards, but it's a completely different face this time. Whether it's in through Mudroom or in through the bar double window, it seems that Sonics might want to try to push the side a lot quicker.
There's going to be a bit of a patience play here, though. I want to make sure that they have this top floor at least under wraps, have some bodies there to try and deal with these positions, as Canadian's going to try and pressure the site more than likely from Mudroom here. I don't know if we're going to have extra bodies around him, but Ashen will at least supplement this area here for blue stairs. A nice crossfire brought up. You're still waiting to see if somebody wants to try and peek him out from trophy, but it's a slow rolling round thus far. They're just going to be forced back now, and he's actually going to run into his own EDD. That's not something you see every day, but since Grixer's on the Brava, it's going to be a big moment here. Nobody really in the area to try and deal with Benja either. J90, speaking of low health on Foltz, his is at 8. Now he's dead as well. Far worse than what we'd seen previously. Ashen with a nice frag, though, will be able to pick up one. And oh my, Sonics, what have we got going on this top floor?
Well, certainly Rexon, a double for him this round so far. Remember, the one player remaining, aside from Forrest, is down by his own EDDs. So this is a Forrest 1v4 with 25 seconds left. Eyes on the hatch. One SQ player right around the corner, but they can drop down into games. They can start firing shots at Forrest back momentarily. Canadian's been in Mudroom for ages at this point, but as he sprints on into the site, he spots the remaining player. And it's done and dusted for Sonics. 4-2-1. Brief momentum after the timeout. Right back into the pain train.
Oh yeah, it's difficult right now for SSG. Just anything that they're doing is not working. And those with a keen eye inside that last round, you would have seen SSG's operator lineup. Every single thing that they did, Carter, it all said, hey, we are trying to stop this blitz from having so much influence in the round. And that's the biggest thing. That's why I love the positioning of what we see from Canadian there. He takes the tiniest shred of map control. He's just sitting inside of mud, just constantly shifting in and out, not overswinging, not trying to get in somebody's face, not trying to oversell things. And SSG are constantly trying to find an answer to him. They're like, what do we do about this main hall area? Well, you have so much pressure around the map from other positions from Sonics. You got, EDDs stolen. You have crossfires over towards the main lobby as well as upstairs. And the Sonics just start breaking SSG down. There's no real way for SSG to get back into these moments as well, because a lot of these are just, lone soul things where they're often kind of their own island trying to make the most out of it, and Sonics are constantly bodying them. And It's just such a risky situation for them right now when they do have to go for these things, because Sonics, they've been doing their due diligence, Carter. I mean, they are sticking to their angles, they're sticking to their guns, they're not getting over the top in their aggression, nobody's sprinting in and getting wildly gunned down. I mean, it is all green lights for this offensive camp.
Which is, I think when we were thinking about all the different ways this game could go, I think, all right, if SQ are going to win this, I think this is what the game would look like, which is basically setting up everything they need to and executing most of it with success. And that's pretty much what we have. The one time was that kitchen dining round where you lose a couple gunfights, and because you go for a bit more linear of a take, you don't have a lot of control from which you can actually bounce back from that loss. Everything else has been a bit more of a full clear, a lot more angles, and when SSG have to deal with that, maybe they're putting up a decent fight in some cases, but Sonics are just running circles around them when it comes to coordination. And also, gotta be honest, when it comes to the gunfights too, aside from Ambi, everybody on the Sonics having a great day. And on the flip side, nobody on SSG. Nobody whatsoever.
Yeah, usually Fridays are good days at the office, right, Carter? But
Yeah,
today for Space Station,
You get to wear jeans, you get to, the weekend's coming up, you're all excited, and Fultz is 4-5. And I guess Forrest is 3-4, but J9O, a lot of people always talk about him being, one of the quiet, not underrated, but best players in the world. 0-3 right now. Ashen, who's constantly trying to get aggressive, never really getting anything for it. It just doesn't feel like the SSG, I think, that we're used to when they're performing well.
have we reached max crank? Is that what we're seeing right now? We get a peek out of the side window. We also have games. What's going on here?
If this is max crank, I'd hate to see what 50% is because they're down 1-4.
It just seems like they want to double down a little bit on this aggression. We'll see if it works out for them. We're going to have the yokai over here from Forest as the drones are going to cross each other. Not like ships in the night. It's daytime. They're staring each other right in the eyes, but nobody can do anything about it. So that's the biggest thing there. Forest does know that the main breach is open, and Sonic's making quick work of that there. So a lot of pressure already on the main site setup for Space Station.
I think also important intel gathered. I'm pretty sure we saw... I'm not sure, who's to say if Forrest spotted it or not, but I think we saw kind of the pixelation from the Nook over by Garage. So if Forrest is perceptive and made note of that, they might actually know that Sonics have a Nook on the board and could be extra cautious as to their backline. Wherever Sonics are pushing from, they'll probably have somebody dedicated more towards watching Blue Stairs or West Main, wherever, the opposite side from where Sonics are pushing from. No blitz on the board, the second round, where that's been the case. Instead, Canadian on that Grim. Such a powerful execute operator, but considering he's the only one on this side right now, seeming like it might be a front take for SQ.
And they're taking their time here. Crossing their T's, dotting their I's, making sure that nobody's going to slip through the cracks. A very similar position to what we saw the last time. That's what we saw Canadian barrel his way in with that blitz. End up taking control of this trench position. Space Station going for the exact same play as we saw the last time, but for Sonics, it's going to look a little bit different. We got the Grim Bees in here. We are going to have Ash be able to get rid of that Selma, but he's a known quantity now. They know he's over near that West Main space. So how does Sonics want to try and work this last minute to get onto the site?
Remember, this was where he was before. Benjamaster with the first, able to cut down Grixer, traded out, but still doing some deadly damage to Sonics. Fultz following it up onto Canadian. This is a 2-4 half indeed. I was going to say winnable round, but the round's pretty much been won. Surf stuck outside the breach, will find one. Nice crosshair placement to pre-fire Fultz essentially, but spotted by a VP and a yokai. The remaining SG defenders also pulled all the way back in wine. Now, no point in, saving KD or timeout. He will send it, but SSG will get a 4-2 half. But yesterday, they got a 4-2 half against DZ, and it was unfortunately not enough. They lost 5 attacks. So we will need to see some improvement on that side, but at least right now, in round 6, they end things on a high note.
Very well done there for Space Station, staying true to the strategy there. And, you know, Sonic's having to make a little bit of an adjustment just because the way that they solved that the last time was that play that we saw from Canadian over on Trench side. They don't have the shield this time around. It's a huge threat to try and play in against that positioning there, not only because we have the cross being held from our boy Ashen on Vigil, but you also have that M590 in the hands of Warden. And what do you do against that thing in close range, Carter? The answer is die. You don't even have to talk. So that's the thing right there. So they try and send it over towards main, try and get some pressure over top in fireplace, but none of it truly comes to fruition. The main thing is here that Space Station do a much better job of playing off of each other, and not only that, but capitalizing. You know, we've seen them have solid positioning around each other in, you know, some of these former rounds, but not able to make anything happen inside of the moment. Sonics just get 2 instead of 1. This time around, though, the shoe's on the other foot, and Space Station finally get their crank playstyle to work out a little bit better. They just had to pick and choose their moments there. Those early aggressive peaks, not really getting them anything, but not really punishing them either. So they kind of let cooler heads prevail and wait for the Sonics to come to them.
Can't do that on the attacking side, though. We'll need to see SSG actually make their own opportunities. I mean, especially when SSG struggles, not only, I mean, yesterday, of course, but also historically. We have to be honest that the problems SSG have when they're at their best are often the same problems they have when they're at their worst. It's just the problems happen more frequently. SSG have always been a team that they have strategies, they have, you know, preset plays, but they always go for the individual stuff. It's why we joke about the crank play style. It's why you hear Call Out and Forrest and all the SSG teammates and alumni refer to it. It's what they're known for. It's what they believe the way they should be playing the game. But when you have that individual play, either too separated or also with this stage, with a lot of your star players just not performing well, Ashen, Jane, I know, Foltz, all struggling to have impact, your rounds, especially in the attack, are going to be problematic. So when you have something right here, Canadian on the roam, classic play. If you only have players funneling after him one at a time, you might end up falling. But there's drone after drone, player after player, stationed around the Valkyrie, and it seems that Canadian will fall prey to some SSG coordination.
It's not prey yet. He's
he's
squabbling for his life.
Wait,
He's
hold on.
coming back. Wait, hold on. Yeah. Hey, wait a minute. Wait a minute. Canadian, he's gonna stay downstairs. The stand like a stone, just waiting to see what's gonna happen. Space Station still trying to process their way over through Solarium Rexon with a nice position here inside of the jacuzzi. Does have that nitro cell to try and prevent the window angle when somebody does work their way over there. But Canadian, he just persists. He's still here. No drone around the space. There's no way, right? He sneaks up right behind him. He finds one. He doesn't even turn. He's going to be able to get him. Flicks on a dime. Has the deagle. Don't do it to him, Canadian. Come on. This is above your age. There's no way. Force is going to take down Surf, and it's just all falling apart for Space Station. Rexon gets a big kill, a nade out, and it will remove that player. It's a 3 versus 2 for the offense. Canadian not actually able to get much going on this flank.
Oh, he's able to find one, but really nothing else. He's also used that C4, so an extremely chaotic round, but potentially SSG's first win on Chalet attack in 2 days. Diffuser goes down, Sledge is now moved outside, so only actually one player in Canadian's way at the moment, but he has been tracked. The very player I'm talking about is that Deimos behind the half wall, but okay, hold on. He knows what the Deimos is. Oh, almost gets him, but Ashen's able to finish him off. With how low HP those other players were, there was a shot, albeit a small one. But with Ashen able to finish it off, SSG, as I said, first attacking win in 2 days.
Yeah, it wasn't the cleanest thing in the world, especially with what we saw go on downstairs and Canadian able to work his way back up West Main. I mean, also just a crazy moment there for Canadian at the end of the day too. I mean, the fact that he was able to work his way back into that moment where we saw SSG practically mark him and be like, all right, this is a known quantity. There is some potential behind him flanking. He still gets it done, but the rest of the team, the rest of the backbone of the site just really not there to be able to support his antics going on the mid floor. Sonics lose a lot of potential on that top floor, especially after they lose Rexon on that cross. A well-delivered frag grenade out of Ashen makes that moment happen, and Space Station Gaming are able to get the case down and successfully take our first round of offense.
And makes 4-2 look like nothing problematic. Just one round, and you are almost at a tie game. If they can just win 2 in a row, much better than what we saw yesterday against Dark Zero. Bar and games now coming up. SSG want to try and move quickly once they acquire control on the site. They will certainly pay them here. It paid Sonics every single time they tried to pressure library stairs, whether from the top or the bottom. Once they transferred from their setup to the execute with very little time in between, the defense was often overwhelmed, had no time to react. If SSG want to do that again, hopefully a little bit less chaotic than we saw in round 7, could very well face a very, very similar end round, as Sonic's able to win this very site quite a few times on their attacking side.
We'll see if they can continue this. In order to power up a train, you got to start it. That's exactly what we got going on here for Space Station. They got the start of something, but they want to try and keep this round train going on. Already having some semblance of control over this top floor, but they got to worry about Ambi, and he's so solid in positions like this. Hasn't exactly been on fire here today, but that's the beauty of Siege. All you need is really one big round where you're the crux of the entire thing. We'll be singing your praises from the highest mountaintops. Fortunately enough, they're pretty close in Chalet. J9 now and the rest of the gang for Space Station, though, still looking for a way into this top floor, especially given the circumstances of Rexen over here on blue as well.
They try to make Ambi uncomfortable with a couple canisters from Grim's launcher, but he just hangs out, calls SSG's bluff, and as expected, there's nothing to follow it up, so SSG now just seem to be rotating to the opposite side. I think realizing that bedroom is clear, they'll take control of this position, but they've expended utility without unfortunately gaining a whole lot from it. That's the risk you take with gambling anything, but it could prove to be problematic, especially if this execute ends up being close.
I don't think we have the greatest amount of dislodgement utility now for Space Station. That's really what you want for that top floor, you know what I mean? You want things to be able to get rid of deployable shields or burn out of location. We are actually still going to have some more bees on Benja, so I'll hold my tongue here for right now, but some great positioning from Sonics. Look at Rex in here, Carter. He shifts away from the shield. He's playing on top of the actual hatch here. Ambi not getting marked by these bees right now either, so at least from the utility, it looks like this top floor might be clear. Obviously, SSG's not going to think that. They're still going to try and do their due diligence, but Benja, it goes completely awry for him. He's gunned down immediately. Rexen will find yet another one as he'll down Zofia. He'll clean that up there too, and Ambi, he's still persisting. Surface found a way into the round as well, and it's just falling off the wagon for Space Station.
Now, they tried their best, but they try to bait out some rotations from Ambi early on, and then they try to go for a clear on that side with way less time remaining. It's unfortunate to see the round devolve in such a manner. We see the bees go out, Ambi doesn't rotate. I've already said that a few times. So they rotate to the opposite side, and then they actually try to clear his shield, but again, all they use are bees. There's nobody pushing from library. Everybody seems to be pushing from the office balcony window and office and piano itself, and then they just walk up to the shield. There are no Rotero drones. There are really not that many explosives, it seems, and even if you have somebody adding a backstab from fireplace, stairs, or library, that's what Rexen's position is for, is to watch for that very angle. So SSG, I think, unfortunately, just not a very well thought out attack. All that execute utility is great, but when you get stopped by a mezzanine shield, I think you really start wishing you had maybe a bit more grenades or something to deal with it.
Yeah, I think that's the biggest thing there for me. I mean, you look back into that round right there, and I think every single coach around the world is going, where are the Rotero drones? Where are they? Just bring Flores. But, you know, we don't have them. We don't have Gone Sixes. We don't have anything of the sort to truly get these players out from where they're playing. Really, the only thing that could have been a saving grace there, at least in my mind, Carter, is the bolts out of Capital. If we have some of those bolts come in, maybe burn them out of those locations, things get a little bit easier. But even then, they want to try and follow through on proper identification with that, right? So the bees already kind of just not really capable of finding the info in the moment like that, where they're able to find true accuracy in the moment. So just very unfortunate stuff befalling SSG, but it's really just up to the fact of how Sonics are going about things. They are making life so very rough for this Space Station squad.
Continues to prove true in round 9. Canadian flexing onto the Clash for the first defense of basement on
You saw him hide
Sonic's
this
side.
as well, right? He was over inside the connector closet there trying to make sure they didn't drone him out.
I mean, as you should, if you because Clash was not annoying enough, and the one thing that's even less annoying is the surprise Clash. So, sure, SSG will be very happy to see that if he was able to hide it successfily. C4.
man.
Oh, Rex had even just a little bit too late in calling that out, but clearly indicating, if you weren't at least already aware, that that was coordinated by Sonics and just the plan coming to fruition. SSG starting off on the back foot. Forest down. They have control of this top floor, but with not a whole lot of tools for verticality aside from maybe a secondary shotgun from Benja, a front take isn't exactly going to be the easiest thing in the world.
Yeah, you know, rounding back to our point that we were just talking about, what the hell do you do about Canadian in this current instance? You already didn't have the utility to deal with him, but like, my God, man, there's no way you're getting around this Clash.
Yeah, it's just like, well, I guess you can scan her with the Inox.
You can know where she is. That was the hard part for sure.
The Clash is that way. I don't think it'll work out, unfortunately. They have some grenades, but Canadian just backs off down library stairs. I think SSG are quickly realizing the predicament they're in, Sam. I mean, look at how slow they're moving. Look at how little control they have. They'll send out a smoke, and Fultz with the diffuser will try to be sent in through the breach, but Ambi's just around the corner to stop this. It's on Asha to try and deal with it, but he's ready for that C4. Sonics are consistently one step ahead. Benja might land that nice shot, but it's advantage Sonics in round count, in man count, and quickly on match point. And SSG, after round 7, have looked worse and worse.
Oh, dude. The more and more I see Canadian with this roster, I'm just like, this guy's the damn Grim Reaper, man. Like, he's your IGL's favorite IGL. It's like when you're talking about rappers and you're like, oh, what's that guy's favorite rapper? It's probably MF Doom. MF Doom is basically Canadian. There you go. It's so ridiculous, dude. Any roster you plug this guy into, from the very start, I mean, how many games have they had together now? Let's count it out. I mean, let's look over here. They've had... This is their 4th game professionally as a roster, not including obviously scrims. And they just look like one of the best rosters in all of North America. And you got to remember, it wasn't just Canadian that worked his way into this system that he's now implemented, right? They also had Surf come in as well. It's mind-boggling how talented they look right now.
Well, Canadians' reign of mad villainy in the NAL will certainly probably, in all likelihood, continue
I see what you
after.
did there.
You didn't, let it slide underneath, okay? It's to see if they notice. It's all, not all for you, Sam, okay? A lot of it's for you, but not all of it is for you. So that one was a little bit for you. But in all seriousness, I mean, this was my match of the day. I was hoping to be the match of the day, but SSG have already used their tactical timeout. They don't have the opportunity to pause again, and each attack in only 3 rounds has looked worse than the one before it, and last round was, I think, the most egregious one, especially just not bringing a lot of tools for the job in round 8 and round 9. Here, it's a bit of a different story. I like the inclusion of the Brava, especially as Sonics are running the Maestro, so able to find those evil eyes in the site will be quite useful. Will even force an impact out of Grixers. So good impact with utility found early on. So at least in the first 45 seconds, all SSG players alive and making some progress.
Well, that's all you can ask for at the end of the day, right? I mean, you're really hoping that Space Station takes their time. They try and make sure that they process this map in a positive manner. And the big thing is here, have a solid opener. They need to get this big opening frag and have it go off without a hitch. And it might be right here. Ashton works his way in. Knows somebody's got to be in the closet. He plays it close, and he'll be able to pick him up too. It's actually going to start working its way even more into SSG's favor, but not before Canadian can do something about it.
That's the 3rd time now SSG have managed to get the opening pick, but Rexon on red up top mitigates all of that damage dealt by SSG. Now we enter a brief stalemate between J9O, the Ying, and the Aruni. Ambi also up top on the Frost, but he'll retreat. Likely leaving Rexen up top to hold out. Benja has made his way into the site, essentially. Forrest now quickly joining his teammate, picking up that diffuser. How many vertical holes are there? It might not even matter. Benja's able to find Canadian rotating back. There's no angle to stop this plant coming through. SSG will bounce back after these 2 losses. The 4th bomb site tried out of 4 so far this half. They'll likely join Master Betterman Office as the only successful sites for SSG so far.
All Space Station, they keep it tight. I mean, there's nothing really more about it. They're able to get those big openers and kind of trade evenly on that top floor. But the biggest thing there is getting that position up top to make it to where this kitchen plant is possible at all. So that was a big piece there for Space Station, and let alone that, but also getting proper pressure on the site at this point too. Get those long angles opened up and use them to their best of their ability. So very well done there from Space Station. The Sonics, though, I do like their answers, especially with what we saw on the top floor. Just that time obviously not working out, not able to get the gunfights to go in the way that they have been accustomed to throughout this game.
Hopefully now, as we move back to Barn Games, we'll see SSG, I think, maybe better equip themselves with some of the tools to deal with the lineup we'll see from Sonics. I mean, even if the operators were to have changed, which, quickly looking at it, I don't think they have changed substantially, aside from, I believe, the subtraction of a Valkyrie and the addition of a Legion. But you're still likely going to have that deployable shield mezzanine, maybe one on top of library as well. Yep, you can see the one library as well. So hopefully we'll maybe see some different operators to try and deal with those shields. Maybe, I don't know, a Flores, and yeah, of course, J9O switching to that operator very quickly, as you should. The Rotero drones are extremely powerful to deal with this utility. So it's simple, but a very nice adaptation from SSG to realize one of their big problems from the previous round.
Oh man, I know the people enjoying the co-stream of Fett. If he's co-streaming today, I don't know if he is, but if he is, I know they're all just giggling at the fact of Fett's reaction to this, because I know he was like, "Yes, a Flores!" Like, I love all of his reactions on Twitter, man. Fett's a really good guy and very deserving of how things had went with the Beast Coast roster with him on it. So, see if things can continue here for Space Station's sake, as they start to utilize this utility, but that first Rotero is going to get eaten up, and now things are going to become a little bit more difficult, as Rexen is going to be very well aware that they brought some utility to try and deal with his position.
Ooh, Ashen has crept up a little far into piano, so I do like this. Finds the opportunity. I mean, Rexen peeks out to try to shoot the Rotero, and Ashen's able to react off it. I have absolutely no idea how Surf did. Fultz just try to hop into the window?
There's no way.
What? No, surely didn't hop into the window. I was about to say no. It's probably outside.
Yeah, he swung him off the bookshelf. That's exactly what he did. That's something that you would only expect out of Surf, let's be honest. Like, so many players would just chill in that position and be like, I'm going to wait for him to try and hop a window. Not Surf. He's going to challenge with those mechanics, and he's going to gun Fultz. That's the Capitao gone, and that's one of the biggest threats to that position inside a library. Dusted.
The reason his name used to be Surf Ego. It's the exact kind of thing he likes to go for, and it doesn't exactly erase what happened earlier in the round with Ashen taking down Rexen, but it does make it a little bit more difficult. Forrest now pushing up the fireplace stairs, a bit tricky, but does cut down Ambi. Now Surf in a rough spot, but how does he find Benja? How is he finding these kills? And then he somehow gets away? It's ridiculous, but SSG still, I think, coming out ahead in the 2 minutes. They've been able to clear mezzanine, where they weren't able to before. They've been able to take control of library, where they were not able to before. They've still got one Deathmark tracker. Actually, they have all of them still in play to find these remaining players. The Wamai. Maybe Canadian can go for a flank, but now they've got a hole watching this exact staircase. All of the pieces for SSG are lined up. The only thing SQ have is this 3v3 to hold on as SSG barrel in. One player in stock. Do they check it? No! It doesn't matter because Grixer whiffs. Canadian tries to walk up, but Forrest is there to shut it down. All 12 rounds. SSG making the comeback.
Oh, there's so many different ways that round could have dissolved for Space Station. The fact that they have to barrel in through the main bar door to try and make that happen as well is just, what a crazy prospect for them. but the Sonics not able to land the shots. A huge moment there for Grixer. You think it's so easy for somebody of his caliber, but that gun just getting away from him. Not able to land those shots in any considerable way, even if he goes 1 for 1 there. You think about the fact that the Sonics can just kind of wait things out, Carter. They can wait for that plant to start going down. An effective 1 versus 2 there as that man has to try and play cover for his planter. But no, it all goes to the way of SSG as they bully their way into sight and they bully the external players of the Sonics. Very well done.
And those individual plays just working out a lot more. It isn't the Flores directly that ends up dealing with the library player. It's using the Rotera drone to allow Ashen to make a play. That is where SSG are their strongest, because they're always going to try to go for those plays. But if they're not well coordinated and the players aren't hitting the shots, it ends up making them look silly. But when it works, when Ashen is able to land those shots, when Forrest is able to do things like that, it makes SSG look so dominant, because sure, everything in Bar was cool. He was able to get that 180 and all that. But really, the fact that he found that gap on Fireplace Stairs to pinch Ambi alongside that player pushing from the office double window, that is what SSG can do really well when they are performing as a team very well. Round 12 will be needed. Sonics, after the timeout, will go down to the basement to try to close this out in regulation.
Oh, Ambi's stepping up to the plate, and he's pointing that bat all the way out at the crowd, Carter. He's looking for the home run shot here with Oryx, and I think he's done it, too. That's the craziest thing. They know SSG, when it comes down to brass tacks, around like this where Space Station needs it. It's not just a want, it's a necessity. They're going to go and rest on their old laurels. And one of those big things is going to be the blitz out of Forest. We're going to see some comfortability work its way in. And this is one of those operators that when you close your eyes and you think about the history of Rainbow Six, especially in NA, and you look at blitz, you think about characters like Forest. You think about people like Hot and Cold, Spirits as well. Just good plethora of names, but obviously Forest definitely inside of that realm of reality. What a call there from the Sonics. Apply that Oryx and see if he can potentially be the bully that shuts him down.
Ooh. Is that exothermic destroyed? I believe it was, actually. EMPs might be mistimed. Yeah, 1 exothermic taken down. Really nice stuff by Canadian. Of course, there is that ace to supplement.
No, 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 no. That is not how it happens. You're kidding me. Dude, I'd have lost $1 million right there. I swear to God. That is absolutely insane.
I hope nobody had a parlay involving any breaches opened in round 12. You're technically right. We got a Selma on Wine Wall, but it's give me blitz or give me death in round 12, it seems, as... Well, I thought the Selma had opened up the wine wall, and it didn't, so really if you had a parlay on that, it's really looking rough. Forrest is able to find 1, but Surf cuts down 2. Will be a 3v3 as Forrest, 2 for himself, but he watches death fly towards him at Mach 5. 2v2. Sonic still hold control of the site after 6 players make that 7 have now fallen. But that Oryx, the last one alive, no blitz to counter. Just a T5 to try to figure a way into a 7-5 victory. Candelas go out, will certainly stall Ambi from getting aggressive, will allow some time for Fultz to get into position, plant that diffuser. Ambi likely anticipating it will be a plant on the far side. He walks into the Candelas, though, and Benja's able to shut him down. Overtime, boys. First of the day to give SSG a chance at redemption on Chalet.
I mean... it felt like the world was against Space Station in that round with how things were breaking down, especially over on the breach side. But SSG, the one thing that we will never take away from them is that they're a scrappy team, man. They're a team that does not shy away from a good fight, and that's exactly what we saw there over on the wine side. I mean, it was not wine everywhere. It was just pure blood of your opponent as they were just fighting back and forth, blow for blow in between these two rosters. It eventually dissolves down to a 2 versus 2, which we see Canadian go for that heads-up gunfight there on the wine cellar single, and it just does not work out for him. He gets gunned down there by the Candela wielder, and it's all up to Ambi in that moment. They even got some extra Candelas to try and shield things as well as a smoke just to make life extra difficult for Ambi, and he gets gunned down as he tries to transition through that smoke, but this isn't CS2, buddy, and he's going to end up losing his life. And, well, into overtime. Again, if you would have bet me money today on what game would have went to overtime, it would not have been this one, especially with how the Sonics have been playing. But SSG, they're able to mimic what we'd seen from the Sonics on their offensive side. Yeah, not as pretty, not as lustful, right? But, I mean, SSG, they get it done nevertheless. They're able to get us to OT, and as we know about OT, absolutely anything can happen. Can Space Station be the first team to fall Sonics?
I mean, Sonics were on an OT game yesterday. They were able to find a way through. Similar to yesterday, it was moving up 6-4 yesterday. No, 6-3 yesterday. And then M80 winning 3 rounds in a row to bring them to OT. Same story today, just replace SSG with, or I'll replace M80 with Space Station. So Sonics in familiar territory, but territory that they did not want to and probably did not have to be in necessarily. Though SSG have, after that downward spiral in the first half of their attacks, or their defenses, excuse me, or no, their attacks, overtime, and it's late at night, they have been able to bounce back quite successfully. And now as Sonics are on the attacking side, they've cleared out a prox alarm on West Main Stairs. Remember how aggressive this team can be. Creating a gap right there could be the difference maker between an execute stalled outside of dining and maybe somebody able to creep up those stairs when SSG aren't expecting.
And you can see from this lineup from the Sonics that they've really put some thought into how they're going to deal with these positions upstairs. That's why Canadians on this Capital, they want to try and use these arrows to break up some areas with fire, but also break up some line of sight with smokes more than likely. Those could also be used, more delegated over towards the site, depending on how they want to try and go about this. But a lot of utility to try and slow up the defense and dislodge them as well. A big moment there for Forrest. He's going to get some drones dealt with and scamper off back over towards Big Garage, or rather, Snowmobile.
And I think he got both Twitch drones and a Clutch drone, maybe with one spray, at least 2 of them, potentially all 3, so really nice pickup by Forrest there. You already saw how much work both those drones were doing in destroying proxies, hacking different material, but able to find it here. Very nice. Benja with the opening kill on Canadian. Something that SSG have sorely lacked throughout this series. SQ pretty consistently winning these opening duels, but now it's looking a lot better. The Fultz goes for the hop out, and it's ill-advised. Surf waiting for it, baits it out completely. And so that advantage now gone. Benja very, very low. Forced all the way down in the basement, I believe. He's got to be careful with this flank. His teammates need to win the fight before he rotates back. Benja with 1, Benja with 2. The Sonics players discoordinated behind the play. He's able to survive inside of bottom solar. Surf might find 1, but Diffuser's a world away. 15 seconds remaining, and Sonics need to win this on kills, but nothing's working. Ashen's cutting another down. It's all Surf alone on the top floor, and SSG have bounced back. Match point 7-6. Might just have redemption in their grasp.
Well, if there was a time to take control of the game for the very first time in the entirety of it, it would be an overtime, wouldn't it? 7-6 right now in favor of SSG. And we haven't had a game this stage. I'm just double checking my homework here. Yes, we have not had a game this stage that has went to max round count, which would be 15. That requires both teams being at 7. Will the Sonics be the ones to finally give us this long-awaited match here on Playday 4? Up against Space Station Gaming as well. I mean, that's the thing about great teams. I mean, you can either break down or you can try and play up to that, that caliber of play. And as of right now, SSG, they found another gear. This is something that we're always aware of with Space Station. It's just if they have it in that moment, right? And here today, it's looking like they definitely have the capabilities to try and sweep Sonics under the rug here inside of overtime. Now, it's going to get difficult. These defenses have not been, the craziest thing out of Sonics, but they've had some really, really good moments, and this could be another one for them here. We're not going to see the clash work its way in from Canadian. This time around, it's going to be the Electro Claw wielder and the likes of Kaid.
They've got Forrest back on the blitz, though. Might not have exactly been the most impactful thing last time. It was really was that Electroclaw or the Bandit that did a lot of the work, already looking to open up that trench door. He's not running in right now. He's just, okay, hold up. I saw him toss that. I saw him toss that smoke in. No, he's backing out of trench now. I was curious, but it seems he's just going for the bait, trying to maybe force some aggression out from the SQ defenders. But the breach successfully opened this time. Even though SSG ended up winning the round, this was very, very worrisome when they failed to open not only the wine wall, but also the big garage wall as well, the snowmobile garage wall as well. Now they're able to do that. This clear is a lot more logical. You've opened that up, station one player there, rotate players over to the opposite side, clear out these roamers up top. SSG can actually, I think, get along with the round they wanted to do in round 12 when they somehow won it anyway.
Yeah. Now for Space Station. Top floor control. All but theirs. You think there's a player around the blue stairs, but oh, they've already got Ashen in position. This pressure, Ambi chooses the top side, and Ben just says, well, that's ill-advised, son. Here's a few pieces of lead for your head top. Removes him from play. The Sonics now down on man count as well as round count, and a lot of pressure onto them for very first time this season where they're at a losing point, and SSG are looking so solid, especially playing around the blitz of Forest. This has always been something for Forest that is a break glass in case of emergency, and that's exactly what we're seeing. Somehow, some way, nobody dies in that engagement that we just, quickly went away from over on the main stairs, but that's besides this point. Space Station Gaming in a 4 versus 1 up against Surf, and Space Station gets it done. The Sonics, with their very first loss of the entire stage, it comes to SSG.
Nobody flawless in the NA League anymore. Sonics were the last team remaining in SSG. 8-6 will take that away from them. And what a bounce back for SSG in that half, with no tactical timeout on that second half as well. That was entirely in-round improvement for Space Station, and boy, did they improve drastically after round 9. I mean, Sam, if their descent was rapid in round 7 and 9, that comeback, both in terms of winning the match, but also in quality, very impressive.
Yeah, absolutely the case, man. I think the biggest thing there to highlight is just the, big differences between their game yesterday and today. Yesterday, the Space Station did not look like they were on the same page in their offenses. They were getting punished on a lot of different things. And today, it looked like a completely different team. I mean, they really looked like they were coming into themselves once again, and that's something I'm very excited about when it comes to Space Station. Always been a huge fan of their system and their play style.
And thankfully for us, we did get a banger to end our day. Thank you very much for watching. We're not done yet. We have Jacob, Laxing, Fox A to break down that SSG 8-6 victory over the now no longer flawless Sonics.
Yes, hold on one, hold on one aggression. Yeah, hold that.
Okay, can you move your flank cam? You can put it for west. It's outside the drone hole. Yo, flank right now. Yo,
bunker.
We're killing him.
Bunker dead. Chill.
Let the blitz find him. Let the blitz find him.
Yes! Fucking shit, guys. Good fucking job, guys. Fucking shit.
Holy shit, that guy was so bad dining. What a game.
The Sonics hit match point roughly about 20 to 25 minutes ago and ended up losing the game because Space Station saw a match point for Sonics and said, nah, we're not super worried about that. 5 consecutive rounds, not just to force overtime, but to close overtime in 2 without dropping another one since Space Station topple Sonics, who are now no longer undefeated.
I mean, that was such an amazing comeback, of course, to do it at all teams. SQ to do it on the team that we thought was going to be the #1 team in NA. And now we have a little bit like a rock, paper, scissors moment where Sonics has now lost to SSG. Sonics has beat other good teams, and it was a really beautiful to see SSG not really fall back, and when their backs were put against the wall, they really turned it around, they really ramped up their aggression, and they started mounting that lead, and it just only dug a bigger hole for SQ, and once it got to overtime, it didn't really look like Sonics had an answer for that aggression.
Nope. It just goes to show, SSG's sheer resilience throughout this game, being down in that deficit of looking in that 2-4 half of obviously SQ having a really strong attack, but like you said it, they really started to ramp up their aggression, and that Rex specifically said it himself. The aggression that I believe M80 threw towards them is what kind of threw them off a little bit. Granted, they did get the win out of that game, but here SSG, again, with the resilience, keeping up the pressure, applying that pressure is truly what put them in this winning situation.
I just did a little bit of a double check on the head-to-head between Space Station and SSG, but it goes even further back than just that. The Sonics have now not beaten Space Station since 2022, but more than that, haven't beaten the Astralis core since back when that org was still in Siege. So even if the rosters themselves look drastically different, it's still been a long time since we've seen Sonics get any sort of victory over Space Station here.
I will say this is the first game that SSG have been a part of where they haven't dominated the statistics. If we looked at the opening kills, Sonics was actually getting a majority of the opening kills, and even in some of the rounds that SSG was able to find that first kill, we were talking about it backstage, SSG was still losing those rounds. They weren't able to convert them. But towards the end, once the pressure was really put on SSG, we saw a lot of aggressive peaks, aggressive takes. I mean, we saw some questionable things of even when they would have the man up, you know, Fultz jumping out the bathroom window on that one of those overtime rounds, but they were able to really close it out and choke Sonics out. And Sonics, for a team that was relying on the adaptability in their previous games, once that overtime round came, they just really didn't have a response. Once the shields weren't really finding any openings, they didn't have a response on what to do next.
No, it really looks like that's where SSG came in, especially going into that OT, is like, we're closing it here on both our attacking and our defensive half.
Yeah, it's the second game in a row where the Sonics had match point, then their opponent forces OT against them, and this time Space Station get the dub. We have Alec Fultz on the line to talk about how this game went. Congratulations on the dub, dude. It's a great way to bounce back after losing to DZ yesterday. So talk to me about that mentality and that recovery process. DZ game didn't go great. This game wasn't looking great up until that 5-round comeback. What's it like when you're down on yourselves, when the round count's not what you need? What do you do to get yourselves back into a match?
Yeah, I mean, I don't think there's ever really a match where we're out and like anyone's like thinking like that, but I think that game was just like, as the game went on longer, it felt like as we started to win rounds, they started, you know, like just feel the pressure more than we were, I guess. And I think we were ramping up the aggression, and it felt like they were bringing it back, and like we were just out adapting them, like, frankly.
Amazing. I mean, you guys definitely have a lot of players on the team that can all make plays, make calls, and we heard in the winning moments, you were the main person on the team telling everyone to chill out, what to do, relax the comms. Are you the main focal person that really rallies the troops, and how does it feel to be in that position, to know that you have to be that person to just keep everyone on the same page?
Yeah, I mean, it feels good. Obviously, I didn't start in this position when I started my career a while ago, but I have landed here now at this point, and I feel really comfortable with it. I kind of got switched to that primary IGL role right before Saudi, pretty much once we got rid of Dave. And even though I am the primary IGL, like that, or whatever, we still have, like, every one of my teammates, you know, helps out a bunch with that for us, especially Liam's really vocal. And, you know, Benja and Jay say what they need to say. So it's not really all on me, but, you know, when shit hits the fan, everybody's looking at me. I will say that. So
for sure. And I mean, you know, great testament to your guys' resilience here, bouncing back, closing this out and doing it in fashion. But I want to ask you, you guys, I mean, you guys have been winning. I don't want to discredit that, but they've been really close, especially with how much praise we give you guys. I mean, what's been the biggest hurdle so far? I mean, obviously outside of, you know, adding Benja, but what's really stopping you guys from just solidifying these matches of like a 7-2 or maybe a 7-3?
Yeah, I think there's you know, there's always a couple rounds we look back at in the debrief that we're kind of thrown away, and I think we just need to really hone in on like those micro decisions, or the, you know, some of the calls that were made, or whatever the issue was in that current game. And I mean, you got to give credit to the rest of the NAL teams. We're at a spot in the NAL where really around the board everyone's pretty competitive, and, you know, a lot can happen in a best of one, so it's not always going to be, you know, we're this much better than a team, so we're going to beat them by this amount. So I think that's kind of how I see it, at least.
And one more question. I mean, this is a pretty standard question, but does your prep change a lot for each and every single team, or is it more so you guys just focusing on your own fundamentals and just playing the game outright?
Yeah, we don't do any prep. No, we just pick the map, we load in, and we just run the defaults. That's about it.
Okay.
Why did going back to Chalet for the second time this week feel like the right thing to do?
I don't handle map bans either, so I just
fair play.
He just works there. He just shows up. He just works there.
Just works there.
Goes up, clocks in, does defaults, doesn't do anything else. Hey, credit to you for making it work.
Check hits on the 15th. That's all I know.
Last question for you. There's obviously no game for you guys. You have the bye on Playday 5, which means we won't see you until next Friday. And that game's against M80. They've had their own rocky start. It was great for them the first week. This week, not nearly as great. Is there anything you think about your opponents going into Playday 6?
No. Good luck, bro.
He just shows up. He just works there. Clock.
Fine, all right, I get it. No thoughts, head empty, just shoot. I get it, bro. Again, congratulations. Good stuff closing things out today. We'll see you on Friday, man.
All right, see you guys. Have a good one.
Homie didn't care.
You gotta respect the answer. You know, he just shows up. He works there. He checks in when he needs to. He gets the job done, and he did it today.
Just shows up. I mean, it was pretty funny. I mean, in that last like end game winning moment, it was just so nice to watch. It was just funny to watch. Everyone's like winning, getting hyped. Oh, we got a kill. We got it. You just hear faults. Yo, like, let's just like pull it back, guys. Like, let's relax.
He's always been low key, but yeah, when everyone else is screaming and then like his low voice just cuts through comms like that.
Oh yeah.
Oh, he has a very distinct voice for sure.
And I mean, SSG cut through Sonics. I mean, that was a really good, especially when they got to overtime. I really like SSG. We always talk about their mental fortitude.
Yeah.
And that was a game that really came down to it. It just, every round that amounting, you could even see it in the energy in all of their faces. Even though Fultz has a very silky smooth voice, you saw him in those videos every time that he would get a kill. In the kill cams, everybody was getting hyped. You could feel the energy that they were amounting to a comeback. And it was really nice to see that they had that in that tank.
But I do think it's important for him to be able to acknowledge that just because you are in the winning situation, that sometimes you do get a little overhyped, you do get a little overzealous, you do overstep. So it definitely is important for him to come into that and be like, just chill out, guys.
And it would make sense for him to do that because on round 13, they had the opening kill. And 30 seconds left. Fultz, you jumped out bathroom window. There was no one there. I mean, maybe he had a sound cue or something, but of course, if you make a play like that, you still run the round. You're probably sweating a little bit happy. So of course, the next round, you're going to lock in, just be like, guys, like, let's just, what are you doing? Why are we over peeking?
Look, man, it doesn't matter what point you're at in your career. If you've been playing for only a couple of weeks or if you've won a world title and you're a veteran of the game for years, you can make plays like that. Or you can have moments where you're like, oh, I want to act on instinct, or I don't know, man. We're at the end of the day. Who cares? Here's a schedule for what today was like. We'll do a quick recap. Again, Oxygen didn't have a game to play today, which means everyone else got that much higher than they did on the standings.
Yeah, a little bit of a day of upsets, especially with LG and SSG winning. I don't think we had both of those teams starting out going forward, but I mean, just like Fultz said, it really goes to show how competitive of an NAL stage that we're having so far, and it's thrilling to watch.
I really just want to see Cloud9, Beast Coast take on Sonics or take on SSG and just really see how these games play out.
Yeah, we got to see like a little rock, paper, scissors because SSG beat SQ. SQ's beaten M80. They haven't played C9BC yet, so if C9BC can beat SSG, then it would be like a rock, paper, scissors like sort of situation. I mean, I love when there's like a little bit of tiebreakers towards the end of the stage.
I got some bad news. C9BC don't play Space Station until day 7, and they don't play Sonics until day 9. And they're the last game on day 9 too. So some of these games we really want to see don't show up till week 4.
Yeah, I'm excited to see Oxygen play all of them. Let's get it.
You sure about that?
Yeah, I'm excited.
Dude,
please.
The sarcasm reeks off this couch. Get these guys off the couch. You're standing so far through 4 days.
Well,
We're
what
not voting that. We're just not. C9BC jumped themselves up into 3rd, directly behind Space Station and Sonics themselves. The race for the top is as tight as it's ever been, but the race for playoffs is just as tight. 3 teams, all at 6.
Yeah, that is a really close. I mean, we also didn't have LG and Los. We keep talking about them playing better, well, better than we expected them to play.
Yeah.
Obviously, our top standings still, I would say, is a little bit unexpected because we have C9BC, SSG,
Luminosity's the only
SQ.
one that swapped into there, but everyone else is roughly around the close.
Any of you guys have LG at like 7th, right? Like,
LG was around 7th behind Wildcard.
I had them above
Los.
Wildcard, and then I think mine was Oxygen Wildcard, maybe? I can't remember.
But
no,
I mean,
he had OXG way lower than you did.
I had OXG in 7.
Yeah, I think you might have had him in top 6 still.
Maybe.
But it's still nice to see that even though it may look that deafening at all of the points are still really close. There's 3 teams with 6 points, one team with 7 points. I mean, the top team only has 9 points, so anybody can bunny hop over the other.
There's still a lot of Siege to be played.
We got 5 days left
We
of
are
this,
only
man.
on day 4. There's still tons of Siege to still be played for the standings to shake out and to see where teams are going to end up placing, and that can easily shift.
Here's day 5's games. We have to wait all the way until Thursday to get a couple of these. What do we got? DZ wildcard to open. Oxygen come back and immediately play M80. That one's rough. I think, you know what? Sonics LG,
Sonic's LG is definitely shaping
I'm here
up
for
to be the
that,
game of the
especially
day.
after LG won today.
Absolutely. I mean, so far, I look at all these games, and I'm still excited about it. Everyone. I think the one that you could probably assume that Dark Zero would win is Dark Zero over Wildcard, but, you know, even then, Wildcard's slowly getting better and better. I mean, there's no real team so far in the NAL that is a consistent bottom. Even though OXG is at the bottom there, you never know when they're going to pop off and when they're going to have a day where just the stars align.
Yeah, and they have the players and the ability to pop off.
Yeah,
It's just a matter of when are we going to see that. Are we going to see that against M80? Are we going to see that the next day? Are we going to see that the next day? Or maybe even the next and maybe the next day. We don't know.
Yeah, well, C9BC started stage 1. Was it 4 or 0-4?
0-3?
Or 0-3. I think it was 0-4.
Sorry, what?
C9BC?
0-3.
Yeah,
0-3. We're sure? I feel like they started.
No, it was
0-3.
No, definitely 0-3.
Oh, it was 0-3?
Because they had that wild card game on bank as their third loss straight, and everyone was writing them off, and then they soared back up and won the stage.
Well, Jesse didn't write him off. I got to make that note. Jesse was a believer from day one.
Yeah, well,
true.
I mean, anything could happen. OXG's currently 0-3. They could pop off, win the next major.
Are they?
They might. Stay tuned.
OXG wins Montreal. Confirmed by Davide Fox-Ibuchi. Gentlemen, any last thoughts before we sign off? We're all done with week 2 now.
Just gotta fly back home from Beijing, China, and it's gonna be a long flight, but I'm looking forward to get back to here next week.
Yeah, I still don't get that bit, but I mean, NA's been very competitive. Make sure everyone's getting your ranked games in.
Laxing sense of humor is just, if it's not funny the first time, say it 50 more times. By the 50th time, it will
listen,
be funny.
I don't need it to be funny. I just put out a tweet just saying I was in Beijing, China, and everyone was messaging me like, wow, why are you going to China? And
All right. Come back in. Sorry, we interrupted you, Fox. We're so sorry.
I was just saying, make sure you guys go play your ranked games. New season's out. Get excited for that. I'm going to be in those ranked games too,
Silver lobbies, people don't got to worry too much about you.
Oof. Don't say that, man. Hey, play Scopos for us in ranked. Do the things that we cannot, because Scopos is only available to the broader public because we still can't play her in competitive games quite yet. But have fun with that, because that's a really fun operator to mess around with. Thank you very much for joining us on play to number 4 of Stage 2 of the North American League. It means a lot that you take time out of your weekends to join us for these. We'll be back same time, same place next Thursday for 2 more straight days of North American League action. For all of us here in Philadelphia, have a good night. We'll see you Thursday.
It's total calamity, total mayhem inside of the server. Out of nowhere, they find their round back into their favor.
Holding up for the blood, the wave!
And I think he might just find it!
you.